Chapter 271, Don't Set Up a Flag. Chapter 271, Don't Set Up a Flag. When 13 opened his eyes, the sun was already about to set, turning the sky a purplish orange. His head still ached a bit, but it was manageable. After thanking Tiona once again for her hard work, he went to meet Rayon and the other wanderers, who were already grilling several fish for their dinner. The moment 13 appeared, the leader of the wanderers asked him to join them, which he happily accepted. He was truly feeling hungry, and because of that, he ate at least 4 grilled fish, surprising the wanderers, who didn't expect that the younger boy had a strong appetite. After eating, 13 asked Rayon to talk with him in private. The latter agreed, so the two of them went near the beach, so that no one would be able to hear what they were going to talk about. I plan to explore the other islands, 13 said after VocalSaga informed him that the surroundings were safe. I believe that there are other wanderers out there who have the same mission as we do. Maybe we can all work together to complete the mission. Rayon didn't reply right away. Instead, he stared at the 2 moons of Solterra in the distance. Xylen, please tell me the truth, Rayon stated. Are you Xylen Leventis? Yes, 13 replied. I am Xylen Leventis. Rayon sighed deeply before shifting his gaze to the younger boy beside him. I had my doubts the moment you introduced yourself to us, Rayon said. You are still too young to have been spirited away, so it was not very hard to guess who you really are. Do you know? You're very popular in Pangaea. People are actually looking for your whereabouts even now. I know, 13 replied. I came across a few wanderers who asked me for an autograph. Rayon chuckled after hearing the younger boy's answer. I'm glad you're here, Rayon commented. You have become a pillar of hope for all the wanderers who are about to get spirited away in Solterra for the first time. For some reason, knowing that you have the same mission, I feel like we will be able to pull through this mission just fine. Don't set up a flag. 13 shook his head. You sound like someone who will soon die a heroic death. I'm guessing that you'll even have flashbacks mid-battle, just before you die. Flag. Rayon tilted his head in confusion. What flag? The 10-year-old's face palmed because he forgot that people in Pangaea didn't understand the reference. Never mind. 13 sighed. Just don't say things as if you are about to kick the bucket. If you do, there is a high chance that it will come true, you know? Rayon nodded in understanding. Understood. Will you return here after visiting the other islands? Yes, 13 answered. I'll be back in a few weeks. 13 wanted to say that he would return after 7 weeks, but there was a chance that his conversation with him might be leaked to others. After 7 weeks, the lunar eclipse would begin, which would also be the start of the moon ceremony. However, the information he had wasn't complete. Just like he expected, he also needed to visit the 4th island where the beholder was located. Until he understood everything, he didn't dare to make guesses based on assumption. For something like this, he needed hard facts, and for that to happen, he would have to take another risk and send Tiona on another scouting mission. When he finished talking with Rayon, 13 bid his goodbye and whistled. A moment later, Blackie arrived, making Rayon almost jump back in fright. Relax, he is my friend, 13 said before mounting the nightmare Blackhound's back. I'll see you soon. Stay safe, Rayon. I will, Rayon replied. I'll wait for your return. 13 nodded and urged Blackie to leave the 1st island under the cover of darkness. Although his visit was short, he managed to gain everything he needed about the pyramid. Rayon watched as 13 and Blackie disappeared in the distance. When he was certain that he could no longer see them, he turned around to look at the young lady, who was standing right behind him. Did you hear everything? Rayon asked the young lady, who was also his sister, Rio. I did, Rio replied. I never thought that we would actually meet him here. Roan walked towards his sister and patted her head. So why are you here? Roan asked. Did that scumbag send you? No, Rio shook her head. The unicorn said that we could go wherever we wanted for the next 2 days. He sealed himself inside the pyramid. It seems that he felt a presence there earlier, and is currently trying to capture whoever it was. The corner of Roan's lips curled up into a smirk. I think he has just become paranoid, Roan commented. Or someone or something really did enter the depths of the pyramid without his permission, Rio stated. That was the first time I saw him look so angry, and it scared the girls around him. Perhaps, knowing that his mood was affecting everyone, he told us to do whatever we wanted and not come inside the pyramid for 2 days. Because of that, I decided to visit you here. Perhaps, knowing that his mood was affecting everyone, he told us to do whatever we wanted and not come inside. The roan nodded in understanding. How is your investigation? Have you found his weakness? No, Rio shook her head. It is impossible to kill the unicorn with just us. Perhaps he can help us. Roan didn't need to know who her sister was referring to because he was also thinking the exact same thing. Let's wait for him to return. Roan glanced at the second island in the distance. Christopher Rotambus said in his interview that Xylen always keeps his promise. So, I'm sure that he will be back, just as he said. He didn't promise anything, brother, Rio said. He just said that he will be back in a few weeks. It's the same thing, Rayon insisted. Since he said it, he will do it. Hi, you're being childish again. I am younger than you, so it's perfectly fine for me to be childish, no? Rio shook her head helplessly before she, too, looked at the second island. We can't let him handle everything. Rio crossed her arms over her chest. We need to work hard too. For now, make sure that you gather enough weapons, avatars, and skills. I have a feeling that we will need a miracle to get through this mission. Rayon didn't deny or affirm his sister's words. Just like her, he believed that they needed to contribute something to the mission, so if they were to pass it, they would be rewarded handsomely for the effort they put into their first mission in Solterra. VocalSaga, who had stayed behind according to 13's orders, watched the twin brother and sister and listened intently to their discussion. When the two finally left to return to Rayon's camp, VocalSaga spread his wings and flew away. He had made hooting noises earlier to inform his master that a young lady was hiding and listening to their conversation. But Tiona hissed and told him that it was fine. Since 13 couldn't make any weird sounds because Rayon might become suspicious, he asked Tiona to relay his message to the Poco. VocalSaga was impressed by the discussion between the brother and sister because Rio was actively looking for the unicorn's weakness, which might help them deal at a serious blow. They had already deemed the unicorn an enemy that they needed to defeat in order to complete their mission. So, although 13 didn't ask them to do anything, they decided to take the initiative to lay down the groundwork for his return. Chapter 272 Uncle Boo, Part 1. Chapter 272 Uncle Boo, Part 1. Uncle Boo, have you caught any fish? A teenage boy with short blonde hair asked. Kids these days have no patience. A man, who seemed to be in his late 40s, muttered. Listen here, kiddo. Fishing is not just about catching fish. It's a spiritual act that allows you to temper your willpower, as well as your mental strength. Uncle, it's okay. We will share the fish we caught with you, the teenage boy said with a wry smile on his face. I mean, all of us have already caught more than 30 fish. It's all right even if you couldn't catch any, you know? The middle-aged man, whom the boy called Uncle Boo, lightly cleared his throat before shooing the kids away with his hand. You guys can go ahead and grill that fish, Lambert, Uncle Boo said. I'm not hungry yet. Okay, if you say so. Lambert nodded. Guys, pack up. We're going back to the camp. Aren't you going to try to at least persuade me to come with you guys? Nah. Men with no backbone are not popular with the ladies. You bastard child. Uncle Boo glared at Lambert, turning the boy into stone. The other teenagers who saw their comrade get turned into stone chuckled before leaving the petrified boy behind. Everyone run. Uncle Boo is getting embarrassed again. Last one to run will get turned into stone. Ha! Uncle Boo snorted before returning to his fishing. Clearly, he intended to only leave the river once he had caught a fish. He didn't believe that he would be unable to catch anything if he tried. 13 watched this scene unravel from a safe distance and frowned. Everything that he saw seemed unreal that he was having a hard time believing it. According to Tiona, the middle-aged man named Uncle Boo was the beholder that they were looking for. Monsters transforming into human form wasn't uncommon. In fact, it was very common, especially for rank 7 monsters and above. But not all monsters would choose to transform into demi-humans because they felt like it was beneath them to take such a form. Why are the Wanderers acting as if one of their comrades getting petrified isn't a big deal? 13 thought. Have they been brainwashed? When he returned to the second island, he told his sister and the others about the current situation on the first island. After that, 13 didn't tarry and immediately began his trip to the fourth island, intending to check the pyramid located there. However, just like he did on the first island, he decided to check the conditions of the Wanderers first. Unlike the first island, where the unicorn had gathered the girls to serve him and left the boys behind, the beholder in the fourth island seemed to have integrated himself with the team of Wanderers, even allowing them to call him Uncle Boo. Jinns and Magients liked to eat humans, but they loved to eat wanderers more because they were like a delicacy to them. This was why 13 found the relationship between the Beholder and the Wanderers on the fourth island truly strange. Not only were the kids getting along with the Beholder, they didn't even seem worried when one of their comrades had been turned into stone right in front of them. Just as 13 was thinking about these things, the petrified Wanderer returned to a normal state, as if nothing had happened. Uncle Boo, you should learn to control that temper of yours, Lambert said. You won't get popular with the ladies if you're always like this. Shut up, or do you want me to turn you into a stone and throw you at the sea? Uncle Boo snorted. I'm sure you'll be popular with the fishes there. Lambert lightly cleared his throat before walking away while whistling. Clearly, he pretended that he didn't hear what the Beholder had said and went back to their camp to eat some fish. Seeing this scene, 13 couldn't help but scratch his head. He didn't know what to feel or think about this sudden turn of events. Of course, he knew that there were Magients who liked to coexist with people, and some of them even became the guardian deity of several human cities. But seeing the Beholder, who was known as one of the fiercest and deadliest Magients in existence, act like this made him wonder if Uncle Boo was an exception to his racial traits. Well, as long as they are safe, I guess I don't need to make contact with them, 13 thought before he stealthily left the scene and went to the cave where Blackie was currently resting. He didn't dare to bring Blackie near the Beholder because there was a risk that the rank 8 sovereign would feel the presence of a lower-ranked sovereign. The last thing he wanted to happen was for Blackie to become dog food to the Beholder. Uncle Boo, who was still fishing, glanced in the direction where 13 had been hiding earlier with a calm expression on his face. He stared in that direction for half a minute before pulling his attention back to fishing, until he caught at least one fish to show the Wanderers that he, too, could catch them. He had no plans on returning to the camp. After nearly an hour of backtracking, 13 reached the cave where Blackie was currently resting and saw the nightmare black hound chewing a piece of bone that belonged to a monster that it had killed the day before. Tiona, remember, safety first, 13 stated. Tiona nodded her head in understanding before burrowing into the ground. The 10-year-old took a deep breath before closing his eyes to meditate. While the Beholder's actions confused him, he knew that this was the perfect opportunity for Tiona to do her infiltration mission. The black snake swam under the ground at great speeds, reaching her destination in just 15 minutes. She had gained a bit of confidence after her first infiltration mission against the unicorn, so she was feeling more motivated than last time in checking the second pyramid in the Arcadia archipelago. After triple-checking that the Beholder was truly not within the pyramid, Tiona poked her head out of the ground and looked around at her surroundings. The structure of the two pyramids were nearly identical. Since she had already visited one of them, it was not that hard for her to find out where the rooms containing the writings were located. Using her previous experience, Tiona crawled up the wall and moved towards the center of the pyramid. Just as she expected, the room with the monolith was in the same place. The only difference was that instead of purple, the color of the tablet in this particular room was gold. Tiona looked at the tablet from top to bottom and from bottom to top, making sure that she had seen everything. When she was done, she went to the next room and looked at the symbols written on the monoliths and walls. Unlike what happened in the first pyramid, the Beholder neither returned nor showed any signs that he had detected someone inside the pyramid. This emboldened Tiona, but she still practiced safety above all. Her master had repeatedly told her that overconfidence was a slow and insidious killer. So, even if she wasn't sensing any threat in her surroundings, she made sure to keep her guard up and to be prepared for anything. 3 hours later, Tiona had already visited all the rooms in the pyramid, as well as seen all the symbols on the pyramid's walls. After making sure that she had truly visited all the rooms, the black snake once again burrowed herself on the ground in order to head back to her master. 13, who had been paying close attention to Tiona, sighed in relief before opening his eyes. However, as soon as he regained his vision, the first thing he saw was a middle-aged man crouching in front of him with an amused look on his face. Blackie, who was supposed to be guarding 13, was curled up behind the boy and shivered from time to time. As much as he wanted to protect his master, there was simply no way he could do anything to a rank 8 sovereign, who was now looking at the 10-year-old with a devilish smile on his face. Chapter 273 Uncle Boo Part 2 Chapter 273 Uncle Boo, Part 2. Well then, I guess introductions are in order, right? Uncle Boo said as he looked at the 10-year-old who was looking back at him with a calm expression on his face. The name is Boo. You can call me Uncle Boo. What's your name? Xylen, 13 replied. So, Xylen, I've never seen you on the island until now. Uncle Boo looked at the younger boy with great interest. Did you just arrive here? freewebnovel.com. Yes, 13 answered. So, tell me, why did you send the Domini Mortis to the pyramid? Uncle Boo asked. Are you perhaps looking for something? 13 nodded. I want to see if there is something inside the pyramid that can help me clear my mission. The beholder was a rank 8 monster that could kill him anytime, or worse, turn him into stone for an unknown period of time. Since that was the case, he decided to be a little honest and see if the other party would be just as merciful and kind to him as he was to the other wanderers. Are you talking about the mission about the Gate of the Moonlight? Yes, that one. Uncle Boo chuckled after hearing the boy's answer. Suddenly, he raised his hand and grabbed something from behind his body. Tiona, who had recognized the beholder, decided to launch a sneak attack from behind in order to help save her master. Unfortunately for her, she was already in the beholder's detection range, so it was very easy for him to neutralize a mere rank 1 monster. Xylen, tell me something. How did someone as young as you get your hands on a Domini Mortis? Uncle Boo asked. Also, that monster behind you is a rank 5 sovereign. It looked like it was protecting you earlier, which greatly confuses me. How did someone, who isn't supposed to be here in the first place, tame such a beast? You're too young to be a wanderer. So, tell me, who sent you? 13 blinked once, because he did look younger than the other wanderers. But he didn't expect that the beholder knew a lot about wanderers, including the requirement to become one. Would you believe me if I told you that I was spirited away despite not being of age? Well, I guess I can. That's the only explanation that I can think of as to why you are here. But you don't originally belong to this island either. That hound and this snake aren't natives of Arcadia. Then, that only means one thing. You traveled to this island, no? 13 was quite impressed by Uncle Boo's intellect. The latter had even accurately guessed that he wasn't a native of the island, and that he had indeed traveled to the Arcadia archipelago. Seeing that the younger boy wasn't answering, Uncle Boo chuckled before dangling Tiona in front of him. Take her, and make sure that she won't attack me again, Uncle Boo said as he handed the black snake to her master. Although I am a pacifist, that doesn't mean that I won't attack if someone tries to attack me first. Of course, I won't really kill the Domini Mortis. After all, killing it would also spell my death. I'm not that stupid. 13 told Tiona to not attack the beholder before gently holding her in his hands. The black snake crawled up to the boy's neck and coiled herself around it like she usually did. She was still wary about the beholder, but since it didn't make any move to harm her or her master, she decided to just observe him for now. You're one interesting wanderer, Uncle Boo said while rubbing his chin. A moment later, he stood up and motioned for 13 to follow him. Come with me, Uncle Boo said. It's time to show those brats my triumphant return. The middle-aged man picked up the wooden pail beside him, which contained 2 fishes. Since the beholder didn't seem to show any hostility or aggression towards him, 13 decided to follow him for the time being and better understand why he was acting this way. Wanderers camp on the 4th island. Here, eat some more, Lambert said as he handed Xylen another grilled fish that they had caught from the river. Thanks, 13 replied and ate the grilled fish that was handed to him. He still couldn't believe how his circumstances had changed so quickly. One moment, he was meditating inside the cave and watching over Tiona as she infiltrated the pyramid. The next second, he found himself staring face to face with the beholder. After that, he was taken to the Wanderers' camp, where he received a very warm welcome. The Wanderers couldn't help but contain their excitement after hearing Xylen's name. Although he didn't say his surname, the teenagers easily identified him as Xylen Leventis because of his features. I can't believe that a celebrity like you is here on the island, a wanderer, who went by the name Darren, said. Man, do you have any idea how famous you are in Pangaea? Oh, is he famous? Uncle Boo asked as he ate the grilled fish that he had personally caught. Really famous, Lambert stated. I mean, he has played a major role in the death of a Magian prince. Uncle Boo immediately began coughing because he choked on the grilled fish that he was eating. Lambert hurriedly handed him a cup of water which the beholder took and drank greedily. After regaining his composure, he once again looked at the younger boy, who was calmly eating the grilled fish in his hands as if he was used to being treated as a celebrity. "It seems like you have a story to tell, Xylen." Uncle Boo wrapped his arm around the 10-year-old's shoulders in a friendly manner and smirked. "Why don't you tell us about this glorious feat of defeating a Magian prince? I'm sure everyone here wants to hear that story, right everyone?" "Yes, I want to hear it. Please tell us." 13, who had been strong-armed into telling the story, sighed in his heart before he began the tale. Just like a good storyteller, he exaggerated the story to great heights, making Uncle Boo and the wanderers listen to him with mesmerized looks on their faces. The story had a lot of action, mystery, adventure, and tragedy. 13 didn't mention the deaths of his subordinates, because he wouldn't be able to explain how they were revived if the other wanderers were to see them. He just said that all of them suffered serious injuries and was almost at the brink of death when the battle ended. Blackie shuddered as a sobbing Uncle Boo patted its head, telling him that he did a good job surviving the Magian prince. When 13 came to the part where the fiend, Mammon, descended on the battlefield, everyone felt goosebumps. The 7 Celestials and the 7 Fiends were legendary beings who were often spoken about in the various human cities. Tales of their feats were something that everyone loved to hear, so 13's story about Mammon's descent made them feel as if their blood were boiling. In the end, Arundel died after his head was sliced off from his body by Cranky, 13 said. Mammon then left with the Magian prince's body, as well as his entire army that had been turned into gold. That's how the battle, which has been recorded by the historians of the Valbera archipelago, ended. They called it the Battle of the Destroyer, and even made a statue of me in the Valbera archipelago. It's quite embarrassing, really. All I did was lure the Magian prince to the formation and let my right-hand man, Christopher Rotambus, deal the finishing blow. The story about me has been exaggerated too much. Even so, luring a Magian prince into a trap is not something anyone can do, Lambert said as he wiped the tears at the corner of his eyes. Even the monarchs wouldn't do such a thing. 13 nodded his head because he believed that Lambert was right. After finishing his tale, the other wanderers then asked 13 why he traveled to the Arcadia archipelago. "It's because I suddenly received a mission," 13 explained. "It told me that if I go to the Arcadia archipelago, I will be able to finally return home, so here I am. I've been in Solterra for 3 years, and I really want to go home badly. I'm sure that my family misses me very much." Lambert and the others felt touched and pitied Xylen because he had experienced too many hardships. "Don't worry. I'm sure that you will be able to go home soon," Lambert said as he held 13's hands. "In less than 7 weeks, the lunar eclipse will happen, and the gate of the moonlight will open. We will finally be able to return to Pangaea." 13's eyes widened in shock because he thought that only he knew this information. But after hearing Lambert's words, he couldn't help but ask him how he found out about this information. "Uncle Boo told us," Lambert replied. "He said that as long as we wait until the lunar eclipse, the gate of the moonlight will appear, and all of us just need to enter it so that we can go home." "I'm really lucky that I was sent here to the Arcadia archipelago," Darren said. "I really thought that I was going to die, but Uncle Boo saved me. Now, I just have to wait until the lunar eclipse, and I will be able to return home. I hope all my quests are this easy." Contrary to what the optimistic wanderers believed, 13 never thought that this quest was easy. In fact, he even felt great anxiety because his old man, the system god, wouldn't give him an easy quest for his final trial. Besides, his mission wasn't about entering the gate of the moonlight. It was to prevent the Moon Princess from getting corrupted. As to who the Moonlight Princess was and how she would get corrupted, 13 had no idea. But his gut instinct was telling him that this was not going to be an easy mission. The reason for this was simple. Uncle Boo, who seemed very friendly and amiable, made him feel that he was more dangerous than the unicorn who was staying at the first island of the Arcadia archipelago. But in order to hide the fear in his heart, he just smiled and nodded at Lambert's words. "Yes, this is going to be a walk in the park," 13 said. "All of us will finally be able to go home and see our families. Isn't that a good thing?" Uncle Boo commented. "Family is important. I had a family once, and I know just how important they are. Human lives are fleeting, and all of you are like small sparks that bloom for a brief moment before disappearing forever. I sincerely wish that all of you will be able to reunite with your families, just as much. Chapter 274 Moonlight Cradle, Part 1. Chapter 274 Moonlight Cradle, Part 1. On a small hill overlooking the camp of the wanderers on the fourth island, 13 was sitting in meditation. Tiona let out a low hiss, prompting the young man to slowly open his eyes. The sun was starting to rise from the east, peeking over the horizon and bathing the world with its radiance. After deciphering the ancient text from the second pyramid, 13 was finally able to understand what the two pyramids represented and what role they played in the bigger picture. And it filled him with dread. In less than 7 weeks, the lunar eclipse would happen, and with it, a gateway would open. From that gateway, several moonwalkers would appear. Their goal was to kill all rank 2 monsters and above in the island, using their blood to conduct a special ceremony that would corrupt the Moon Princess, transforming her into a being that fit their needs. They would then take her back to their own plane of existence. As to what would happen to the Moon Princess, no one really knew, for no one had managed to live to tell the tale. At least, that was what it looked like on the surface. In order to confirm a few things, 13 would need to talk to Uncle Boo, since the Magian seemed to know about the upcoming ritual. He had observed the rank 8 sovereign for an entire day, and from what he could see, the latter genuinely wanted to get along with the wanderers. After weighing the pros and cons, 13 finally came to a decision. So have you come to a decision? Uncle Boo suddenly appeared beside 13 and whispered in his ears, almost making him jump in surprise. Tiona hissed angrily at the middle-aged man because she was also surprised by his sudden appearance. Don't do that again, Uncle Boo, 13 said as he patted his chest. You almost gave me a heart attack. Nonsense, Uncle Boo replied. You are too young to have a heart attack. The middle-aged man with long black hair and brown eyes sat cross-legged beside the boy and stared at the rising sun in the distance. He looked like someone who had weathered countless hardships in life, and the aura he emitted had a tinge of sadness to it. Uncle Boo, tell me more about the lunar eclipse, 13 stated. I'm sure that we can't just waltz into the gate of the moonlight like you always say. The missions given to wanderers aren't that easy. There must be a catch. Uncle Boo chuckled but didn't say anything, his gaze remaining fixed on the sun poking its head over the sea. 5 minutes later, Uncle Boo finally started to talk. Once upon a time, a beautiful girl was born in the Arcadia archipelago. Uncle Boo started his story. She wasn't born the way humans give birth to their children. No, when she was born, a heavenly apparition appeared. The moons, Artem and Chandria, overlapped with each other in the heavens as if they were kissing. A moment later, a moonbeam descended from the skies and landed on the Arcadia archipelago. From that moonbeam appeared a girl who would soon be known as Callie. Uncle Boo's expression softened as he mentioned the girl's name, making him look at least 10 years younger. If we go by human years, Callie looked like a young girl who was around 8 to 10 years old. She was strong, smart, and filled with curiosity. All the monsters on the island wanted to eat her because in their eyes, she was special, very special. A chuckle escaped Uncle Boo's lips as if he remembered something very funny. One day, after running away from a rank 4 overlord, Callie hid inside a cave. She had just eaten, so she decided that she would take a nap until the monster pursuing her gave up and went away. But on that particular day, something unexpected happened. Callie dreamt, and from that dream, a beholder who wasn't supposed to start existing in this manner was born, and he became Callie's first best friend and confidant. The two lived happily together and fought many battles side by side. 10 years passed since that day, and yet, Callie aged very slowly. Even after 10 years, she still looked like a 10-year-old. But that wasn't a big deal for them, and the two continued to live their life happily. One day, while the two were taking a stroll on the beach, they came across a heavily injured unicorn lying on the shore. Being the good girl that she was, Callie nurtured it until it regained its health. But after getting a full recovery, did you know what that pervert said to her? Let me guess. 13 pondered. I'll marry you when you are older? Not quite. Uncle Boo snorted. He said, too bad, you're still too young. If you're just a little older, I might have taken you as my bride. Out of anger, the beholder bit that bastard's face, making it scream in pain. Uncle Boo clicked his tongue in annoyance as if he remembered something very disgusting. But since that day, that unicorn has stayed beside Callie as her protector, with the excuse that he is just waiting for her to grow up before he takes her to the main continent as his bride, Uncle Boo stated. The unicorn and the beholder were like oil and water, always butting their heads with each other. But they both worked together when it came to one thing and one thing only. It was none other than Callie's safety. Slowly but surely, their ranks rose until both of them became rank 5 sovereigns. With the two of them protecting her, no monsters dared to set their sights on Callie, knowing that if they did, they would meet their end. These happy moments continued for a few decades when suddenly, another phenomenon happened. On one stormy day, thunder and lightning roared and streaked across the heavens. In order to be safe, the three stayed inside their cave until morning. But when the sun rose, they noticed two pillars of light shining in two different locations. Callie said that they should go and investigate what they were. Wanting to please her, they obliged and took her to the first island. There, they saw a pyramid, but she suddenly fell into a trance, then walked toward the pyramid as if she was possessed by something. They tried to call out to her, but that didn't do anything. So, they did the only thing they could do and followed her. She explored the pyramid as if she knew everything about it. She paused to read the ancient writings while still in a trance. The language she used was not something that they could understand, but through their connection with her, they were able to piece together the message that was written on the purple tablet. On the day of the eclipse, when Chandria's vision is covered by the sun, the people of Artem will descend from the heavens to claim her child, Uncle Boo said softly. After that, she fainted, only to wake up the next day looking weak and very pale. It took her 3 days to recover, but as soon as she felt better, she urged the beholder and the unicorn to visit the second pyramid. The unicorn and the beholder tried to dissuade her, but she still went to the pyramid, leaving the two of them no choice but to follow her. Just like what happened with the first pyramid, she once again fell into a trance and read what was written on the golden tablet. Uncle Boo closed his eyes as if trying to remember that exact day when their happy and peaceful lives started to crumble like a sandcastle hit by a large wave. Chapter 275 Moonlight Cradle, Part 2. If the Moon Maiden wishes to escape her fate, she needs to make an important choice. Either shed her mortal body and possess the body of another living, or merge with an object to hide from her pursuers until they return to the heavens. That was what was written on the tablet in the second pyramid, which Uncle Boo had shared with 13. 13 nodded because this was indeed the exact translation from the golden tablet of the second pyramid. Basically, the two pyramids served as batteries that allowed the special symbols inside of it to calculate when the moon, Chandria, would have a perfect lunar eclipse. But they had one more function, and that was to create a gate that would open somewhere in the Arcadia archipelago, allowing creatures to escape the one-sided massacre that was about to be unleashed on them. This gate was called the Gate of the Moonlight. The unicorn and the beholder were too full of themselves, thinking that even if the people of Artem were to come, they would be able to protect Callie without fail, Uncle Boo said in a bitter tone. But Callie said that the two of them should just escape when the people of Artem appeared. When they told her that she should come with them and escape through the Gate of the Moonlight, Callie only shook her head and said that she was unable to pass through it. Naturally, the beholder and unicorn refused to enter the gate, knowing that if they did, Callie would be left behind to face the people of Artem alone. Since escape was not an option, the three decided to make preparations in order to fight against the people of Artem. Of course, they also planned their escape routes just in case they proved to be too powerful for them to fight. Uncle Boo drank from his water flask before continuing his tale. When the time of the lunar eclipse arrived, over 100 moonbeams descended from Artem and landed on the island. From these moonbeams, human-like creatures with gray wings appeared. Some of them started killing the monsters on the islands, while the rest started to search for something or someone. As if they had some artifact that allowed them to pinpoint Callie's location, they didn't hesitate to fly in their direction. These beings were all rank 4 sovereigns, and there were over 100 of them on the island. While some started to kill monsters, the majority flew toward Callie's direction. Knowing that the time to fight had come, the unicorn and the beholder unleashed their strongest attacks and went for the kill. Callie fought them bravely as well. At first, they thought that they had a high chance of winning since they were able to hold their ground. But they became uncertain again when the beings from Artem used some kind of artifact that made Callie scream in pain. making her collapse on the ground. Just as the beings from Artem were about to capture her, the unicorn teleported to her side and transformed into his demi-human form. He then carried her like a princess and made short-distance teleportations in order to escape their pursuers. While they ran away, the beholder was busy killing and turning their enemies into stone. After some time, the lunar eclipse ended, and the people of Artem were forced to return to the heavens. They were only allowed to stay for an hour at most in this world. After successfully surviving the ordeal, the three celebrated and congratulated each other for a job well done. A bitter smile appeared on Uncle Boo's face as he continued the story. Perhaps, blinded by overconfidence, the three thought that they would also be able to fend off the next invasion during the next eclipse. But that was a mistake. During those 10 years, the Beholder and the Unicorn managed to become rank 6 sovereigns. Both of them thought that since they managed to beat their enemies when they were a rank weaker, they would easily trample them now that they had managed to make a breakthrough. But this confidence disappeared the next time the eclipse happened. Over 100 rank 6 sovereigns appeared, and this time, they came prepared. The Unicorn was the first one they neutralized. They created a field that made teleportation impossible. Once that problem was dealt with, they encircled their 3 targets and crippled them. Just as the people of Artem were about to kill the Beholder and the Unicorn, Callie begged for their lives to be spared. She promised to go with them without any resistance as long as her 2 friends were spared. The people of Artem agreed and took Callie with them to the heavens. After failing to protect the person whom they treasured, the 2 monsters fell into depression. The Unicorn was even planning to leave the island in order to move on with its life. However, something caught its eye while it nursed its injuries in the first pyramid. The mechanism of the pyramid was still working, and even calculated when the next lunar eclipse would happen. It thought that since the purpose of the pyramid had been completed, it should have stopped working. But it didn't. After this discovery, it informed the Beholder what had happened, so the 2 decided to wait until the next lunar eclipse. Both of them desperately hoped that a miracle would happen and that the girl whom they both loved would return to them. However, something unexpected happened a few months before the next lunar eclipse arrived. Can you guess what happened back then, Xylen? 13 didn't even need to think, and said the first thing that came to his mind. Wanderers appeared. 13 replied. You're right. Uncle Boo nodded. Wanderers appeared. And when the day of the lunar eclipse came, one of the girls who had appeared on the island started to glow faintly right after sunset. Then a few hours later, the gate of the moonlight appeared, and once again, the people of Artem returned. The 2 monsters couldn't help but gasp in shock when they saw a familiar figure among the people of Artem. She was none other than Callie, the girl whom the invaders had taken away a decade ago. While the wanderers were all desperately trying to cross the gate of the moonlight, the people of Artem started to hunt them down. Of course, the majority of the wanderers managed to pass through the gate, but many still died in the process. As for the girl who was glowing, she was taken by the people of Artem, and they did something that made the Beholder and the Unicorn start to rampage out of anger. Callie's body transformed into blood and was poured over the girl whom they had just captured. The girl's features changed, and after a minute, she transformed into Callie. This newly transformed girl then looked at the Beholder and the Unicorn and cried bitterly. She said, I miss the 2 of you. Thank you for waiting for me, and goodbye. Uncle Boo wiped the tears that slid down the side of his face before continuing his story. Every decade since then, the lunar eclipse would take place, and every time, the Beholder and the Unicorn did everything in their power to save Callie. But despite the fact that they had become stronger than ever before, they were still unable to save her. But this time is different. The pyramids have said that this will be the final lunar eclipse and the last time that the people of Artem will descend on this world. This means that this is also the last time the Beholder and the Unicorn can try and save the person whom they have been trying to save for the past several decades. Uncle Boo then shifted his gaze at Xylen, with tears streaming down his face. You have defeated Imagine Prince, right? Uncle Boo said as he placed his hands on 13's shoulders. You have done the impossible, right? Chapter 276 Monster Hunters, Part 1. High above the skies of the 4th island, a Beholder was flying southward, headed toward the 2nd island of the Valbera archipelago. Seated on top of its head was a 10-year-old, who had his arms crossed over his chest. 13 had already given Polka a healing potion, and he had also asked Visago to watch over her as she recovered from her injuries. Even with Uncle Boo's speed, it would take them half an hour to reach their destination. Polka had flown as fast as she could, yet she only arrived at the fourth island after 2 hours of flying. She could have arrived faster, but her injuries were quite serious. According to her, she did her best to distract the unicorn to allow Shasha to run away. But Pokos weren't really strong when it came to fighting. Not to mention that she was facing off against a rank 8 sovereign. Giga, Rocky, the ogres, and trolls weren't in the camp when the unicorn came. All of them were clearing the monsters on the second island to gather cores and monster parts for the wanderers to use. Before she left to go to 13, Polka went to find them first. After informing them of what happened to the base, everyone entered Rocky's mobile fortress to pursue the unicorn and attempt to save their master's sister from their grasp. Only then did she start flying toward the fourth island, fueled by sheer willpower and determination to inform 13 about what had transpired at the second island. Don't worry. Although that unicorn is arrogant, he won't hurt the girls, Uncle Boo said through telepathy. I know, 13 replied calmly. And yet, his fingers were tapping on his arm as if he was counting the seconds and minutes that it would take for them to arrive at their destination. Knowing that saying more wouldn't change anything, the beholder quietly continued to fly in the sky. Blackie, who was crouched behind 13, was gritting his teeth as if he was raring to bite the unicorn's body and feast on his flesh and blood. He didn't know if Giga, Rocky, Hercules, and the rest of his comrades were safe. During the past 3 years, the Nightmare Black Hound had formed deep bonds of friendship with the other monsters. The mere thought of them getting seriously injured or, worse, dead because of the unicorn made him incredibly angry. Tiona looked at her master anxiously. Through her connection with 13, she could feel the raw anger that her master was barely able to restrain with his self-control. The Black Snake couldn't help but wonder if her master would also feel as angry as he was now if something were to happen to her. Tiona didn't know, and she didn't want to know. She would be devastated if someone were to take her away from 13 by force. Just this thought alone filled her with dread, let alone what would happen after. Meanwhile, as Uncle Boo sped toward the second island, the teenage girls whom the unicorn had asked to accompany him were nearing the beach facing the first island. Don't worry, the unicorn stated. I will not mistreat any of you. In fact, I will keep all of you safe. Just wait until the lunar eclipse, and all of you will be free to enter the gate of the moonlight as you please. Shasha, Miriam, Phoebe, and the rest of the girls, overall numbering in the 20s, walked behind the unicorn. The monster had threatened that he would kill the boys in the camp if they didn't come with him. Of course, Taiga and Kane didn't just watch the unicorn take away the young lady whom they liked. Both of them attacked the unicorn at the same time, but all it took to make the two of them lose consciousness was a simple shockwave attack. Polka was also hit by this shockwave attack because she had timed her attack at the same time that Taiga and Kane executed theirs. The other wanderers also wanted to help, but after seeing how strong the opponent was, they became paralyzed on the spot. In the end, Shasha at the lead stated that they would follow the unicorn as long as it promised that it would not attack the boys in their camp. The unicorn readily agreed because it really didn't care whether the boys lived or died. All it wanted was to gather all the girls so that it could monitor who among them was the possible candidate to become the Moon Princess vessel. Once it saw the first island in the distance, the unicorn was about to tell the girls that he would use its power to send them to the first island. However, before it could do that, the ground under its feet collapsed, making it sink into the ground. At that exact moment, 2 ogres appeared out of thin air with their adamantine spiked clubs, ready to strike. The unicorn didn't bat an eye and blinked away, reappearing a few meters away from the ogres. Filthy ogres, I will send you to your deaths, the unicorn shouted through telepathy. But, just as it was about to attack the ogres, its eyes widened in shock when it saw the ground under the teenage girls' feet open up, making them fall in a sinkhole. The unicorn didn't hesitate and teleported to the location of the hole in order to save the girls. But when it arrived to look down on the hole, there was no one. All the girls had disappeared as if they all vanished out of thin air, making the unicorn extend its detection abilities underground in an attempt to locate the girls under its protection. It was then when it realized that there was something big moving deep underground, making it neigh in anger. But before it could do anything else, it heard the roars of the 2 ogres who were running in its direction with their spiked clubs raised high. ready to strike. The unicorn sneered at the two monsters who seemed incapable of understanding the difference between their ranks. Since it would take time for it to hunt the monster moving underground, it decided to attack the two ogres first to vent out its frustration. However, it suddenly sensed the presence of other monsters in its surroundings. Turning its head to look behind it, the unicorn saw trolls, a giant beetle, and a skunk-like monster all growling and glaring at him in anger. Clearly, they weren't happy that a monster had dared to kidnap their master's sister when they were away. A few seconds later, the sound of roars and explosion reverberated in the surroundings as 13's monster squad fought against the unicorn with everything they had. Chapter 277 Monster Hunters, Part 2. Originally, the unicorn thought that it was going to be an easy battle. It might lack strength, but it was fast, deadly, and able to wield many magical attacks that could annihilate even rank 5 sovereigns without a problem. It could also do short and long-distance teleport, allowing it to attack and escape without any problems. It should have been an easy battle, but to its surprise and frustration, the monsters fighting against it were very cunning and didn't fear it in the slightest. Usually, lower-ranked monsters would be too intimidated by its mere existence, running away almost immediately. Aside from the beholder living on the 4th island, the unicorn doesn't have any rivals within the Arcadian archipelago. As the first island's apex predator, it hunted monsters, not the other way around. But this time, a group of sovereigns and alpha monsters were teaming up against it. Even after about 15 minutes of fighting, its opponents only suffered minor injuries. This made the unicorn start doubting itself, wondering if it had become dull after not fighting any strong opponents for nearly a decade. Unfortunately, it didn't have time to ponder such things because a spiked mace was only inches away from its face. Using its blink ability, the unicorn reappeared behind the ogre, intending to use its horn to pierce its heart from behind. But as if expecting this move, the second ogre readily unleashed an attack, directly hitting the side of the unicorn's face and sending it skidding a few meters away. A small wound appeared on the unicorn's face, making it neigh loudly. Dark clouds gathered as if to answer the unicorn's call before a lightning bolt descended from the sky and hit its horn. Die! The unicorn unleashed an area of attack lightning spell, which was enough to turn rank 4 monsters instantly into charcoal. But to its surprise, the ogres and the trolls that it targeted were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the ground under its feet gave way, making the unicorn fall into a sinkhole. For strong hands grabbed its legs, holding it in place. FKEobnovel.cm However, the unicorn teleported away, freeing itself from its captors. Can they also teleport? The unicorn thought. I've never seen ogres and trolls teleport before. While it was thinking about these absurd thoughts, several hooks were thrown in its direction in an attempt to capture it. The unicorn easily dodged and blinked away from these attacks. But as if predicting where he would land next, A1 and O2 both threw their spiked clubs with all the strength they could muster, sending them flying like cannonballs. As soon as the unicorn reappeared in the battlefield, the 2 spiked clubs collided with its body, making it stagger. How? The unicorn couldn't believe that someone had managed to predict where it would appear, for this had never happened in the past. It then heard the whistling of wind, forcing it to summon a barrier around its body. Several arrows bounced harmlessly from the barrier it created, but the trolls never stopped their barrage and continued to fire in their direction. While the unicorn was fending off these attacks from a distance, the ground under its feet gave way for the umpteenth time, forcing it to teleport 3 consecutive times. It had learned that a single teleportation was not enough because its enemies seemed to always know where it was going to appear next. Although the injuries it received were healing due to its body's holy property, the unicorn was still very annoyed, unwilling to accept the fact that a bunch of rank 5 monsters were giving it a hard time. Little did the unicorn know that although it was indeed a strong monster, the ogres and trolls had faced someone stronger than it. After facing off against the Magian Prince, 13 subordinates were resolved to not die the same way they did in the past. All of them trained very hard as they accompanied their master on his 3-year journey across the main continent of Solterra. During one of their travels, they encountered a rank 7 unicorn and battled against it. This was why they were well aware of the unicorn's abilities. They had already experienced fighting one before. 13 had created a strategy that would allow his subordinates to fight monsters stronger than them. With this strategy, all the monsters under his command had become bona fide monster hunters. Hunters who hunted opponents that were stronger than them. The strategy was really simple. Rocky would remain underground and bring anyone whose lives were in danger inside its mobile fortress. He would then eject them in the enemy's blind spot, allowing them to land a blow. The troll shamans would predict where the unicorn would appear and tell their comrades to attack in that direction. Thanks to the teamwork that they had polished for the past 3 years, all of them moved like a single unit, able to dish out a constant supply of damage to their enemies while only suffering minor injuries. In simpler terms, they were playing dirty. 13 had drilled into their heads that they couldn't afford to fight fair and square against opponents who were stronger than them. Almost all the monsters that faced 13's subordinates died unresigned and frustrated. It might be a stretch to fight against a rank 9 sovereign, but it was still possible to deal with a rank 8 monster. They might not win the battle, but they would certainly not lose. Even if their opponent were able to heal and regenerate its injuries, Giga and the others fought and treated the unicorn as a training dummy that aided their practice to help them grow a little stronger. An hour later, the unicorn panted for breath while covered with GigaChad spray. It felt ashamed and embarrassed of its current state, but its opponents refused to die. Rocky made sure that everyone was safe and stayed hidden underground, away from the unicorn's attack range. Truth be told, if the unicorn didn't know how to teleport, it would have suffered serious injuries by now. Giga watched with regret as the unicorn purified its body with its holy properties, removing his acidic stink spray that would have melted any rank 3 monsters that got hit by it directly. 13's monsters were all exhausted, but their eyes were still brimming with determination. None of them wanted to experience the same helplessness they felt when they were up against Arundel in the past. So, now that they were facing off against a strong opponent, all of them gritted their teeth and used the fighting style 13 had ingrained into their heads and bodies. Chapter 278 Monster Hunters, Part 3. Chapter 278 Monster Hunters, Part 3. The battle was fierce, with both sides wanting to tear each other to shreds. Giga was even sporting a deep gash on its waist area, which he received when the unicorn teleported in front of him to stab his heart with its horn. Knowing that it was a matter of life and death, the Chad skunk activated its ability, Titan Heart, to increase its size. Instead of getting stabbed on the chest, the unicorn's horn only pierced its waist. The unicorn earned itself a smack on the face because Giga decided to exchange a blow for a blow. Just as everyone was staring down at each other, Uncle Boo arrived at the scene, making the unicorn pause. "Good," the unicorn shouted. "You're here, Boo. Come and help me deal with these bastards." The beholder, who didn't expect that the unicorn would ask for its help, glanced at the surroundings and saw the monsters who were injured all over. After seeing his subordinates, 13 felt proud. Despite looking as if they would keel over any time, all of them were still alive. Blackie jumped off the beholder's head and ran toward Giga. He then barked twice at the skunk before growling at the unicorn in the distance. Blackie had said, "Good job holding him back. I'll take it from here." Giga scratched his head before slapping the nightmare hound's bum, making it yelp in pain. Seeing the antics of his 2 subordinates, 13 shook his head before shifting his gaze at the unicorn in the distance. Rocky had already informed him that his sister was safe, so the 10-year-old felt as if the weight pressing on his shoulders had disappeared completely. "Uncle Boo, tell him to back off," 13 said as he slid off the beholder's head. "Okay," Uncle Boo replied before flying toward the unicorn in order to talk some sense into it. But just as the beholder was about to approach the unicorn, it disappeared and reappeared behind 13, intending to impale the boy with its horn. The unicorn didn't know who the boy was, but seeing that all the monsters seemed to look relieved after seeing him, it understood that he may be the master of these annoying monsters. Since it couldn't kill any of them, the unicorn decided to kill the boy, whom it believed would not be able to do anything against it. "So it has come to this, huh?" 13 muttered as he raised his hand. In his hand was a purple sphere. When the unicorn appeared in front of the boy, the sphere opened, and something unexpected happened. The unicorn disappeared, and the purple sphere in 13's hand started to shake. A few seconds later, a clicking sound was heard. The unicorn, who had tried to kidnap his sister, was now sealed inside the sphere. Uncle Boo, who witnessed everything that happened from start to finish, couldn't help but shudder as he stared at the purple sphere in the boy's hand. Xylen, what did you do? Uncle Boo asked despite already knowing what had happened. Uncle Boo, I'm going somewhere for an hour or two, 13 replied. Please meet me at the base that we passed by earlier. I just need to have a good talk with this fella. 13 shook the purple sphere in his hand as if to make a statement. Giga, Rocky, Hercules, O1, O2, T1 up to T10. Good job. 13 praised his subordinates. All of you did well. I'll see you in a bit. Until then, rest well. After bidding his goodbye, 13 disappeared from where he stood. He went back to the Order of the Apocalypse to ask Metatron for help. The purple sphere was only capable of holding the rank 8 sovereign for a day. After that, the item would break, and the unicorn would become free again. In order to prevent that from happening, the 10-year-old planned to trap it in a place where it couldn't escape no matter what it did. So, what better place to take it than to the Order of the Apocalypse, where it would not be able to act as arrogantly as before. Inside the Order of the Apocalypse, as soon as 13 made an appearance, a certain death bat chuckled and blocked his path. I've been waiting for you, 13, Kamasats said. I have a proposal for you. Hi Kamasats, 13 replied. Bye Kamasats. After saying those words, the boy activated his token inside his body to enter the treasury and disappeared, making the death bat scratch his head. The little guy didn't even bother listening to what he was going to say. Maybe he's busy, Kamasats thought before shrugging. I'll just wait for him to come back after his trip to the treasury. Just as soon as 13 appeared inside the treasury, Metatron waved at him with a smile on his face. You're back, 13, Metatron greeted. That was faster than I imagined. Did you manage to use the item I gave you? Metatron waved at him with a smile on his face. You're back, 13, Metatron greeted. That was faster than, yes, 13 replied before handing Metatron the purple sphere, which could only be used once. I wished I hadn't, but in order to complete the mission, I needed to do it. Metatron, please make this fella behave. The guardian of the treasury accepted the purple sphere and forced it open. A moment later, the white unicorn materialized out of thin air. It felt disoriented as it looked at its surroundings. However, after seeing that he was no longer in a familiar place, its gaze landed on the 10-year-old that it planned to kill just a few moments ago. Die! The unicorn then transformed into its demi-human form and charged at 13 with his fist ready to strike. Oops, I can't let you do that to my VIP guest, Metatron said in a teasing tone before easily catching the unicorn's punch with his palm. Violence is not allowed in this place. A cracking sound reached 13's ears, followed by a scream, as Metatron crushed the unicorn's fist, making it cry out in pain. I thought violence is not allowed in this place. 13 asked with a raised eyebrow. You're right, Metatron replied. But I'm above the law, so I alone can use violence. Besides, the only way to make these arrogant unicorns behave is to make them suffer pain beyond what they can handle. After saying those words, Metatron casually kicked the unicorn's chest, sending him flying toward the treasury. There is a legendary ranked Iron Maiden in the treasury that I haven't used for over 1,000 years, Metatron said with a devilish smile on his face. I just hope he doesn't break easily. 13 watched as the guardian of the apocalypse chuckled while dragging the struggling unicorn inside the treasury. After pondering for a few seconds, the 10-year-old shrugged before following them from behind. Since the unicorn had tried to kidnap Sha and had injured his subordinates, the least that he could do was to assist Metatron in torturing the arrogant monster. That was the only way 13 could vent out his anger, which he had been bottling up during his trip back to the second island. Soon, the sound of screams and begging reverberated within the treasury. But through it all, two madmen chuckled as they showed each other their own ways of torturing people, allowing both of them to expand their repertoire for the next pitiful victim who would fall in their hands. Chapter 279, The Trinity of the Apocalypse, Part 1. Chapter 279, The Trinity of the Apocalypse, Part 1. The unicorn, who went by the name Albion, lost consciousness after being tortured for an hour. The torture devices inside the treasury of the apocalypse were quite impressive, surprising even 13 due to their diversity. Well then, I'll leave him in your care for now, 13 said. Sure, Metatron replied with a smile. I've read his memories, and, I've got to say, Whatever you're working on is quite interesting, 13. Interesting. 13 shook his head helplessly, which made Metatron smirk. The 10-year-old then left the treasury, while deep in his thoughts. He had also seen Albion's memories, while he was being tortured, so he now had a gist of the power levels of the monsters that they were going to face. Each time the people of Artem descended on the Arcadian archipelago, there would always be monsters who were of the same rank as the unicorn and the beholder, preventing the two of them from getting in the way of the ceremony. So, it was highly possible that they would be facing more than 2 rank 8 sovereigns before the last ceremony that would be performed on the island. The boy was so deep in thought that he didn't notice that Kamisats was right in front of him, making him bump his head on the death bat. You should really look where you are walking, 13. Kamisats chuckled as he looked at the boy who was rubbing his head with a pained expression on his face. Do you have a problem? Why don't you tell your best friend, Kamisats, your worries? We're best friends, after all. Since when did we become best friends? 13 blinked in confusion. Just now, Kamisats replied with a devilish smile on his face. Before I forget, I have a proposal for you. This is a proposal that will be too hard for you to ignore, so I want you to listen carefully, okay? The death bat glanced around the room, making sure that none of the other members of the order was paying attention to them. You know, the two of us are fairly new here, so how about the two of us form an alliance? Kamisats asked. An alliance? 13 smirked. What's this? You've finally given up on trying to find my location, so that your friend can visit me? After careful consideration, I thought that I shouldn't bully my junior, Kamisats stated. Since I have turned over a new leaf, I decided to start from scratch and have a partnership with you. So what's the real reason you want to form an alliance with me? It's because of the treasury of the apocalypse. Kamisats knew that 13 wasn't someone who liked to beat around the bush, so he decided to come clean. But, before he could do that, someone else crouched down beside them, making the two look at the Magian Princess Camersipa. I want to join this alliance, Camersipa said. But, let's not talk here. Without even waiting for 13's and Kamisats' replies, the Magian Princess dragged them to one of the private rooms within the order, which would prevent the others from listening to their discussion. Camersipa knew that Kamisats wasn't really trying to hide from the other Magian princes and princesses that he was going to form an alliance with their newest member. Clearly, the death bat was planning something else, but Camersipa wasn't worried in the slightest. After making sure that the room was properly locked, Camersipa then asked Kamisats the details about his proposed alliance. I only want to ally with 13. Kamisats crossed his arms over his chest. I don't want you joining us. Is that so? Camersipa smiled. Then, 13, who among the two of us you want to be allies with? I'd gladly be your ally. Camersipa, 13 replied in a heartbeat. If he could get the services of a seer of her rank, he would be able to locate several things that he wished to find in Solterra. After hearing the 10-year-old's reply, the death bat cleared his throat and chuckled. Ha. Okay, welcome to the alliance, Camersipa, Kamisats stated, which made 13 and the Magian princess look at him in disdain. Clearly, he didn't want to be left out, especially since he was the one who proposed the alliance in the first place. So, what are the details of this alliance you are talking about? 13 asked. I'm a very busy person. There are still a few things that I need to do in Solterra. Hayes, you're such a busybody. Kamisats pursed his lips. Fine. I already told you earlier that the reason why I wish to ally with you is because of the treasury of the apocalypse. After careful consideration, I realized that your potential for unlocking all of the layers is higher compared to the other members of the order. As you may already know, my original goal was to find your location and send one of my acquaintances to kill you and take your place. But, after a bit of pondering, I deemed that this would not benefit me in the long run. Even if I managed to make one of my friends the new member of the order, it would take decades before we unlocked the second layer and above. As much as I hate to admit it, within the 3 years that you've joined, you already managed to unlock the second level of the treasury of the apocalypse. While I'm not sure how fast the others did it, I believe that you are the record holder for doing it. Also, I can help you gather as many rank 5 and above sovereigns as you need, allowing you to speed up the process of unlocking the other layers of the treasury of the apocalypse. All I ask is that every other year, you allow me to choose one item from your treasury, while I'll let you choose one item from my treasury in return. 13 crossed his arms over his chest, because he found this proposal acceptable. Camarasipa, who was listening on the side, smiled because what Kamasat said made sense in her point of view. After the deathbat finished saying the real reason why he wanted to form an alliance with the 10-year-old, she also decided to come clean and tell 13 why she wanted to form an alliance with him. Chapter 280 The Trinity of the Apocalypse, Part 2. Chapter 280 The Trinity of the Apocalypse, Part 2. When the members of the Order were trying to bribe her so that she would help them find 13's location, the Magian Princess only said that it was impossible for her to use her power of divination on the members of the Order. But this was only half true. One of the main reasons why she said that it was impossible was due to the fact that almost all of them had similar strength and powers. Among the Magian princes and Magian princesses, Camarasipa was in the middle stages. Kamasats had just become a Magian prince, so he was just an initial stage, Magian prince. Older monsters like Beelzebub were at the peak of the Magian prince, making him one of the strongest beings in the world, just under the 7 celestials and 7 fiends. Because of their ranks, it was very hard for Camarasipa to use her powers of divination on them. But it wasn't impossible. If she really went all out, she could use her powers of divination to unlock a few of their darkest secrets. However, she didn't do that. For her, there was no merit in antagonizing the other members of the Order, so she stayed her hand. However, 13 was an exception. Not only was he an ordinary human, he didn't even have a rank. Simply put, if Camarasipa was to use her divination on the boy, she would be able to unlock his secrets. So, she did just that. She used her powers of divination on the newest member of the Order. But, to her surprise, her divination result was blank. At first, Camarasipa thought that she made a mistake, so she tried again. Still, the result didn't change, which forced her to try again and again. After trying over a dozen times, she felt something she never felt in a long time. The Magian Princess, who was known as the Magian Princess of Prophecy, became serious. It had been hundreds of years since she had last gone all out. Even though she didn't know why she was unable to use her power over 13, she decided to use a vast amount of resources and cast her strongest divination spell to find out his secrets. A spell that never failed her in the past. And she did succeed. That was when she saw it. Within the abyss, a pair of giant green eyes stared down on her, as if she was just an insignificant insect that it could crush any time. Camarasipa wouldn't forget those eyes. Those were the eyes that looked on deities and gods in disdain, making her heart beat wildly inside her chest. For the first time in forever, she felt excited. It was as if she was looking at a pair of doors that, once unlocked, would bring forth countless horrors upon the world. Among the orders of the apocalypse, Camarasipa was one who truly wished to see the end of the world. For her, the world had become a boring place, so she wished to end it, even if the ending would result in her demise. The Magian princes and princesses might be strong, but at the end of the day, they were nothing in the face of the 7 celestials and 7 fiends. Even Arundel begged and pleaded for his life to be spared after Mammon descended on the Valbera archipelago. Camarasipa hated the fact that she needed to bow her head to those who were stronger than her. So, she did everything in her power within the Order, unlocking one layer after layer in the treasury, desperately hoping to reach the 13th and final layer, where Pandora's box was sealed. But she knew with every fiber of her being that it would probably take her an entire lifetime for that to happen. Right now, she had unlocked up to the 6th layer of the treasury. She was nearly halfway there, but this also made her understand how difficult it was to cross the remaining half, making her feel despair. So, in the end, she only put minimal effort in her endeavor because she knew that it was impossible for her to open Pandora's box. But there was someone who could do that. The one who owned those shining green eyes in the darkness that burned like green suns and looked on all of creation in disdain. Because of that, Camarasipa made a decision. In order to witness the end of the world, she decided to assist the weakest member of their order because, just like Kamasats had stated, only 13 had the ability to unlock all the layers faster than any of them combined. The reason why I want to join this alliance is because I believe that you will let me see things I've never seen before, Camarasipa stated. I believe that you will let me feel things I've never felt before. 13 and Kamasats looked at Camarasipa weirdly because they could tell that she was being serious. And yet, Neither of them could understand what she was trying to say. Okay, let's say that I agree to join this alliance, 13 said. What's in it for me? Will you both give me rank 9 sovereigns to become my subordinates? The corner of Kamisat's lips twitched as he fought the strong urge to smack 13's head. 13, rank 9 sovereigns don't grow on trees, Kamisat's replied. In fact, I only have one rank 9 sovereign as my subordinate. Only one. 13 looked at the death bat with pity. Arundel had 2 of them, and you only have one. He might have had 2, but I have 4 rank 8 sovereigns, while he had none. Kamisat's replied. In terms of a fighting force, mine is superior. Camerasipa chuckled, but she also told 13 that giving him a rank 9 sovereign was impossible. They were their strongest subordinates, so it was impossible for them to give the 10-year-old such a powerful lackey. 13 had already expected this, so he didn't take it to heart. He was simply wondering if he could get away with such a thing, so he decided to give it a shot. After all, asking didn't cost him anything. I'll come back in a few days, 13 stated. We'll finalize the details of our alliance then. For the time being, the 2 of you discuss on what kind of rules that all of us must follow. If what you present is acceptable, I will agree to join this alliance. Good. Kamisat's nodded happily. With the 3 of us working together, we will become unstoppable. 13 smiled faintly because he was still half in doubt. Of course, he could tell that Kamisat's and Camerasipa were sincere. But there were many people who looked sincere, but deep down were black-hearted people. However, just like he was willing to trust Uncle Boo, he was also willing to trust Kamisat's and Camerasipa. In the end, even if all of them were just using each other, as long as there were benefits to be gained, he wouldn't mind shaking their hands. After promising to return after 3 days, 13 disappeared from the room and returned to Solterra. There, he saw Uncle Boo sitting cross-legged in the place where 13 vanished more than an hour ago. You're back, Uncle Boo said as soon as he saw the 10-year-old appear. Where is Albion? Don't worry, he's still alive, 13 replied. I just need him to stay put for a few days because he is a variable that is outside of our control. Once he calms down, he and I will have a proper talk with each other. Uncle Boo nodded. Although he might be arrogant and forceful in his approach, his strength is the real deal. We will need his assistance if we are to save Callie. I know, 13 said as he climbed up on Black's back, who had also stayed behind to wait for him. For now, let's return to the base. I need to discuss a few things with my sister before I head to the first island. Uncle Boo, I will ask you later to bring the wanderers on the 4th island to the 2nd island. I need all of them to be aware of the real situation that we will be facing in the future. In your eyes, they might be weak, and I agree that they are. But they were sent here for a reason. The one does not do things half-heartedly. Since they have been sent here, it means that they have the ability to complete the mission that was given to them. Uncle Boo nodded because he didn't dare to not take 13's words seriously. After seeing what had happened to the unicorn, the stories about Xylen defeating Arundel once again appeared inside his head. The beholder was now starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, this final chance given to them to save Callie might not be as dark and difficult as he originally thought it would be. Chapter 281 Wanderer Mass Migration. Chapter 281 Wanderer Mass Migration. Taiga and Kane were in a sorry state after the 2 of them had tried to stand up to the unicorn when he demanded that all the teenage girls should follow him to the first island. The unicorn, Albion, seriously injured them on purpose, wanting to set an example to deter the other wanderers from fighting against him. Truth be told, none of the wanderers dared to fight against a rank 8 sovereign to begin with. Only Taiga and Kane were foolish enough to do such a thing because they didn't want the monster to take Shasha under their noses without a fight. Fortunately, Albion had no intention of killing them, so once the 2 of them were neutralized, he stopped attacking. Polka was injured because she had also attacked the unicorn at the same time the 2 teenagers attacked him. Albion only snorted and unleashed a powerful shock wave, blowing them away and leaving them with internal injuries. The 2 of you are stupid, 13 commented as he looked at the 2 individuals who were lying on their bedrolls inside the cave. Imagine facing off against a rank 8 sovereign? Couldn't be me. Taiga wanted to argue that the 10-year-old had faced a Magian prince when he was just 7 years old. But since he was in pain, he decided that arguing wasn't worth it. Okay, drink up, 13 said as he uncorked a vial of healing potion from his storage ring and made the 2 teenagers drink it. Although he was saying bad things about the two, he couldn't help but give the two of them some brownie points for trying to protect his sister, despite the unicorn being several times stronger than them. But just as he was about to pour the potion into their mouths, the two closed them tightly, making 13 frown. "What are the two of you doing?" 13 asked. "I still have to go to the first island. If you don't drink up now, I'll ask Tiona to bite you so you can't run." "See, can't we have some kind of reward or something?" Taiga asked. That's right," Kane stated. "For example, we would recover faster if it was Shasha who made us drink this potion. Of course, I am happy that you are doing this for me, brother. But at times like this, a reward should be in order, no?" 13 looked at the two bastards in disdain. He was very tempted to pour the healing potion on their faces to make them understand their current circumstances. However, a soft and gentle voice spoke beside him, stopping him from executing his plan. "Let me do it, brother," Shasha said. "Are you sure?" 13 asked. "Yes," Shasha replied. "They tried to protect us earlier, so this is the least I can do for them. They didn't protect all of you. They just protected you. Even if that's true, they still got hurt because of me. So let me do this, Xylen." Seeing that she was serious, the younger boy sighed and handed the healing potions to his sister. "I'll be outside." 13 stood up. "Come out once you're done." Shasha nodded. Taiga and Kane were overcome with happiness to the point of being teary-eyed. 13 looked down on the two fools in disdain, but he no longer said anything and walked out of the cave. A few minutes later, Shasha appeared behind him. "It's done, brother," Shasha reported before hugging 13 from behind. "Good job," 13 replied. "Those two are such a handful, but I'm glad that they didn't die." Shasha nodded. "Shasha, I'll be leaving for the first island," 13 stated. "It might take me a few days to bring everyone here, so tell Uncle Boo that I'll be back as soon as I can be." "Understood," Shasha replied. "Be safe, brother." 13 nodded. After giving his subordinates some healing potions and slathering their injuries with a healing balm, 13 left with Blackie to go to the first island. Since Polka was still recovering from her injuries, the boy asked Visago to stay on the second island and scout its surroundings for any other possible dangers. Giga, Rocky, Hercules, the ogres, and the trolls also stayed put because they didn't want the same thing to happen again. The unicorn appeared after they all left to hunt along the outer edges of the second island. This was also like why Rocky took some time to track Albion down and start their rescue operation. Fortunately, they managed to find them before the girls were taken to the first island. They only managed to stand their ground against a rank 8 sovereign due to two reasons. The first one was the strategy that 13 had devised, which ensured that none of his subordinates would die. For this strategy to take effect, Rocky would remain underground and forcefully teleport his comrades inside his mobile fortress to prevent them from dying. The Magma Balboa had already upgraded his mobile fortress, allowing him to instantly take those whom he deemed as his allies in or out of the space. After hunting many strong monsters with 13, they had refined this strategy to the extreme, making it seem like Giga, Blackie, Hercules, the ogres, and the trolls could teleport in and out of the battlefield. This was also what gave Albion a hard time. Unlike his usual battle, he was no longer the only one disappearing in place. His targets were doing the same, making it so he was unable to land a direct hit on their bodies. The second reason was that they had hunted a unicorn in the past, so they were already aware of what their enemy was capable of doing. After undergoing many life and death battles, their fighting abilities had grown greater than normal monsters. They were the team that 13 planned to nurture so that he could bring down stronger opponents and farm apocalypse points en masse to unlock the next layers of the treasury of the apocalypse. When he arrived at the first island, 13 went to meet with Rayon as fast as he could and told him that the unicorn wouldn't be returning for a while. Although Rayon was half in doubt, he believed that Xylen wouldn't lie about something important. Because of this, he and a few wanderers followed the 10-year-old, who led them to the first pyramid to share the news to his sister, Rio. As they were making their way to their destination, 13 told them that he planned to bring them all to the second island, where all the wanderers in the Arcadia archipelago were gathering. He didn't want to explain the story more than once, so he planned to tell everyone what he knew when all of the wanderers were gathered in one place. Rio and the other teenage girls were surprised when 13 said that the unicorn was no longer a threat to any of them. Of course, They didn't believe him at first, but after some convincing, the younger boy managed to get them to agree to come to the second island with him. His ship was already docked near the beach. This time, only 3 troll shamans were manning it because the rest remained behind to protect Shasha and the others. The ship was big enough to house everyone, and their journey back was smooth sailing. 5 days later, all the wanderers from the first and fourth islands had gathered, and that was also when 13 gave his speech and told everyone the death-defying acts that they would need to perform in order for them to go back home to Pangaea. Chapter 282. In my eyes, no one is more important to me than cannon fodders. Chapter 282. In my eyes, no one is more important to me than cannon fodders. 13 stood in front of the hundreds of wanderers who had been gathered to the second island for a mission briefing. First, let me tell you the true story about your missions to enter the gate of the moonlight, 13 stated. 6 weeks from now, the moon of Chandria will undergo a full lunar eclipse. At that time, the 2 pyramids will activate and open the gate of the moonlight. Its location is completely random, but it will appear somewhere here on the second island. But this mission will not allow you to waltz your way inside the gate. No, reaching it is a matter of life and death because you will be playing a game of tag with rank 6 sovereigns and above, who plan to kill all of you because they need many sacrifices in order to perform an unholy ritual. Isn't it exciting? 13 smiled at everyone, who was looking back at him with pale expressions on their faces. But Uncle Boo said that we just need to wait for the gate of the moonlight to open, and we can get back home. A wanderer who came from the fourth island stated. He never said that we would be hunted down by rank 6 sovereigns. Well, Uncle Boo didn't tell you everything, 13 replied. Perhaps he didn't want any of you to feel depressed because of how hopeless the situation is. Maybe you will get lucky and be able to enter the gate of the moonlight. However, that is still a big maybe. Also, like I said earlier, you might not only be running away from rank 6 sovereigns. Rank 7, rank 8, and possibly rank 9 sovereigns might appear as well. I really pity all of you. Of all the wanderers to be sent on the Arcadia archipelago, it had to be you. The corner of 13's lips rose because, even though what he was saying was grim, Shasha remained calm, as if the information he was sharing didn't bother her in the slightest. To his surprise, Cain, Miriam, Phoebe, Rayon, Rio, and Lambert looked calmer than the other wanderers, who seemed to be at a loss about what to do. He wasn't aware that the reason why all these teenagers were calm was due to his presence. They had heard stories about Xylen, and he had become not only a celebrity, but a pillar of support for all the other wanderers, who were about to take their first step into Solterra. All of them believed that if there was someone who could help them survive this upcoming tragedy, it would be none other than the 10-year-old in front of them. The strategy that we will use is really simple, 13 stated. Once the gate of the moonlight is spotted, all of you will run towards it with everything you have. None of you need to fight. All that you need to do is enter the gate and pray that you don't get cut down before you can run through it. So, starting tomorrow, all of you will practice long-distance running. You have 6 weeks to build your stamina. How much you train will have an impact on your survival. Fighting against rank 6 sovereigns or your current rank is just suicide. So, run, don't fight. That will be your motto for this mission. 13 then paused before scanning the faces of the people in front of him. I will be honest, 13 stated. The possibility that all of you will be massacred before you reach your destination is very high. The beings from Artem will definitely place a few of their people to guard the gate of the moonlight and cut down anyone who approaches it. But do not worry. Uncle Boo here will help you reach your destination to the best of his abilities. 13 pointed at the beholder, who had taken his human form and was sitting on top of a boulder. He is a rank 8 sovereign, so he would be able to protect some of you to a certain extent. But even though Uncle Boo is strong, he is alone. The unicorn might return later to help us, but even with him, that would only make 2 rank 8 sovereigns against hundreds of beings from Artem. Out of those hundreds, there might also be rank 8 sovereigns. In a nutshell, this mission is nearly impossible to clear. However, although the one is unfair, it is also fair at the same time. You were sent here because you believe that you have what it takes to complete the mission, so believe in yourself and train hard for your own survival. 13 then glanced at Taiga, who was standing behind Shasha, and looking back at him with a determined look on his face. As you may already know, Great rewards are given to those who greatly contribute to the success of this mission, 13 said after some time. This means that those who will choose to stay and fight will be able to reap great rewards if they manage to survive. That's easier said than done, a wanderer, who came from the first island, shouted. Do you expect us to stay behind to fight, while you and your sister run away? Are you only saying those words because you plan to use us as cannon fodders to make your escape? The smile on 13's face lingered, and yet, his eyes became cold as he gazed at the wanderer who suddenly made an outburst. As the system of cannon fodders, hearing people being used as cannon fodders was a taboo topic for him. Let me make one thing clear, 13 stated. I will be one of those who will stay behind to fight, allowing all of you to have a chance to cross the gate of the moonlight. As one of the heirs of the main branch of the Leventis family, I promise by my name that I will not enter the gate of the moonlight until the last wanderer walks through it. Why should we believe you? Another wanderer shouted. Maybe you're just saying that now, but we'll change your mind later on. Shasha and Taiga looked at the wanderer with a glare. But, since the wanderer was looking at 13, he wasn't aware that there were two individuals who wanted to punch him to oblivion. Then, let me ask you, who am I? 13 asked. Do you know who I am? Rewabove.com, Xylen Leventis. The wanderer replied. Exactly, 13 replied. The one and only Xylen Leventis. Have you not heard of me? The wanderer quieted down because it was impossible for the current generation of wanderers to not have heard of the boy who had faced off against a Magian prince and won. I have seen horrors you haven't seen before, 13 declared firmly. I have lost many individuals who were important to me. Regardless of what you think or do, I was sent here for a reason. I've been in Solterra for more than 3 years. I was sent here when I was just 7 years old. This is the last hurdle that prevents me from going home to see my family. So, there is no way that I will fall here. I will fight tooth and nail if I have to, in order to go back to Pangaea. In my eyes, no one is more important to me than cannon fodders. If you are a cannon fodder like you said you are, then you are one of my people. And as one of my people, I will ensure that you make it back to Pangaea, whether you believe me or not. But, ultimately, the one who has control of your life is you. Whether you live or die will be up to your abilities. I will create a strategy which will give all of you a higher chance to succeed. Make no mistake, many of you will die here. However, many of you will survive as well. As long as you follow the strategy that I devised, your chances of returning to Pangaea to tell the tale about your death-defying adventure is not 0. 13 then looked up at the sky as if trying to see the devised. Your chances of returning to Pangaea to tell the tale about your death-defying adventure is not 0. Reaction of the Laplace demon and the one whom he believed was observing them from the celestial realm. Wanderers, remember this. You have 6 weeks before the lunar eclipse, 13 said. Whether you use that time to despair or to work with me is entirely up to you. I will not force anyone. If you have your own plan for how to survive, that's fine with me. So, those who don't want to participate in my plan, kindly step to the right side. 13 waited and waited until 5 minutes passed, but no one decided to break free from the formation. Even the wanderers who were doubting him earlier stayed where they were. Very well, from this moment onwards, I want all of you to listen, 13 stated. Aside from training on how to run, I will discuss with you all the strategy that I had in mind. As everyone listened to the strategy that 13 had devised, none of them could stop themselves from widening their eyes in shock. Even Uncle Boo, who was listening from the side, looked at the 10-year-old in surprise. Why didn't I think of that before? Uncle Boo thought. If this strategy works, then these kids might indeed have a chance to survive. Maybe it can even help us save Callie. The more Uncle Boo listened to 13, the better his impression of the boy became. It was not only the beholder who thought this way. Even the wanderers who were skeptical at first were starting to feel hopeful because what the 10-year-old was saying was very ambitious, but entirely possible. This is just the first step of the strategy one have in mind, 13 stated after he finished his explanation. There is more that I will share with you in the next few days. But, until then, I want all of you to take your training seriously. Do I make myself clear? Yes. 13 nodded. All of you should rest for now. Tomorrow, we will commence the start of your training regimen. The wanderers dispersed as they were told, while some remained behind in order to form hunting teams, which would be responsible for gathering food for all the wanderers on the second island. Seeing that they had regained their vigor, 13 breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he managed to control his temper earlier and didn't lash out on the person who told them that he was just going to use them as cannon fodders. Shasha, Taiga, Kane, Herman, Rayon, Rio, Miriam, and Phoebe walked towards where the 10-year-old was standing. All of them wanted to discuss a few things with the younger boy, who had shown them a path to their survival. Chapter 283 Communication is important. Chapter 283 Communication is important. The next day after 13 made his announcement. "Run, you maggots!" 13 shouted while riding on Black's back. "My grandma runs faster than you guys." Shasha, who was running beside 13, looked at her brother with a smile. Their grandma, Lady Callista, was hale and healthy, and she had also regained her youthful beauty. It was only natural for her to run faster than them. After all, she was one of the strongest champions in the world. "Run like your life is on the line," 13 shouted, forcing the Wanderers to increase the pace of their running. Currently, only the intensively trained individuals like Kane, Herman, Miriam, Phoebe, Rayon, Ryan, and Lambert, the one whom Uncle Boo turned into stone, were at the head of the pack, leading the others. Shasha was in the rear, simply running alongside Blackie. At first, the leaders, as well as Shasha, were able to run without problems. But when 13 brought them to the sandy area of the beach, everyone was forced to put more effort into running, because running on soft sand was harder than running on normal terrain. The Wanderers struggled, especially the ones who hadn't received any training. Some of them even collapsed on the sand and were left behind by the others. "Go ahead, Shasha," 13 said. "I need to help the stragglers." Shasha nodded before increasing her pace to catch up with the group at the lead. Blackie walked toward the fallen Wanderers, who were heavily panting for breath, and stood in place. "I know it's difficult, but you will thank me later," 13 stated. "If running is all you need to do to clear your first trial, then you should run as if your life depends on it. Since you're unable to run right now, then walk. If you're unable to walk, then crawl. When the gate of the moonlight appears, you can either run through it or forever stay here in the Arcadia archipelago as bones. So, stand up and start walking." Gritting their teeth, the Wanderers pushed themselves up one by one and started to walk in the direction where the others had headed. All of them had determined looks on their faces, showing that they don't plan to die in a place like this. 13 watched them with a calm expression on his face. If possible, he hoped that all the Wanderers would be able to return home. But this mission was truly difficult for ordinary teenagers who still hadn't attained the rookie rank. Several hours later, the Wanderers returned to the camp, all panting for breath. Some of them were sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. They no longer cared if the dirt got stuck on their bodies. Everyone had managed to arrive safely at the base, which was a good thing. Those who were truly unable to continue were picked up by Giga, Hercules, and the trolls, who brought them back to their camp. Suddenly, 13 and the other Wanderers sensed several strong presences that were headed in their direction. A 4-meter-tall ape, a winged tiger, and a 2-meter-tall gray forest wolf walked toward their camp with defeated looks on their faces. All of them were rank 5 sovereigns and were the rulers of their own domains in the second island. Behind them, Uncle Boo walked with a smug smile on his face. "What do you think?" Uncle Boo asked. "Not bad," 13 replied. "How did you convince them?" "We just had a proper talk." "That's good. Communication is important." The 3 monsters wanted to spit on the ground. The so-called proper talk that Uncle Boo mentioned involved threatening them to come with him or he would eat them all. With a rank 8 sovereign threatening to kill them, how could they possibly not comply? "Listen, from now on, all 3 of you will follow the orders of this boy," Uncle Boo said as he patted the 10-year-old's shoulder. "You can call him boss or leader if you like." "Well then, Xylen, I'll go look for other monsters to talk to about our special operation." Without even waiting for 13's reply, Uncle Boo left, leaving the 5 sovereigns behind. "Well then, let's talk about our PLA." 13 wasn't able to finish his words because as soon as the 3 deemed that the beholder was indeed gone, they roared at the boy with the intention to intimidate him. However, only the other Wanderers got scared of their roars, with some of the girls even started crying on the spot. To their surprise, the 10-year-old didn't seem fazed and simply looked at them with amusement. The winged tiger then decided to lunge at the boy, who was just a puny human in its eyes. But before its claw could even land on 13's body, Giga appeared in front of 13 and activated its Titan heart. The blazed Chad skunk's size tripled, turning him into a 6-meter-tall monster. But that wasn't all. The moment Giga stood on his hind legs, he truly became a giant. With a single swipe of his claw, he effortlessly swatted the winged tiger, making it crash face first into the ground. The black ape pounded its chest with its fists before charging towards the Chad skunk with the intention to fight it. But before he could do that, the two ogres, O1 and O2, blocked his path and clobbered the ape with their spiked clubs, making it cry out in pain. The forest wolf, on the other hand, decided to run away instead of fighting. However, it had only managed to take 4 steps forward when a magma balboa appeared in front of it, blocking its path entirely. Rocky gave the forest wolf the "Where do you think you're going, buddy?" gaze, making the forest wolf whimper. "It seems that Uncle Boo didn't talk to you guys properly," 13 said after the 3 rank 5 sovereigns were neutralized. "No matter. I have better ways of communicating with hard-headed monsters like you guys." O1, O2, tie them up. The 2 ogres nodded as they picked up the adamantine chains that Rocky had spat out. All of them were used to hunting rank 5 sovereigns, which their master had to hunt to farm apocalypse points. Unfortunately, 13 lacked manpower right now, so he didn't plan to kill these 3 monsters. Once all 3 monsters were properly tied up and unable to break free, 13 crossed his arms over his chest and stood in front of them. "I'm sure that you already know about the incident that happens on this island every 10 years, 13 stated. "Powerful monsters from another world will descend in the Arcadia archipelago in order to perform a ritual. In that ritual, they will kill as many monsters as they can to serve as sacrifices for the ceremony. I'm not sure what rank you guys were 10 years ago, but you should know, right? The people of Artem would only sacrifice strong monsters, meaning the 3 of you will be hunted down without fail. Now, I'll give you a chance. Either join us in our fight or die alone. What is your choice?" The winged tiger and the ape roared in defiance. They said in their own language that they would rather die than serve a weak human. The forest wolf, on the other hand, remained silent, but its eyes were filled with defiance, mirroring the thoughts of the 2 monsters beside it. "It's good to see that the 3 of you have strong wills." 13 smirked. "We'll see how long it will last. Drag them away." Giga, Rocky, and the ogres dragged the 3 monsters away from the camp because he didn't want the other wanderers to suffer from the aftermath of what he was planning to do. Of course, many of them got curious, so they followed Xylen, wanting to see how he was going to deal with the 3 sovereigns. Several minutes later, "Giga, give them a good dose of your Giga Destroyer," 13 ordered. The moment the 3 sovereigns realized what the skunk was planning to do, all of them cried out in fear. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Giga's extremely potent stink spray landed on their faces and bodies, soaking them all in the most heavenly scent that they had experienced in their lifetime. The wanderers, who had come to watch the show, all retreated in haste, especially after smelling the foul scent that spread in the surroundings. The leaders of the different wanderer teams were horrified after seeing such a scene. Taiga, on the other hand, only smirked. As someone who had received Giga's spray more than once, he could guarantee that by the time his master's talk with the monsters was over, they would no longer dare to raise their voice against him, ever again. Chapter 284 My Sister is Off Limits. Chapter 284 My Sister is Off Limits. In a direct confrontation against the people of Artem, Uncle Boo and the unicorn, Albion, were at a great disadvantage. Not only did their enemies have great numbers, but all of them were also incredibly strong. Because of this, they never succeeded in their attempt to save Callie from them every time the lunar eclipse appeared. 13 had ordered the Wanderers to train how to run, while he asked Uncle Boo to gather all the sovereigns and all the other monsters that were rank 5 and above. The 10-year-old knew that once the lunar eclipse appeared, the majority of the monsters that they had gathered would try to escape so that they wouldn't be killed by the invaders from another world. He understood that at the end of the day, these monsters would prioritize their own safety over others. That was fine with him. He wouldn't force them to fight. However, he would ask them to do one thing, and that was to run toward the gate of the moonlight alongside the Wanderers. This would give the humans, as well as the monsters, an equal chance to survive the upcoming calamity. As long as they all headed in one direction, the people of Artem would have to focus their attention in one place. This would allow 13, as well as those who planned to fight, to concentrate their fighting power in one place, giving those who intended to escape a higher chance to reach their destination. They'd be fighting against otherworlders that numbered in more than 100, so they needed all the manpower that they could get from the 4 islands of the Arcadia archipelago. After teaching the 3 sovereigns a lesson, 13 ordered his subordinates to guard the camp while he went to the Order of the Apocalypse. He believed that he had given Albion enough time to calm down. The moment he arrived at the Order, he immediately found Kamisats, who seemed to be waiting for his arrival. "You're finally here." Kamisats chuckled. "I've been waiting for you, you know." Currently, only the Death Bat was around, so 13 paused and decided to hear what Kamisats had to say. The Death Bat told 13 that he and Camarasipa had finished creating the rules of their alliance. The 10-year-old listened from beginning to end and found the rules to be satisfactory. He believed that the one who worked on it was mostly Camarasipa, because Kamisats wasn't eloquent enough to create a set of rules that would entice 13 to join the alliance. "Is there a way to reinforce these rules?" 13 inquired. "I mean, if you or Camarasipa decide to break it, I can't do anything to stop you guys. In short, these are just words that hold no power." But it will hold power," 13, Kamisats replied. "As long as Metatron approves of it, the contract that the 3 of us signed will become valid. Anyone who breaks it will be kicked out of the Order and have their ranks demoted by 1 stage. You know more than anyone that we don't want something like this to happen, you know?" 13 nodded because he also believed that Kamisats and Camarasipa wouldn't dare to break such an agreement if they were going to be kicked out of the Order and have their ranks regress by 1 stage. A rank 9 sovereign and a Magian prince might only be 1 rank apart, but this gap was similar to heaven and earth. In order for Kamisats and Camarasipa to regain their ranks, they would have to spend centuries and vast resources in order to recover what they had lost. This wasn't something that anyone in the Order of the Apocalypse would risk because it would threaten their position. "Very well, I agree with these rules," 13 said. "Where is Camarasipa? I'm going to be a bit busy in the next few days, so it will be best that we take care of this matter now." She said that she needed to take care of something important in her domain, Kamisats answered. "She just gave me the proposed contract and said that she will return after half a day." "Okay, I'll return in half a day as well," 13 stated. "By the way, do the others from the Order know that the 3 of us plan to create an alliance?" "They probably know." Kamisats shrugged. "I mean, even the other members have their own factions and alliances within our organization. It really isn't really a big deal. I also have a feeling that they don't really care about it. In their point of view, they would benefit more from your death than from using you as a strategic option to unlock the other layers of the treasury of the Apocalypse." 13 smiled faintly, finding it ironic. Not so long ago, Kamisats was one of those who wished to kill him, wanting to benefit from his death. But now, the Death Bat, as well as the most powerful seer within the Order, had decided to form an alliance with him. Truth be told, this was something he didn't see coming. Even so, having a Magian prince and a Magian princess as allies wasn't a bad deal. After bidding goodbye to Kamisats, 13 headed to the treasury. The first thing he saw when he entered the treasury was the unicorn in his demi-human form, looking at 13 with a serene gaze. "Take me back," Albion said calmly. After realizing that he might be trapped in a weird place for eternity, he decided that it would be best if he tried to negotiate with the boy who had managed to turn the tables against him. "I will take you back, but I have my conditions," 13 replied. "But before I state my conditions, I will tell you the current situation in the Arcadia archipelago. All the wanderers on the 4 islands are currently staying on the 2nd island. This was arranged to ensure that they would all have the chance to pass through the Gate of the Moonlight, which will appear in a random location on the 2nd island." Albion was surprised after hearing the 10-year-old's words. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that this setup was more beneficial for him. If all the wanderers were in one place, then he didn't need to take the girls into the first pyramid anymore. "Also, I asked your beholder comrade to gather all the rank 5 monsters and above all over Arcadia archipelago to the 2nd island. It's an uphill battle with just the 2 of you fighting all of them, which you have done for the past several decades. Your enemies already know what the 2 of you are going to do, so no matter how hard you try, the result will be the same. It will be best to use a different strategy this time to spice things up, don't you agree?" Albion neither agreed or disagreed with 13's words. He already had his own plan for saving Callie, so whatever the 10-year-old planned was of no importance to him. Seeing the disinterest on the unicorn's face, 13 knew that it would be difficult for him to convince Albion to join his strategy. But, in the end, he decided to just let him do as he pleased. As long as Albion wouldn't interfere with what he planned to do, he would not stop the unicorn in doing what he wanted to do. Albion, I'll make myself clear, 13 stated. My sister is off limits. If she, for some reason, becomes the candidate for the Moon Princess, I will not let you touch her. One of the conditions that I will give you is that you are not allowed to do anything to her, or you will be automatically sent back here in the treasury. The 10-year-old's voice suddenly became cold and indifferent. What you want to do and what I want to do are different, 13 said. If you do not agree to the conditions that I will impose, then you will be staying here until the day you die. I sympathize with you, but the moment you involve my sister in your plans, you and I will become enemies. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Albion replied through gritted teeth. I will agree to whatever conditions you want. There were many girls among the wanderers, so the unicorn believed that it was unlikely for that boy's sister to be the candidate chosen to become the next Moon Princess. As long as that was the case, Albion would follow his original plan without fail. 13 stared at the unicorn with the same calm gaze he had earlier. Uncle Boo had already told him what Albion's plan was, so although he didn't condone it, he would not stop it either. Like he said earlier, both of them had people they both needed to protect. The battle that they would be fighting in a few weeks wouldn't prove whose method was right or wrong. It would only show who was left. Chapter 285 13th Letter, Part 1. Chapter 285 13th Letter, Part 1. They sure are something right, Uncle Boo said as he looked at the wanderers who were doing their usual morning runs in preparation for the upcoming lunar eclipse. Whatever they do is useless, Albion, who was in his demi-human form, replied. If running could solve everything, both of us would have done it. But look at us. We are still here, waiting for a miracle to happen. They're just weak humans. The only thing they are good for is to be used as sacrifices. Uncle Boo was already used to the unicorn's character, so he didn't think much of whatever he was saying. Suddenly, the two rank 8 sovereigns heard a voice behind them. You're right. They are just weak humans. But, did you forget? It's because of these weak humans that you now have a chance to save the person you want to save the most. 13 walked toward the two strongest beings in the Arcadia archipelago with a calm expression on his face. Since these weak humans are doing their best, why are the two of you still loitering around here? 13 asked. There are still many rank 5 monsters in the islands that aren't part of our team yet. Make yourself useful, Albion, and bring them here. The unicorn clicked his tongue, but he didn't do anything to antagonize the boy in front of him. He knew that if 13 wished for it, he would be sent back to that place where he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Albion might look down on the wanderers on the island, but he didn't have the guts to look down on the 10-year-old who had managed to trap him and torture him. Uncle Boo, stay in the camp and guard everyone, 13 said. There's somewhere I need to go, and I want you to hold down the fort while I am away. I will be back in 3 to 5 days. Make sure that no one slacks off in their training. Where are you going, Xylen? Uncle Boo asked. Are you planning to leave the Arcadia archipelago? For a few days, yes, 13 answered. I need to make preparations before the battle starts. Uncle Boo nodded in understanding. Very well, I'll keep watch while you're gone. The beholder and the unicorn knew that 13 cared for his sister very much. Seeing that he wasn't taking Shasha with him to wherever he planned to go meant that he had no intention of escaping the island. The boy had already told his sister, Taiga, and his other subordinates, as well as the team leaders of the different wanderer teams, that he would be gone for a while. Shasha didn't ask him where he planned to go because she knew that there was a reason for whatever Xylen did. Fewum.com 13 took Blackie with him and used him as his mount like always. When he was a good distance away from the wanderer camp, he used one of the items he took from the treasury of the apocalypse and activated its effects. Although he had a skill ban restriction, certain items from the Order of the Apocalypse had effects that couldn't be negated by the restriction. Just like Metatron had stated, the restriction placed on 13's body also had a limit. There were items that the item ban and skill ban couldn't nullify. If these two restrictions were to forcefully try to negate the effect of that item, their structure would collapse. This would lead the restrictions that were placed in 13 to break, allowing him to be free from the shackles that bound him. The second item that 13 took from the treasury of the apocalypse was a portable teleporter. It was a divine artifact that allowed him to set 3 locations as waypoints that he could teleport to. The number of creatures that the teleporter could carry was 6. 13 could use its ability once a day, and it was a one-way trip each time. This meant that he would need to wait for an entire day before using it again, which was the only downside of the artifact. Even so, its uses were quite impressive, so the members of the Order who had managed to unlock the second layer of the treasury chose this as their reward. After a flash of light, 13 found himself standing in a hall where a teleportation gate was located. The guards stationed there recognized him right away, so they didn't block him when he walked toward the hallway meant for VIP guests of their organization. Xylen, Adira, who happened to pass by, immediately appeared beside him and gave him a hug. "You little rascal. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for 2 months." "It's a long story," 13 replied as he tried to break free from Adira's hold. "Lady Adira, I'm busy right now. We can talk later." "Oh." Adira reluctantly released her hold of the boy, who seemed to be in a hurry. 13 was currently in one of the secret headquarters of Adira's organization, which went by the name the Order of Raziel. They were an organization that wanted to spread their influence far and wide. They moved in the light and the shadows, with each member having a role to play in the bigger picture. On the surface, they were an organization that fairly did trade and business. In the shadows, they did things that weren't exactly fair, allowing them to plant their roots deeply into the territories that they had set their sights on. Since 13 had stayed in this branch headquarters for a few months, he already knew every nook and cranny of the place. Adira, who also noticed where 13 was headed, couldn't help but frown. The reason for this was that the boy was headed to the office of the commander of the headquarters. "Xylen, is there something wrong?" Adira asked. "Why are you headed to the master's room?" "There's a letter that I need to have delivered," 13 replied casually. "If it's just a letter, then why don't you give it to me? I will send it without fail." "I trust you very much, Lady Adira. But this letter needs to reach the person I want at the soonest time possible. Right now. Only Lady Ariel has the authority to make it happen." Adira couldn't refute the boy's words, for her master was indeed the most powerful commanding officer in the base. If she wanted something done, it would be done without fail and without having to wait for the verification of the other members of their organization, who would not hesitate to do dirty work if the price was right. Chapter 286 13th Letter, Part 2. Chapter 286 13th Letter, Part 2. Upon reaching his destination, 13 didn't waste a second and immediately knocked on the door. "Lady Ariel, it's me, Xylen," 13 stated. "Can I talk to you right now?" "Come in." A voice that was pleasant to the ears sounded from the other side of the door. Since he got permission to enter, 13 didn't hesitate to open the door and come inside the room. Adira hastily followed behind because she was very curious as to why the 10-year-old wished to see her master. "It has been a few months, Xylen." A beautiful lady with long silver hair and gray eyes looked at the boy with a calm expression on her face. She looked like someone who was still in her early 30s when in reality, she was more than 100 years old. FREOWebnovel.com. "Lady Ariel, I need your help," 13 said. "There's a message that I want to be delivered." "Oh." Lady Ariel arched an eyebrow. "Since you came to me instead of asking Adira for help, does this mean that you want our express delivery?" 13 nodded. "I want this delivered at the fastest time possible." "Well, I don't mind doing it for you, Xylen," Lady Ariel replied. "But it will not be free." "What do you want?" 13 inquired. "What can you offer me?" Lady Ariel smirked. "Depending on what you can give me, the letter you want delivered could arrive within the day or after a month. I can offer you information." 13 smiled back at the commander of the underground base he was currently in. "I do love information. Tell me, what kind of information are you planning to give me?" "Tell me, Lady Ariel, have you heard about the story of the Moon Princess?" The commander frowned after hearing 13's reply. "Are you talking about some kind of children's story?" Lady Ariel inquired. "Or are you talking about something that truly exists?" "Of course, it's something that truly exists," 13 replied. "So, will you send my letter in exchange for this information?" Lady Ariel chuckled before making a gesture for Xylen to sit on the chair in front of her. "Start talking," Lady Ariel said. "If I like this information, Then I'll see to it that your letter is delivered as soon as possible. 13 found this reply quite positive. So he began to tell the story of the pitiful moon princess, who wished for nothing more than for someone to end her life so that she would be freed from the suffering and torment that she had endured for the past few decades. Warrington City in Solterra. Michael Leventis, who was inside his office, suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Michael ordered. The door opened, and a middle-aged man, who was one of Michael's most trusted subordinates, entered, carrying a letter in his hand. "Lord Michael, one of our important business partners has asked me to personally pass this letter to you," the middle-aged man said as he respectfully handed the letter to his employer. Michael frowned, but he still accepted the letter and tore it open. Half a minute later, his eyes widened in shock before abruptly standing up from his seat. "I'll be going back to Pangaea for a while," Michael stated as he walked towards the door. "Manage the affairs of the city while I'm gone." "Understood, Lord Michael." The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. The second-in-command of the Leventis family walked swiftly toward his private teleporter, which was directly connected to the main residence of the Leventis family in Solterra. He didn't expect that his nephew, whom he hadn't seen for the past 3 years, would write him a letter. Due to the contents of the letter, Michael decided to let his father see it first before passing it to 13's family. The passage between the two worlds was smooth, and in just a span of a few seconds, Michael had stepped foot in the main residence of the Leventis family. The first place he visited was his father's office, but Arthur wasn't there. After asking one of the servants working in the residence, he was told that his father was currently in Lady Callista's villa and that they seemed to be spending some quality time with each other. Michael, who could go anywhere within the territory of the Leventis family, didn't hesitate to head to the villa to go and meet his father. When he arrived, he noticed that Arthur was smiling, which meant that he was in a good mood. "I just hope that he will remain in a good mood after seeing this letter," Michael thought. Arthur, who already sensed Michael's presence, looked in his direction and arched his eyebrow. "Are the affairs in Solterra already finished?" Arthur asked. "You finished earlier than I expected." "I'm still not done with my work, Father," Michael replied as he adjusted the glasses on his face. "I just came here to let you read this letter before I deliver it to Gerald and his family." Arthur, who took the letter from his son's hand, began to read it. Half a minute later, he had the same surprised look that Michael had when he first read the contents of the letter. "What's wrong?" Lady Callista looked at her husband, whose aura suddenly changed. "Xylen has sent a letter," Arthur answered as he handed the letter to his wife. "It will be faster if you read it." Seeing how serious Arthur's expression was, Lady Callista thought that something bad had happened to their family members in Solterra. But after reading the contents of the letters in her hands, she immediately stood up from the couch and walked toward the door. Arthur and Michael shared a knowing glance before following the most skilled fighter in their family, second only to Arthur. The three didn't bother riding a car since they could travel faster by running and jumping great distances. A few minutes later, they arrived at Gerald's home. The moment they arrived, Gerald opened the door to see who had come to visit them. "Hello, Mother," Gerald said, completely ignoring Arthur and Michael, who were right behind Lady Callista. "Did you come to visit Remy? Good timing. She said that she wants to see you." If this were any other occasion, Lady Callista would have already entered the house and showered her granddaughter with hugs and kisses. But today was different. There was a more important matter that needed to be addressed as soon as possible. "Gerald, Xylen sent a letter," Lady Callista stated. "I want you to verify if it's his handwriting or not." Gerald's expression became solemn after hearing his mother's words. He then read the letter that was passed unto him before the frown on his face deepened. "It's indeed Xylen's handwriting," Gerald answered. "Please come in. Let's talk inside." Lady Callista nodded. This was indeed an important matter that shouldn't be discussed at the door. She hadn't heard anything from her grandson for the past 3 years. And yet, the first update she got was Xylen's letter, which told them about his current situation and more. Alessia, who was the last to read the letter, couldn't stop herself from reading it twice to ensure that she didn't miss any hidden messages or wordings that her son might have used in the letter. A moment of silence descended inside the room as the important members of the Leventis family discussed the contents of 13's letter and how they should deal with it. Chapter 287, A Pitiful Cannon Fodder. Chapter 287, A Pitiful Cannon Fodder. Pain and Suffering. Those two feelings had always been constant in my life. The memories of warmth and happiness I last felt decades ago were gradually turning blurry in my head. My two best friends, who cared for me very much, were the only ones whom I could still vaguely remember in my hazy memory. Boo and Albion. They made me feel wanted. They made me feel happy. They made me feel alive. And most of all, they made me feel loved. I miss them very much, I said as I looked at the younger boy whom I suddenly found inside the hazy world that I was in. I couldn't tell if I was dreaming or not, for even dreaming had become a luxury that I didn't possess. Then, can you share your memories with me? The boy asked. I want to see everything from beginning to end. I want to know everything so that I'll be able to come up with a plan to save you. Save me? I couldn't help but smile despite the pain I was feeling. No one can save me. Boo and Albion had tried multiple times. The only way you can save me is if you kill me. The boy shook his head before raising his hand to touch the side of my face. You've been hurt too deeply, the boy said softly. You no longer dare to hope because you know that having expectations will only break you. You no longer dare to dream because everything will disappear when you wake up. At that moment, I felt something warm and wet slide down the sides of my face. I knew I was crying because this was something that I often did from time to time whenever the pain became too unbearable for me to endure. Each time I merged with the body of one of those who were called wanderers by the people of Artem, my dying body would be born anew, only to break down again after 10 years. Unfortunately, I had reached my limit. This was the last time that I'd acquire a new vessel. After it broke down again, my end would finally come. Perhaps this in itself was a blessing. 10 years. I just need to endure 10 more years of pain and suffering. After that, I will be free. Although I feel sorry for the young lady whose life would be snuffed out and whose body would be taken over by me, I'm unable to do anything. I'm unable to stop the process from happening. I'm no different from a puppet being controlled by a puppeteer to do whatever they wanted with my powers. Just kill me, I stated. In me. That is the only way you can save me. If I were to die, the being using my power to break through into the rank of a celestial would not be able to reach his goal. I wanted to die so badly, for that was the only way that I could spite him. The only way I could make him feel despair like how I endured decades of suffering due to his selfish goal. Hey, the boy said as he raised his other hand to cup my face. Do you really not want to fight one last time? After the lunar eclipse, you will no longer have a chance to do anything. Are you really fine with that kind of ending? Yes, I replied. I am already tired. Very tired. Then what about Boo? What about Albion? Even now, they are still planning to save you. Are you sure you don't want to try one last time for their sake? No. Tell the two of them to escape. The only reason why they are still alive is because the people of Artem are keeping the promise they made to me. As long as I cooperate with them, Boo and Albion will not be killed. I knew it already. My captors looked forward to seeing the desperation on the faces of the two beings who still hadn't given up on trying to save me. But I couldn't be saved. The two of them didn't possess the strength to save me. I can tell that you have already given up, the boy said somewhat sadly. Fine. You don't have to do anything except share your memories with me. I will handle the rest. The boy then pressed his forehead over my forehead and closed his eyes. Share it with me, the boy stated. If you do, I promise to save Boo and Albion. I didn't know what kind of face I was making right now, but whatever it was, I believed that I was giving the boy in front of me a look of pity. But this was just a dream after all, so why not allow him to see the horrors that he would be facing a few weeks from now? Perhaps on a whim, I decided to cooperate and shared the entirety of my memories with him. From the time I appeared in Arcadia up to the present. Decades worth of memories. Decades worth of suffering and pain. For some reason, the mere thought of letting the boy in front of me suffer through my memories filled me with glee. By experiencing my pain and suffering, wouldn't that make him feel pain and suffering as well? Why should I be the only one to suffer? Sharing this suffering was good because it would allow others to feel my pain. As I finished transferring my memories to the boy, I pulled my head back and observed his face. I want to see his expression change. I want to know how he would react after seeing my memories. Would the things I experienced break him? A part of me didn't want that to happen, but a part of me wanted it very much. But, as I waited and waited and waited some more, the reaction I was looking for never appeared. When the boy opened his eyes, he looked at me with a gaze filled with affection, making me feel a stinging pain in my chest. You pitiful cannon fodder, the boy said softly as he pulled me to him and gave me a tight hug. You're only a pitiful puppet that is bound by the strings of fate and forced to dance for her entertainment. The boy then patted my head, making the tears in my eyes fall nonstop. Yes, I am a pitiful cannon fodder, forced to do things against my will. But soon, it would all end. I only needed to endure 10 more years, and my suffering would finally end. Worry not. The boy's words broke me out of my daze. You are one of my people. The threads that have bound you, I will cut them all one by one. I will free you from the bindings of fate, and I will allow you to live a life worth living. And I will promise you one more thing. The boy then stood on tiptoe to kiss my forehead before staring straight into my eyes. Those who look down on my people, those who step on their dreams, those who think that they can brush them off with impunity, will face the wrath of me. 13. The boy smiled and parted the hair that covered my face. Thank you, Callie, the boy said as his body slowly turned into particles of light, slowly disappearing from my sight. I look forward to meeting you soon. As his final words reverberated inside my head, I noticed that the pain that I was feeling in my body had subsided. It was still there, but it was much more tolerable. 13, I muttered. He said that his name is 13. I didn't know what happened, but for some reason, I was starting to look forward to returning to the Arcadia archipelago. There, Boo and Albion would still be waiting for me. But it would no longer be just the two of them. There was one more person who promised to save me. I, who no longer dared to hope. I, who no longer dared to dream. I, who no longer wished to live, suddenly felt as if someone had reached out to me from another world or dimension. 13, I said softly. I'll see you soon, 13. With that, I once again closed my eyes. Chapter 288. Let's see whose dirty strategy will win in the end. Chapter 288. Let's see whose dirty strategy will win in the end. When 13 opened his eyes, he found himself staring at the blue moon, which the natives of Solterra called Chandria. A dream? 13 muttered. Just as the last dregs of sleep were starting to escape his senses, he felt something wet on his cheek, so he used his hand to wipe it. Tears. 13 thought as he looked at his wet fingers. No, it wasn't a dream. He didn't know how it happened, but he managed to meet Callie in a dream world. There, he asked her to pass all her memories to him so that he would be able to come up with a plan to counter the people of Artem. 13 recalled everything he had said in that dream and Callie's reaction to his words. He could still remember the resigned look on her face as if she had already accepted her fate. The only thing she wished for was death, for that was the only way for her suffering to end. As if I would let that happen. 13 covered his eyes with his right hand. If I can't even save one cannon fodder, how can I possibly defy fate? A few minutes passed in silence when suddenly, the thing that the boy was sleeping on moved. 13 found himself gently sliding down from the back of the devil-horned honey badger, who had been waiting patiently for 13 to wake up. Good morning, Cranky, the 10-year-old said as soon as his feet touched the ground. The honey badger ignored the boy and walked away in order to hunt for its breakfast. It was giving the "it's not like I waited for you to wake up before I look for food, okay? Don't get the wrong idea" vibe, making the boy shake his head as he watched the rank 8 sovereign of the Warzur plains walk away. But before 13 could even do anything, he heard several voices from behind him. Look, it's really him. Wow. So the stories were true. Be respectful, okay? Our king once said that Xylen has a very short temper. The 10-year-old couldn't help but scratch his head because he was starting to remember everything. Due to the difference in time zones, it was nearly midnight when he teleported from the branch headquarters of the Raziel Brotherhood to the Valbera archipelago. Since 13 could revisit the places that he had been in the past once a day, he had set a waypoint beside the monolith of heroes, which had been built to honor him and his subordinates. The monolith had become a pilgrimage site of the entire archipelago. Everyone undergoing their coming-of-age ceremonies was required to visit the monolith of heroes before they were recognized as true men. The devil-horned honey badger didn't attack these pilgrims and tolerated them to a certain extent. Cranky had already marked the monolith of heroes as part of its den, so no one dared to desecrate it in any way. Also, guards were stationed to guard the monoliths. A representative of the barbarians, tigerkins, trolls, and ogres would always be at the site, keeping law and order. These guards would stay to watch over the monolith for a week before being replaced by another set of guards who would also stay for a week. Since 13 was hailed as one of the heroes of the realm, those who were making their pilgrimage to the monoliths looked at him as if he were a celebrity. "Hey, is it possible for you to pass a message to your kings?" 13 asked the guards, who were looking at him with a respectful gaze. "It is possible," the barbarian guard replied. "We have messenger hawks that allow us to communicate with our respective lords. Do you wish to send a message, Lord Xylen?" 13 blinked, because being called Lord Xylen nearly made him look behind his back to see if the guard was referring to someone else. But since he knew that he was the one that the guard was referring to, he just nodded his head. "Yes," 13 replied. "I need to pass a message to your kings. Can you give me something to write on?" The barbarian didn't hesitate to procure a scroll, as well as a piece of charcoal that could be used for writing. 13 scribbled a few words on the scroll, stating the message that he wanted to pass along to the leaders of the Valbera archipelago. After writing the letter 4 times, he passed them to the guards so that they could deliver them as soon as possible. After he passed them his letters, the 10-year-old did a few stretches before sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Time to eat, Tiona," 13 said as he hand-fed the black snake a small beast core. He had plenty of food in his spatial storage because Adira made sure that he took the food supplies she prepared before heading to the Valbera archipelago. "I will return to the Arcadia archipelago after 2 days, 13 thought. "I just hope that everyone is doing their work properly even if I am away." Right now, there was a variable named Albion who might get in the way of his plans. However, with the restrictions that had been placed on the unicorn by Metatron, it would be extremely hard for him to defy 13's orders. Because of this, he decided to bring the unicorn back to Arcadia so that he would be useful for a change. 13 had ordered Albion to help Uncle Boo communicate with the rank 5 monsters and above of the archipelago and fight alongside them. What they needed right now were numbers that could match the army of otherworlders that would appear on the island during the lunar eclipse. Their enemies both had quality and quantity, so it was very important that these monsters cooperated with his plan. Similar to the Wanderers, the Gate of the Moonlight also worked on monsters and beasts. The gate didn't connect to a single place. It connected to multiple places. If the Wanderers were to pass through it, they would find themselves in Pangaea. As for the monsters, they would appear at a random place in Solterra after passing through the gate. Simply put, the Gate of the Moonlight was the only way to survive the massacre that was about to take place. If hundreds of monsters and Wanderers were to all head in that direction, 13 believed that even the people of Artem wouldn't be able to stop all of them. Now that he had acquired Callie's memories, he now knew the strategy that his enemies were going to employ when they descended on the Arcadia archipelago. 13 was someone who kept his promises. So, he would make sure that the invaders who had made Callie suffer would also be at the receiving end of his counterattack. Such a dirty strategy. 13 sneered after replaying the young lady's memories inside his head. Fortunately, I also play dirty. Let's see whose dirty strategy will win in the end. 13 understood that he was fighting an uphill battle because he was unable to use rune magic at this time. It was no longer possible to create an ideal battlefield against the people of Artem. When he used his rune magic to help Mikhail clear his mission, it didn't sit well with Laplace Demon and the One. Because of this, he was banned from using rune magic to help his family members clear their missions. If Shasha wasn't in the Arcadia archipelago, then 13 would be able to use his rune magic freely. But since this was no longer an option, he needed to create Plan B, Plan C, and Plan D, in order to ensure that the otherworlders wouldn't be able to one-sidedly massacre them and use them as sacrifices to revive their dying moon princess. Chapter 289 To run or to fight, that is the question. Chapter 289 To run or to fight, that is the question. Xylen, are you tired? Shasha asked as she lightly caressed the younger boy's head, which was resting on her lap. A bit, 13 replied. Let me take a short nap, Shasha. Shasha nodded. Okay. After a week of absence, 13 finally returned to the Arcadia archipelago. He was truly exhausted after handling multiple things in preparation for the battle that was about to come. Right now, he had only set the wheels in motion. He would leave again after a few weeks in order to make sure that the preparations he had made were ready. 13 had tried to contact Laplace Demon and the One, wanting to negotiate with them. Unfortunately, his call fell on deaf ears. Neither the demon nor the omnipotent being made any indication that they wanted to talk to him. leaving him no choice but to compensate for the lack of abilities he could use in the battle. 2 minutes later, 13's soft sleeper breaths reached Shasha's ears. She then held her brother's hand and patted his head. Although she hadn't seen him for a week, she noticed that her brother had become a bit thinner during his absence. She wasn't aware of what kind of things Xylen was doing behind the scenes, but one thing was clear. He was not only doing this for her sake, but also for the sake of all the wanderers on the island. "You've grown a lot, Xylen," Shasha said softly. "Back then, you didn't care what happened to other people. But now, you are actively doing your best for everyone." Tiona nodded her head in agreement with the young lady's words. She had been with 13 for the entire week that he was away from Arcadia. The Black Snake felt a bit worried because her master wasn't eating on time or getting enough sleep. It was for this reason that she was serious about preventing anyone from disturbing 13's nap. She even coiled herself on the boy's chest, ready to strike anyone who approached them. Hiding behind the trees, Taiga and Kane looked at this scene with envy. If possible, they wanted to swap places with 13 and sleep on Shasha's lap. Above them, perched on a tree branch, were Visago and Poca. Both Poca-Pocos were giving the two teenagers pitiful gazes, knowing that Taiga and Kane would need to go to hell and back if they wanted to gain 13's recognition. While this was happening, Uncle Boo and Albion returned to the base. 13 told them that there was no need to bring the rank 5 monsters to the second island. After acquiring Callie's memories, 13 understood that the monsters were aware of the upcoming calamity. As long as they were told that they didn't need to fight and that they simply needed to run toward the gate of the moonlight, all the monsters would cooperate with the strategy. In the end, 13 asked Uncle Boo and Albion to tell the monsters to head to the second island on their own a week before the lunar eclipse. These strong monsters then began to make their own preparations. In the previous lunar eclipse, they were still rank 1 monsters, so the people of Artem ignored them and focused on the stronger monsters to sacrifice. They had seen the horror of this event, so they were aware that the same fate would befall them if they didn't do anything. 13 asked the wanderers to chop down entire trees and sharpen their ends. Albion only snorted after seeing this scene, refusing to believe that such primitive methods would work against their enemies. But the wanderers weren't fazed and did as 13 ordered. Shasha had told them that her brother did things for a reason. So if he asked them to cut down trees and sharpen their ends, it meant that he had a plan in mind. Is he perhaps going to build a giant ballista like he used in the battle against the Magian Prince? Phoebe, who was helping Rio cut the branches off of the 3 they cut down, asked. "Maybe," Rio replied as she gathered the smaller branches to be used as firewood at a later time. "But the thing I appreciated the most is how honest he is. Most people would hide important information because it might affect morale or make the majority feel despair. I admit that until now, I still feel like we have been given an unfair mission. Fighting over hundreds of sovereigns is not an easy task, especially if there is a possibility that there will be rank 8 and rank 9 sovereigns among them. But, for some reason, I also feel like we stand a chance. It might sound weird coming from me, but this is what I truly feel." Phoebe nodded. "I feel the same way." When Phoebe's team was attacked by goblins, she despaired, thinking that it was over for them. But right as she was about to lose all hope, Tiona appeared to save them. Then 13 and his subordinates arrived and started a massacre, forcing the goblins to retreat. Phoebe would remember that scene for the rest of their life. If he hadn't appeared at that time, the teenage boys might have been killed on the spot, and the girls might have suffered a fate worse than death. Even now, Phoebe would sometimes wake up in cold sweat, having dreamt of that incident, days after escaping the goblin horde. Rayon and Herman, who were also cutting down trees not far from them, were having a similar discussion. "Xylen said that our priority is to just run towards the gate of the moonlight and not fight," Herman stated. "The things we are making right now are supposed to be our contribution to the upcoming battle. Since the one rewards wanderers fairly, he said that we would be compensated for doing this." "But are you one of those who plan to simply run away?" Rayon asked. "Don't tell me that you plan to stay and fight." Herman asked back. "I asked you first." "Okay, you got me there." Herman sighed before speaking his mind. "Truth be told, I plan to stay behind," Herman answered. Xylen said that he would be part of the team that would attack the invaders and help distract them, allowing us to escape. I asked Shasha what she planned to do during the lunar eclipse, and she said that since Xylen is going to stay behind, she would be staying behind as well. Rayon chuckled. If Shasha stays behind, then Kane will definitely stay behind too. Don't forget Taiga, Herman pointed out. That tigerkin is head over heels for her. Although marriages between humans and beastkins are more common now, it will still be an uphill battle for him. He will definitely stay as well. Rayon nodded in agreement. Actually, my sister and I talked about this yesterday. I told her that she should just run away, but she declared that she would stay and fight. She's more of a strategist than a fighter, so I'm very worried about her. Did you tell Xylen that your sister can become his strategist? Herman inquired. Maybe if you tell him that, he will place your sister at the rear of the defensive formation, where she will be safe. I hadn't really thought about that. Rayon scratched his head. I'll tell him later. Herman nodded and continued to cut the branches from the trees. Although he didn't know if what they were doing would really make a difference, he decided to trust his gut instinct. After observing Xylen for a few days, Herman understood that the 10-year-old wasn't the type to charge to the battlefield without a plan. Since the younger boy said that they had a chance of winning, Herman would believe his words and could only hope that he wouldn't regret his decision once the lunar eclipse arrived. Giga, Rocky, Hercules, O1, O2, and T1 up to T10 helped the Wanderers carry the sharpened trees to the place that their master had designated. FREOWebnovel.com. While 13 had shared some of the information he had gained from the memories that Callie had given him to the other Wanderers, he kept the rest to himself, deeming that it would only cause the teenagers to feel more anxiety and despair. The only ones whom he told about everything he learned were Shasha, Taiga, and his monster subordinates. Shasha had always been a strong-willed girl, so 13 was confident that she would be able to handle the truth. Taiga and the rest of his subordinates had faced Arundel alongside him and had even saved his life. Because of this, they were also told the truth. Surprisingly, none of them seemed to be worried because they held a blind trust in 13. If their master thought that there was a chance of winning, there would certainly be a chance of winning. If he said that there was no possibility to win, the monsters would also think that way. This blind trust was something that they had developed during the time they had spent with him. Even an army of hundreds of sovereigns was no longer enough to faze them. In fact, they were even a bit excited because they would be able to eat high-quality meat, as well as cores that would allow them to upgrade their ranks to the next level. All of them needed vast amounts of resources in order to proceed to the next rank. So, they were very happy because they no longer needed to search far and wide to look for strong monsters to kill. Since the people of Artem were coming to them, they would make sure that none of their enemies would be able to return to their home world. Little did they know that somewhere far away, in a place where they couldn't possibly reach, a young lady whose entire body was covered in blood was already counting the days until the lunar eclipse. Someone had promised to save her, so she held on to those words, helping her endure her pain and suffering. Watching her from the altar were her tormentors, who were making sure that they would be able to siphon every drop of her blood in preparation for the time when she would gain a new vessel, which would allow their king to finally break through to the rank of a celestial. Chapter 290. Destroy all those who would stand in his way. Chapter 290. Destroy all those who would stand in his way. As the days passed by, the Wanderers fell into a daily routine. Run in the mornings and chop down trees after breakfast. They would then remove the branches of these trees and sharpen the tip of its main body to serve as some kind of giant projectile that 13 asked of them. After lunch, they would then hunt monsters in order to fill up their quota of cores so that they would rank up after they completed their first wandering. They were only given 4 hours to hunt for monsters before they returned to the base. After they returned, they would fight with 13 subordinates as a team. These were real battles, and 13 subordinates didn't hold back and attacked the Wanderers, leaving them seriously injured. Fortunately, the troll shamans had the ability to heal. Also, they would make the Wanderers drink healing potions to speed up their recovery. Kane, Herman, Rayon, Lambert, Phoebe, Rio, and Miriam were surprised because these healing potions weren't the watered-down versions that were given to the common folk. They were high-quality potions, which made them wonder how 13 was able to produce them for the hundreds of Wanderers who got injured every day. When these group fights ended, they would eat dinner, too tired to do anything else. Then they would sleep for the night. Their tired and injured bodies would recover overnight, and when morning came, they would start their routine all over again. This happened day after day, with no end in sight. After a week, those who were scions and retainers of the monarch clans, prestigious families, military, as well as other well-off families, who received proper training since they were young, finally understood what was happening. 13 was training all the wanderers, especially those who hadn't been able to receive proper training because they weren't born in good families. For ordinary wanderers, they would be asked to run 10 miles every day. Those who received proper training were asked to run 20 miles. However, 13's sister, Shasha, had been ordered by her brother to run 30 miles every day. The 10-year-old had set a course for everyone, and most of them along the sandy beaches, putting a lot of strain on their bodies. I thought the training I received from my family was already hard, Kane said as he ran beside the leading group. Brother Xylen's Spartan training will put the training of the monarch clans to shame. The other leaders of the different wanderers nodded their heads in agreement. Shasha only kept silent because she had been trained by Xylen for years. But she had to admit that the training they were having now was on a whole new level. When she was trained by the Leventis family, they used rank 1 and rank 2 avatars to develop her fighting ability. However, her brother was different. Instead of ordinary ranking monsters, the monsters that she had to fight every day were sovereigns. The one she usually fought against was none other than Blackie, the fastest monster among 13's monster army. If she wasn't fighting Blackie, she would be fighting Giga. These battles were one-on-one battles, and not group battles. Kane and the other trained wanderers complained that they also wanted to fight sovereigns. But 13 only looked at them in disdain. The trained wanderers would almost always fight 2 versus 1 battles against the alpha trolls, and yet they always lost without even managing to land a proper hit. Kane's partners were sometimes Herman and Rayon. But even with their combined abilities, the trolls they were fighting against were simply too strong, too fast, and too experienced in fighting that they would always get beaten and battered during their battles. 13's training was indeed Spartan, and the Wanderers had no choice but to adapt by hook or by crook. At the beginning, only Taiga and Kane joined Shasha in her 30-mile runs every day. But after 2 weeks, the other trained Wanderers joined Shasha's training regimen. After 4 weeks, all the Wanderers were also doing 30-mile runs, which made Uncle Boo, who was very interested in the Wanderers, notice the result of their training. "Will you look at that?" Uncle Boo said as he looked at the Wanderers running on the beach. A few weeks ago, some of them would have collapsed at this point. But now, their stamina and muscles have developed properly, allowing them to run faster. "What can running do?" Albion snorted. "In the end, can they outrun the people of Artem? It's just wishful thinking. These humans are simply too weak and too fragile to survive their onslaught." "You might be right," Uncle Boo nodded. "But now, I believe that they have what it takes to run and reach their destination. Even if some of them die on the way, the others will definitely reach their goal." Albion scoffed because in his eyes, all of these fragile creatures were merely cannon fodders. And he was right. All of them were indeed cannon fodders, which was why 13 was determined to train them and give them a fighting chance to return to Pangaea. While everyone was busy training, 13 would disappear from the island from time to time. Sometimes he would disappear for days, sometimes he would disappear for a week. When Uncle Boo asked Albion if he knew where 13 went, the unicorn would stay silent. But Uncle Boo could be persistent at times, and during those occasions the unicorn would tell the beholder that he didn't know, and didn't give a damn about wherever the 10-year-old was. After being captured by 13, there were many restrictions that were placed on his body, preventing him from divulging anything about what he saw or heard when he was in the treasury of the apocalypse. Albion had only 2 goals. The first one was to find the candidate who would become the Moon Princess among the Wanderers. The second was to rescue Callie. He would then cross the Gate of the Moonlight to escape the Arcadia archipelago. 13 knew that the unicorn planned to have Callie merge with the body of the Wanderer, allowing her to live for at least a decade longer. But the 10-year-old had asked Metatron to put a restriction on Albion that prevented him from targeting Shasha. In the slim chance that 13's sister was chosen as the candidate to become the Moon Princess, he wasn't allowed to touch her, which would force him to just rescue Callie and follow 13's strategy. Finally, during the 5th week of their training, the boy, who had been away from the Arcadia archipelago for a week, finally returned. There were only a few days until the lunar eclipse, and his return signaled that the preparations that he was working on had been finally completed. "Welcome back, Xylen," Shasha said, hugging her brother in front of everyone and patting his head. Taiga and Cain could only watch with envy as the younger boy got pampered by the apple of their eye. After that short sibling bonding, 13 glanced at all the wanderers who were all looking back at him with determined looks on their faces. Their stamina, strength, fighting prowess, and overall performance had improved by leaps and bounds, making the younger boy nod his head in satisfaction. "Uncle Boo, Albion, call the monster sovereigns and tell them to gather on the second island," 13 ordered. "It's time for us to have one last strategy meeting so that we can give our unwelcome guests a warm and resounding greeting." 13 smirked because he had worked overtime to make sure that everything was ready on his side. Seeing the devilish smile on his face, Tiona, Giga, Taiga, Blackie, Rocky, Hercules, Basago, Poka, O1, O2, T1, and the rest of the trolls grinned back. They had seen their master smile like that many times during the last 3 years that they had been with him. Although the battle up ahead would be an extremely dangerous and difficult one, as long as the 10-year-old was standing on the battlefield, they would stand beside him and destroy all those who would stand in his way. Uncle Boo and Albion stared at Xylen for nearly half a minute before transforming into their true forms. Since they were all on these together, they decided to obey the boy's orders and rally the largest monster army that the Arcadia archipelago had ever seen and would probably never be seen again. Chapter 291 Our Long Journeys has just begun. Chapter 291 Our Long Journeys has just begun. Artem was one of the moons of Solterra, but within this moon lived a race of humans that were referred to as moon people. Ironically, the other moon, which went by the name Chandria, also had moon people in it. But these two races didn't get along. Countless wars had been fought between them in the past, but after a great struggle, the people of Artem won, forcing the people of Chandria to go into hiding. But the royal family of Chandria didn't run and hide, which was part of the agreement they had with the royal family of Artem, so that their people would be spared. And a year after that war, a girl was born between the princess of the Chandria and the king of Artem. However, this child wasn't born out of love. No, she was born so that the king of Artem could absorb and refine her bloodline, allowing him to become a celestial. But Callie's mother didn't want that to happen. She wanted to save her baby, so she sent her to Solterra in secret. As a drastic measure to prevent her husband from knowing where the baby was, she erased her memory, so that no matter how much she was interrogated or tortured, she would not divulge where she had sent her daughter. Years passed, and the king of Artem still couldn't find the baby. He had tried many times to get his wife pregnant, but the princess of the moon was only allowed to give birth to one child. As long as that child was alive, she wouldn't be able to give birth again. The moon of Chandria had mystic powers, and whether it had a deity that also wished to save the child or not, it ensured that she was well hidden from the eyes of the king of Artem. However, during a lunar eclipse, when the deity's power was weak, the king of Artem conducted a ritual which would allow him to find his daughter's whereabouts. That was when he found out that she was on Solterra, particularly the Arcadia archipelago. After finding where his daughter was, he made preparations to send his people to Solterra on the next lunar eclipse so that they would retrieve his daughter. But to ensure that Callie wouldn't be able to escape him, he had sent 2 structures to the Arcadia archipelago to prevent his daughter from escaping. These were the 2 pyramids that would allow them to erect a gate, which would allow them to teleport directly to the island. At first, they were only able to send a few of their people because they didn't know if the connection was stable enough. This was also why Callie, Uncle Boo, and Albion managed to repel and kill the first invaders that came to the island. But after using the first transfer as an experiment, they understood that they could modify the pyramids to allow them to transfer more of their people. Uncle Boo and Albion had once tried to destroy the pyramids, but they were unable to do it. They was made from an unknown metal that reflected their attacks back at them, leaving them seriously injured. And now, as the day of the lunar eclipse neared, an army of over 1,000 Artemians would be sent to Solterra and create a foothold on the Arcadia archipelago. 10 years later, after he had fully absorbed Callie's power and bloodline, he would become a celestial, allowing his people to invade Solterra. Aramil, once Callie has gained her new body, you will personally escort her back here to the palace. A handsome man, who seemed to only be in his late 20s, said in a commanding tone. You will also order your subordinates to build the foundation of our empire in Arcadia. From there, we will spread far and wide to conquer the nearby lands and make them bow to our will. Do this, and you will be rewarded. Fail, and you know what will happen to you, right? Yes, Your Majesty, Aramil replied. You may go. I want to see how Callie breaks after seeing her two loyal companions die in front of her. Once she has served her purpose, I will dispose of her and make sure that her mother will give birth to another child. The bloodline of the royal family of Chandria is so mysterious. I feel like, after reaching the celestial rank, the other child would help me reach greater heights. The handsome man couldn't help but chuckle as he envisioned a future where he would rule not only Artem and Chandria, but Solterra as well. For that to happen, he needed to become a celestial first, allowing him to gain the power that would make him a force to reckon with. The handsome man then walked towards the balcony of his palace, where he could see the beautiful world of Solterra in the distance. A new conquest awaits me, the king of Artem said with a smile. Soon, another world will become mine. A few days later, just before sunset, 13 gathered all the wanderers together. All of you take one, 13 said as he handed wristbands to the teenage boys and girls who had come to answer his call. Wristbands? Kane arched an eyebrow. Where did you get these, Brother Xylen? Trade secret, 13 replied. Since you already have one, can you move away? There are others who still haven't gotten theirs. Kane obeyed and walked away, and observed the wristband in his hand. At first, he just thought that it was an ordinary wristband, but after taking a good look at it, he noticed that there were words written in it. Arcadia Survivor. Year 3024, Kane muttered as he looked at the wristband in surprise. The other wanderers also read what was written on the wristbands and felt something warm rise up to their chest. The words Arcadia Survivor meant that this accessory would serve as a memento of their first mission in Solterra. Many of the wanderers became emotional, and some even cried because they felt the message that the 10-year-old was trying to convey to them. Survive and treat this mission as the stepping stone to a better and brighter future. They didn't know how many of them would be able to survive, but one thing was certain, they would do whatever it took to return to their families alive. One by one, the wanderers put on the wristbands and looked at 13 with eyes that had no intention of dying. I want one too. Uncle Boo, who had also lined up, asked for a wristband. This will break after you transform. 13 blinked. But sure, here you go. The boy handed the beholder a wristband, which made Uncle Boo smile from ear to ear. I will not wear this, Uncle Boo stated. But I'll keep it with me as a good luck charm. You believe in good luck charms? 13 arched an eyebrow. Whether I believe in it or not doesn't matter, Uncle Boo replied. Because we will need all the luck we can get right now, the beholder said as he looked in the distance. The tip of the pyramids were shining, which meant that the lunar eclipse would begin soon. Everyone, we have been together for many weeks, and although the time we spent with each other wasn't that long, I believe that this memory I have with all of you will be with me for life, 13 stated. I want all of you to remember this. Strength doesn't come from what you can do. It comes from overcoming the things that you thought you couldn't do. We are wanderers. Wherever we go, and no matter how long our journey is, there will come a time when our paths will cross each other. Not all those who wander are lost. Sometimes, it just means that we are meant to wander so that we can bring others back home. 13 then raised his right hand, whose wrist was also wearing a wristband, and closed it into a fist before pressing it over his chest. Our long journey has just begun. It is not our time to rest amongst the stars. All the wanderers clenched their fists as they stared at the boy, who was now acting as their leader with moist eyes. When a wanderer died, a shooting star would appear in the heavens of Pangaea. A sight, which was once beautiful, was now treated as an ill omen by those who lived in the world because they knew that somewhere, out there, a wanderer had lost their life. So, 13's words hold great significance to them, making them believe that they would be able to see the sunrise when morning came. Freewebnovel.com, as if waiting for that moment, the two pyramids shot a beam of light towards each other, which intersected above the second island of the Arcadia archipelago. Slowly, but surely, a small gate was opening, which was the signal that after an hour, the people of Artem would descend upon the world. Battle stations, 13 ordered, making all the wanderers and the monsters who had agreed to cooperate with them position themselves for a mad dash towards the gate of the moonlight. Uncle Boo and Albion transformed into their true forms, with the intention to save the person whom they loved and cared for the most in their lives. 13 stood in front of everyone with his arms crossed over his chest. He had a fearless look on his face, and didn't seem the least bit scared of the monsters that would come to slaughter them all. He was the youngest and smallest among the teenage boys and girls. But, at this time, everyone who was looking at his back felt that he was larger than life. Originally, I planned to chop today's 2 chapters into 3 parts, so that I will have 3 chapters. But, I decided against it because it wouldn't sit well with me. So, I'll just write that bonus chapter tomorrow. Are you guys ready for action? Kakik. Chapter 292, The One Who Mastered the Art of Playing Dirty, Part 1. Chapter 292, The One Who Mastered the Art of Playing Dirty, Part 1. As the gate slowly expanded, something caught everyone's attention. Beside 13, Shasha started glowing in a faint light. The 10-year-old gave his sister a sidelong glance before shifting his gaze back to the gate. He had already expected that his sister might become the candidate to become the Moon Princess because of 2 things. The first one was his mission. After leaving the Valbera archipelago, he met up with his brother, Mikhail, due to the contents of one of his trials. His 12th trial, which forced him to journey for months to reach the Arcadia archipelago, was another indicator. The moment he stepped foot into the island, he received his final mission: prevent the Moon Princess from getting corrupted. Before he was sent to Solterra, he had imparted the divine martial technique, Dance of the Moonlight, to his sister, so he was 90% certain that the person whom he must prevent from getting corrupted was none other than Shasha. The Wanderers, who had already been told about the sign of the Moon Princess candidate, looked at Shasha with complicated looks on their faces, especially the girls. Some of them were relieved because they weren't chosen to become Kali's next vessel. The rest, mostly the boys, pitied Shasha. For them, she was the perfect lady. Kind, strong, beautiful, and strong-willed. These were the qualities that any man would want for their partner in life. Taiga and Kane clenched their fists, for this turn of events was their greatest fear. Both of them secretly hoped that the young lady wouldn't be the candidate chosen to become the next Moon Princess and wanted her to safely escape this calamity. Uncle Boo and Albion also looked at Xylen's sister with solemn expressions on their faces. Uncle Boo could only sigh in his heart. In his eyes, Shasha was the worst candidate for Moon Princess. Not only was she 13th sister, but he had also taken a liking to her. Albion, on the other hand, clenched his fists so hard that the beholder could hear cracking sounds beside him. My sister is off limits. Those were the words that 13 had told him when he was still trapped in the treasury of the apocalypse. Now that the hateful boy's sister had become the candidate, his original plan had to be revised. I'll just focus on saving Kali first. Albion glared at the gate slowly forming in the distance. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Shasha looked at her hands, which were glowing faintly, and narrowed her eyes. It was then that she heard her brother's voice, snapping her out of her daze. Don't worry, Shasha, 13 said with his gaze still focused on the gate in front of him. I promise that I'll protect you. So, you don't have to worry about anything. Shasha nodded before she, too, looked at the gate that was forming in the distance. The size of the gate was now over 100 meters, and everyone could tell that it would open any moment now. Everyone, get ready, 13 ordered. When I give the signal, you will run toward the gate of the moonlight that will appear somewhere on this island. Don't look back. Just run. We'll see each other in Pangaea. Yes. All the wanderers replied in unison, making the younger boy smile. High above the sky, Visago and Poca circled around 13's location, keeping an eye out for the appearance of the gate of the moonlight. 2 gates would appear during the lunar eclipse. One was the gate from Artem, and the other was the gate from Chandria. The gate from Artem was purple, while the gate from Chandria was blue. After the gate from the invaders materialized, the gate from Chandria would also manifest at the same time. They're coming. Uncle Boo shouted. Everyone, brace yourselves. A few seconds after Uncle Boo made his announcement, a powerful shockwave spread out from the location where the purple gate was, sending gusts of wind flying in every direction. The purple gate then opened, and from it emerged the people 1619 of Artem, who stood 4 meters tall and were all wearing the purple gate then opened, and from it emerged the people of Artem, who stood 4 meters tall, and were all wearing purple robes. Uncle Boo's and Albion's eyes widened in shock upon seeing something that they didn't expect. In the past lunar eclipses, only a little more than 100 warriors from Artem appeared on the island, yet that already gave the two of them a hard time. But now, there were not only just 100 of them rushing out of the purple gate. No, there were several hundred of them, and even the weakest warriors were rank 5 sovereigns. Surprised, a 4-meter-tall giant laughed as he passed through the gate. You didn't see this coming, did you? The commander of the invaders, who appeared in the Arcadia archipelago, was a rank 9 sovereign, and he went by the name Aramiel. My king wanted to pass a message to the two of you, Aramiel stated. Thank you for entertaining him once every decade. He also has a proposal. Why don't the two of you serve the Artemian Empire and become our slaves? If you accept, you will be allowed to spend 10 years with the princess before she kicks the bucket. Of course, you can refuse. That's fine as well. But we'll cut off that unicorn's head and display it in the royal palace, while we'll lock up that beholder to be used for experiments. Rejoice, for even in death, both of you will at least have worth. So what do you say? I say, F***CKU. Uncle Boo, who had learned to curse from the Wanderers, shouted in anger. Albion, who also refused to yield, glared at Aramiel with fury. Well, I gave you a chance, Aramiel smirked. It's too late to regret your decision. Right behind Aramiel, 6 rank 8 sovereigns appeared, making Uncle Boo's and Albion's faces contort in anger. Their enemies now numbered over 1,000, which was 10 times greater than the usual army that the Artemian Empire sent every lunar eclipse. Chapter 293, The One Who Mastered the Art of Playing Dirty, Part 2. Chapter 293, The One Who Mastered the Art of Playing Dirty, Part 2. To this is too much. One of the Wanderers stuttered upon seeing that the number of enemies was far greater than any of them would have imagined. The other Wanderers were just as shocked, having expected that they would only need to escape from 100 Artemians. While escaping from 100 sovereigns was difficult, it was not impossible. However, with this many enemies going for the kill, their chances of escaping were nearly 0. But, just as everyone was about to fall into despair, a voice spread in the surroundings, making the Wanderers, as well as Callie's 2 protectors, look in his direction. The gate has appeared, 13 said in a calm tone as if the appearance of thousands of sovereigns wasn't a big deal to him. It is 10 miles to the east. The 10-year-old then pointed in the direction where Visago saw the gate from the sky. Blackie, Hercules, lead them all to the gates, 13 ordered. You already know what to do, right? Blackie barked while Hercules screeched. 13 nodded before glancing at the Wanderers behind him. What are you all waiting for? 13 asked with a smile. Start running. Blackie barked at the Wanderers before running away. Hercules screeched and followed behind his friend, snapping the Wanderers, as well as the monsters, who had gathered on the island to all run at the same time. A monster stampede composed of rank 5 monsters and above started, and all of them were headed to the blue pillar of light in the distance. Aramiel glanced at the fleeing humans and monsters before shifting his gaze to the beautiful young lady, whose body was glowing brightly in the darkness. The sacrifices are running away, Aramiel stated. Kill them all. The warriors of Artem roared as they followed their commander's orders. Some of them had seen this scene countless times in the past, and it all ended in a one-sided massacre. Follow me, the captain of a squad of warriors shouted. He was a rank 6 sovereign, and he was part of the original invaders who descended to the Arcadia archipelago every 10 years. The captain had only managed to run a few dozen meters when he saw a blur out of the corner of his eye. A second later, blood splattered in the surroundings as the captain of the warriors found his chest pierced by a tree. He could only stare at the sky, unable to move, for he had been pinned in place. What? That was his last word before death, not even knowing how he died. On a mountaintop, Lady Ariel, who was Adira's master, their branch manager, and the commander of the Order of Raziel, laughed. For a moment, I thought that these otherworlders are very tough, Lady Ariel said. But, since they can bleed, they can die as well. Everyone, make sure not to slack off, okay? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so make sure to enslave as many of these bastards as possible. Norris and the other slave masters, who were under Lady Ariel's command, All stepped forward with anxious looks on their faces. Which is worse? Norris, the slave master who had befriended 13, asked the drow beside him. The fight against Arundel, or this one? First time, Adira asked back with a grin. I don't really participate in wars, you know. Norris complained. So, which is worse? The fight with Arundel was worse, Adira answered as she summoned her dark bow. Compared to that fight, this is just a walk in the park for Xylen. Lady Auriel laughed as she raised her hand, making one of the trees that the Wanderers had sharpened to perfection float above her head. She was a throne, and she possessed a very deadly and unique ability. The commander of the Order of Raziel could increase the weight of anything she touched and launch it as a projectile. Of course, there was a limitation. She could only increase the weight of the object up to 15 tons. Anything above that was impossible for her. But, with tens of thousands of sharpened trees at her disposal, Lady Auriel felt invincible. Soon, dozens of trees descended upon the Artemian army, as 13th reinforcements went for the kill. Arameal, who didn't expect that there would be other forces on the island, frowned as his gaze locked onto the body of the commander of the Order of Raziel. Half of you, kill those pests. Arameal ordered the 6 rank 8 sovereigns behind him. The other half, secure that girl over there and bring her to me. Captains of each squad, what are you waiting for? Start the slaughter and eliminate all of those who dared to oppose our Artemian empire. Yes, sir. The Artemians divided themselves into 3 groups. Some went after the Wanderers. The others targeted the reinforcements 13 had called to join him, while the rest charged in Shasha's direction with the intention of capturing her alive. High above their heads, the moon of Chandria had started undergoing the first phase of a total lunar eclipse. This phenomenon would end in exactly 1 hour, which was the time limit for Arameal to capture Shasha and have her merge with Kali, who would appear once the eclipse had progressed halfway. Master, we should take Shasha and run. Taiga proposed. Yes, brother. Kane, who was feeling anxious, supported Taiga's words. We need to run away now. Run away? 13 blinked in confusion. Why should we run away? Why? Of course, we need to run away. Taiga, who was very tempted to hold Shasha and a princess Carrie and run as fast as he could, rested his hands on the younger boy's shoulder. Master, 3 rank 8 sovereigns are headed in our direction. They also have rank 6 and rank 7 sovereigns with them. Brother, let's escape. Kane insisted. Uncle Boo and this unicorn will not be able to stop them. Both of you calm down. 13 swatted Taiga's hands off his shoulders as if he was swatting away a fly. Shasha, did you practice during the lunar eclipse in Pangaea 2 years ago? Shasha nodded. Yes. Do you have a good grasp of it now? 13 inquired. Shasha nodded for a second time, which made the 10-year-old smile. Can you feel the resonance? I can. Shasha hadn't felt it a few minutes ago, but when the lunar eclipse started, a familiar feeling resonated within her body, making her feel more confident in what she was about to do. On a small hill overlooking the battlefield, a beautiful woman stood, looking at the battlefield in front of her. After her gaze landed on 13 and Shasha, she took a deep breath before soaring toward the sky. It had been a while since she last fought in a large-scale battle, but she wasn't afraid. Right now, something important to her was on the line, so she wouldn't hesitate to go all out. All she wanted was to make the people whom she cared about smile despite the hardships that they were facing in Solterra. The Wanderers, on the other hand, were running with all of their might, alongside the monsters who were headed in the same direction as them. 13 told them that the Artemians would prioritize hunting the monsters before them because they needed to use the blood of strong monsters to empower the ritual that they were about to do. I'm glad we ran every day, one of the Wanderers said, thankful that he was able to run at a good pace despite not having received any proper training while growing up. The other Wanderers nodded in agreement because they also felt that they would be able to reach their destination if the Artemians didn't target them right away. The gate manifested a bit far, so it would take them some time to reach their destination. However, after seeing the flying logs that they had personally cut down pierce the bodies of the Artemians running after them, a sense of pride rose in their chest, making them run faster than ever before. From a distance, Lady Auriel frowned. She could no longer provide cover for the Wanderers because there was a small army headed in their direction. It's too early to use our secret weapons, Lady Ariel thought as she shot dozens of logs toward the rank 8 sovereigns leading the group of Artemians running after the Wanderers. She knew that there were risks in joining 13's battle, but if they managed to pull it off, great rewards would also fall on their heads. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, Lady Ariel mused. That boy, Xylen, really knows how to negotiate with a businesswoman like me. Adira was releasing one arrow after the other, while Norris raised his hand to summon a rank 6 alpha monster, which he had recently enslaved. The Order of Raziel had faced many hard battles in the past, but this was the first time that they were fighting invaders from the moon that they always looked at during the night. Freewebble.cm. Chapter 294 The One Who Mastered the Art of Playing Dirty, Part 3. Chapter 294 The One Who Mastered the Art of Playing Dirty, Part 3. While his reinforcements were preparing to clash with their enemies, 13 had just finished his conversation with Shasha. Very well. 13 pointed at the giants running in their direction. Show them the dance of the moonlight. Shasha closed her eyes. Looking at her, Taiga and Kane felt like the brother and sister pair had gone crazy. A moment later, a dozen shadows that looked exactly like Shasha appeared behind her. Taiga and Kane looked at this scene in awe, but what happened next made their eyes widen in shock. Dozens of golden swords made of light materialized and moved counterclockwise behind Shasha and her shadow clones, making them look as if they were celestial beings. Secure the princess candidate, one of the rank 8 sovereigns, who had come to capture Shasha, ordered. Feel free to kill everyone else. Although he had seen that the young lady was exhibiting a strange power, he wasn't too worried about it. After all, what could a weak human girl possibly do against them? But when they were only hundreds of meters away from Shasha, countless golden swords rained down upon them from the sky. These golden swords didn't come from Shasha, which made the Artemians look in the direction where it was coming from. Do you really think that I'd just watch as my daughter gets kidnapped right under my nose? Alessia asked in a tone filled with killing intent as she hovered in the sky. Just like Shasha, there were a dozen shadow clones of Alessia hovering behind her. The dance of the moonlight and the dance of Solaris were a pair. When they were together on the battlefield, a resonance would take place, allowing both of them to use the power of the other. Shasha was still not a rookie, so it was impossible for her to use the power of her martial technique. But even if she were a rookie, her rank would still be too low to manifest the complete dance of the moonlight. However, there was a condition that would allow her to use its true might regardless of her rank. And that condition was an eclipse. For the dance of the moonlight, a lunar eclipse was needed. For the dance of Solaris, a total solar eclipse was required. But if the two wielders of these two martial techniques were together, and there was an eclipse, both of them would be able to unleash their martial technique's core abilities, making them a force to reckon with. Alessia and her clones landed beside her children and smiled. Xylen, will you be able to return after this? Alessia asked her son, not caring about the horde of angry Artemians headed in their direction. It was as if she was only asking her son what he wanted for dinner. Having witnessed this, Taiga and Kane felt as if their common sense was being tested. Yes, mother, 13 replied. I can go home after this mission ends. Good. Alessia nodded. Remy misses you terribly. Don't worry, I left your father to look after her. I miss her too. 13 took out his bow from his spatial storage and placed a quiver of arrows behind his back. Let's get this over with so that we can all go home. Shasha and Alessia both unleashed the power of their martial techniques, launching countless golden swords that had grown to the size of street lamps. Not daring to underestimate the power of the golden swords, the three rank 8 sovereigns erected a barrier in front of them, tanking the ridiculous attack that they were seeing for the first time in their life. Uncle Boo and Albion, who were now in their true forms, also unleashed a barrage of their long-distance attacks, forcing the Artemians to go on the defensive. What kind of power is this? Aramiel, who was watching the Moon Princess candidates battle from a distance, frowned. He had extended his senses to observe the golden swords that were raining down on his subordinates. Each of those swords can instantly kill a rank 4 sovereign, Aramiel thought. But that woman is only of the Grandmaster rank. How can she possibly summon so many golden swords? Also, even though the princess candidate is still very young, she can unleash the same attack with the same destructive power. This shouldn't be possible. The more Aramiel thought about it, the more confused he became. A minute had passed since the barrage of the golden sword started, but Shasha and Alessia showed no signs of running out of steam. Usually, an attack of such magnitude would drain the wielder of their stamina and strength at a rapid pace, making it impossible to use for long periods of time. And yet, the two looked too composed, and there was no sign of exhaustion on their faces. In fact, both of them were even chatting, sharing views on how to break the Artemians' defense, as if discussing what to cook for dinner. Knowing that this couldn't continue any longer, Eremiel snapped his fingers. A booming sound spread in the surroundings as the purple gate behind the Artemian commander released more warriors from their home world. Originally, he thought that bringing over 1,000 warriors was already an overkill. But seeing the current situation, he realized that some variables outside of their control had appeared. There were over 5,000 warriors who were supposed to arrive in the Arcadian archipelago in batches. They would build their fortress on the island, which would become their base of operations before they expanded outward. Little did he know that Callie had already shared all of this information with 13, allowing the boy to plan beforehand. If his opponents wanted to play dirty, then 13 would play dirtier and make them understand that they were dealing with someone who had mastered the art of playing dirty. Go! Eremiel ordered the second batch of warriors to attack, without mercy. Get the Moon Princess candidate. Over 1,000 warriors headed toward Shasha with determined looks on their faces. The ground trembled, comparable to a small earthquake, as they collectively rushed toward their target. But they had only managed to run halfway to the first batch when the ground under their feet gave way, revealing a sinkhole. Some of the Artemians fell on the sinkhole, but there were others who managed to jump over it at the last second. Suddenly, one of the warriors who had fallen into the hole suddenly flew out of it, blood gushing out of his nose and mouth. A moment later, the Ogre King from the Valbera archipelago jumped out of the hole and swatted all the Artemians within his range. You guys are too impatient. The Tigerkin King jumped out of the sinkhole and also started to smack everyone in the surroundings. I've been itching for a fight. Arthas, who was now a throne, slashed the Artemian in front of him. Just as he was about to attack the enemy closest to him, the ground burst open, and the new Troll King pierced the Artemian's head, making Arthas chuckle. Fine, I'll look for others to kill. Arthas, who was now the Barbarian King, distanced himself from the Ogre King, the Tiger King, and the Troll King. You bastards, a rank 7 sovereign shouted in anger. However, before he could help his subordinates, the ground under him collapsed. Fortunately, he was prepared, so the moment it happened, he was able to jump upward. But even though he did, a giant figure rose up from the ground and grabbed his legs. The Artemian captain looked down and screamed in fright when he saw the devil-horned honey badger, whose jaws were wide open and about to bite his waist. A pang of excruciating pain washed over his senses as Cranky pulled him down underground, where the honey badger would ensure that his prey wouldn't be able to escape from him. 13 promised him that he could eat to his fill, and what better food could he eat than powerful monsters that he had never tasted before? Ogres, tigerkins, barbarians, and trolls emerged from the holes that suddenly appeared in the ground and worked together to start a one-sided massacre. The Artemians were caught off guard by this sudden ambush, which broke their battle formation. Eremiel roared in anger because enough was enough. Moon Domain. The commander of the Artemian army activated his domain, which would double the strength and fighting prowess of his army. But just as the domain was about to envelop the entire battlefield, cracks appeared on it, making Eremiel's eyes turn bloodshot. A few seconds later, his domain shattered, making him cough out a mouthful of blood due to backlash. I've always wanted to try that once. A voice filled with arrogance reached Eremiel's ears, making him turn to look at the old man, who was holding a great sword in his right hand. Not too shabby, right? The patriarch of the Leventus clan, Arthur Leventus, sneered as he looked at the rank 9 sovereign with a fearless gaze. He had long wished to become a monarch, and one of the requirements to qualify as such was to kill a rank 9 sovereign. Arthur was just a throne. In order to win against a rank 9 sovereign, the assistance of at least 5 more thrones was needed. But the old man was as cunning as he was strong. He purposely waited for Eremiel to unleash his domain before breaking it using the ability of his mythical equipment. 13's grandpa was pissed off when 13 didn't invite him to the Valbera archipelago to fight Arundel and his army. He thought that he had lost the opportunity to become a monarch just because he didn't treat his no-good grandson's family better. Since then, he paid extra attention to Mikhail's, Shasha's, and Remy's situation, making sure that they received the best supplements and training materials that their family could offer. He did all this, hoping that Xylen, who was still in Solterra, would find himself in a difficult situation, similar to his battle with Arundel. E/N. Repeat those words to yourself, old man. Is that right? Arthur hoped that his grandson would invite him then. Fortunately, his prayers were answered. 13 had asked the Order of Raziel to deliver a letter to Michael, which he would certainly deliver to Arthur. He laid out a plan in which he could bring the powerhouses of the Leventis family to the Arcadia archipelago to participate in a battle, which would give Chapter 295 the Order of Raziel. Chapter 295 The Order of Raziel. "B brother, you're amazing," Cain exclaimed after seeing the reinforcements that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He originally thought that they were already goners, but seeing the unknown monster army helping them, as well as the other adults fighting alongside them, he was starting to believe that they had a chance to win. Shasha and Alessia, whose powers resonated with each other, were like unstoppable magical artillery, continuously shooting out golden swords that were as strong as Lady Ariel's 15-ton projectiles. On the contrary, 13, who was observing the battlefield with his arms crossed over his chest, wasn't as optimistic as Cain. He understood that the Artemians wouldn't allow themselves to fail their mission. With that said, they should be sending more reinforcements, which would soon number in the thousands. "By the way, Cain," 13 said, "why are you still here? Shouldn't you be running toward the Gate of the Moonlight?" "Brother, just who do you think I am?" Cain replied with a face filled with injustice. "Since Shasha is still not safe, I will remain here. I won't go through the gate unless she goes through the gate with me." Taiga, who was also standing beside Cain, clicked his tongue but didn't say anything. His current master didn't tell him about the reinforcements that arrived, but a glance was enough for him to figure out that they consisted of members of the Order of Raziel and the warriors of the Valbera archipelago. Truth be told, he already had an idea about how the 10-year-old was able to achieve such a feat. It also explained the number of times 13 had left the Arcadia archipelago and disappeared for days on end. He had been making preparations in the background alone, keeping friends and allies alike in the dark. The younger boy looked at the blue moon in the sky. Seeing the progress of its eclipse, he knew that there were still a few minutes before it reached the halfway mark. Once that happened, the intensity of the battle would increase. At that time, the Artemians would realize that the current forces they had at the Arcadia archipelago would not be enough to complete their mission. "Shasha, no matter what happens later, don't panic," 13 said. "Trust me, okay?" "Yes, Xylen," Shasha replied as she glanced at her brother with a smile. "I trust you." Suddenly, a screech sounded from the sky, making 13 glance at Polka, who had just given him an updated report of the current situation on the battlefield. The boy's face turned solemn, having been informed that his trump cards were starting to move to perform the missions that he had asked of them. It's still too early, 13 thought, which means it has already reached that stage. 13 sighed internally, but since there was nothing he could do, he screeched back to let Polka know that he received her report properly. Phoebe, Herman, Rayon, Rio, and Lambert ran alongside the other wanderers with determined expressions on their faces. They were still a distance away from their destination, and yet, the Artemians were closing in on them at a rapid pace. The reinforcement that had given them cover fire earlier was currently being targeted by a small army, forcing them to deal with that threat first. This left the Wanderers and the other monsters, who were running toward the Gate of the Moonlight, to handle things on their own. "Just run," Rayon shouted. "Do everything in your power to cross that gate." All the Wanderers nodded their heads in understanding as they continued to run. But a second later, a loud explosion erupted in front of them, and the leading pack of monsters was sent flying to the side of their formation. "This little game is over," an Artemian holding a fireball in his hand laughed. "Become sacrifices for the glory of our king." The other Artemians, who were capable of long-distance attacks, also unleashed a barrage toward the monsters and the teenagers, who didn't stop desperately running for their lives. But, just as these attacks were about to land on their designated targets, giant spears emerged from the ground and dispersed them completely. Rayon and the other wanderers thought that they were already goners, but the sudden appearance of the spears reignited the hopes in their hearts. Run along now, children. A handsome man fixed his glasses as he stood at the side of the path. The Leventis family will handle them. Rayon, Herman, Lambert, Rio, Phoebe, and Miriam, as well as the other wanderers, recognized the man wearing glasses because he was one of the most important people in Pangaea. Michael Leventis, Rayon muttered. The right-hand man of Arthur Leventis. What is the Leventis family doing here? Lambert's eyes widened in shock. How can they possibly be here? Wanderers who go to Solterra for the first time are usually sent to places far from any human kingdom, Herman stated. This is to prevent powerful families from assisting their bloodline in completing their mission. I've memorized the known maps of Solterra, but this Arcadia archipelago wasn't located within the human kingdoms. That can only mean one thing. This place is so remote that no ordinary person can reach it. But they did, Rio commented. I can only think of one person who can do it. All the wanderers didn't need to be a genius to guess who was responsible for bringing the unexpected reinforcements that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This only cemented their assumption that Xylen had done something during the days when he wasn't on the island. I'm just glad they are here, Herman stated. There's simply no way we can survive this without them. Michael glanced at the powerful army that was almost upon them before fixing his glasses a second time. Leventis Corps, move out, Michael ordered. Suddenly, hundreds of people emerged from the trees and unleashed a barrage of spells, arrows, and other projectiles toward the incoming army. Mr. Glasses, allow us to support you. A lady, who seemed to be in her late 20s, said with a smile as she appeared a few meters away from Michael. Silent watchers, engage, the lady ordered. Phantom Force, go for the kill, a middle-aged man commanded as he stood on top of a tree. Wolf Crew, it's time to hunt, a man wearing a wolf robe shouted. Tiger Cartel, make sure to loot as many as you can. A woman wearing seductive clothes closed the fan she was holding in her hand and pointed it at the Artemian army. Don't forget to capture a few slaves too. We don't want Ariel to gain all the good stuff. When 13 asked the branch of the Order of Raziel, headed by Lady Ariel, for help, he didn't expect that the commander of the Shadow Union would ask the other branches to participate in this battle. All in all, 10 branches of the Order of Raziel were mobilized, and each of them was led by a throne. These unexpected circumstances surprised the 10-year-old, but he was more than happy to have them in this battle, which was happening in a secluded part of Solterra that was still uncharted by the human kingdoms. 13 had used Rocky's upgraded mobile fortress to bring in 500 people at a time, which he dumped in secret locations throughout the second island. He made many return trips in order to accommodate all of these powerful individuals from the underworld, who only came because of their trust in Ariel. The Order of Raziel was a tight-knit group of people. Their commanders were all close friends. And since one of them asked for help, those who were nearest the Shadow Union branch answered her call. Soon, the Artemian army that originally targeted the fleeing wanderers was forced to engage the forces of 4 thrones, buying the wanderers precious time to increase the distance between them and the army, whose formations had started to break apart. Chapter 296 Monster Brawl. Chapter 296 Monster Brawl. There was a small elite group of Artemians that separated from their formation to continue their pursuit of the fleeing wanderers. Their captain had the ability to use group teleport, allowing them to teleport anywhere within 2 miles in any direction. 50 Artemians, led by a rank 7 sovereign, appeared at the front of the monster stampede, blocking their path to escape. Monsters were stronger and faster than wanderers, so they took the lead, while the teenage boys and girls were at the rear of their formation. Lowly creatures, just accept your fate and allow yourselves to be sacrificed, the rank 7 sovereign shouted. Kill them. The Artemians charged forward, with their armor glowing in a bright light. This light increased their strength for a period of time, giving them the confidence to annihilate the monster stampede. At least, that was what they originally believed. When the 2 forces were about to clash, the ground under their feet gave way, and they all fell into a ditch. This ditch was only 3 meters deep, and the Artemians were 4 meters tall. Due to how sudden the situation was, they were unable to react in time and got trampled by the monster stampede. Freeweb Novel.C Sigma Blackie, who was leading the pack, barked, telling the monsters behind him to gang-bang the fallen Artemians. All of them were rank 5 monsters and above, so they weren't any weaker than the Artemians. Because of this, they trampled, mauled, bit, slashed, and shredded the arrogant invaders who must have thought that they were dealing with low-ranked monsters. While the monsters were attacking the Artemians trapped in the ditch, Rocky was also attacking them from below ground. Of course, he focused his attention on the rank 7 Sovereign, which was the strongest of them all. As long as he could contain their captain, Blackie and the other monsters would handle the rest. 13 had also taken into consideration that, when the battle started, the Artemians would divide their forces to handle the different variables that would pop up across the battlefield. But the boy also considered one important factor, and that was the arrogance of the Artemians. For them, any creature born in Solterra was a lowly creature who couldn't measure up to their might. Unfortunately, they had greatly underestimated the number and strength of the monsters of the Arcadian archipelago, who didn't hesitate to engage them in battle. Dying screams reverberated in the surroundings as Giga went on a rampage and smashed every Artemian within his reach. When he fought against Arundel, he was clearly outmatched. In his dying moments, the one thing he regretted was being too weak to help Xylen. So when the two of them had a heart-to-heart talk, the Blaze Skunk asked his master to make him stronger. 13 agreed. Instead of allowing Giga to break through to the next rank and become a rank 6 monster, he made the skunk clear certain conditions, allowing him to evolve into a sovereign. A rank 5 sovereign was just as strong as a rank 6 alpha monster, and the path that the 10-year-old had chosen for one of his best friends was the path of the sovereign. But Giga wasn't just an ordinary sovereign. He was a mutated sovereign who had drunk the blood and eaten the meat of a rank 9 fire dragon, making him stronger than ordinary monsters with the same rank as him. He was still weaker than the rank 7 captain of the Artemians, but it didn't matter. After all, he wasn't fighting him in a one-on-one battle. He was fighting him with his allies, who had faced Arundel alongside him. Hercules was like a juggernaut who smashed against the rank 7 monster's head, breaking the captain's teeth. The obsidian tiger beetle wasn't a monster that specialized in attacks. No, it was a monster that specialized in defense. But, thanks to its ability, Roadrunner, it was able to run at great speeds. Using the built-up momentum, it would ram itself against any target, making them feel as if they were hit by a bullet train. Blackie, who specialized in speed, bit on the Artemian captain's neck, holding him in place. Giga then activated his ability, Titan's Heart, and transformed into a 7-meter-tall blaze skunk. The three friends had coordinated their time perfectly. At the same time that Blackie bit on the captain's neck, Giga's blaze was only 2 seconds away from descending on the captain's head. A split second before the moment of impact, Blackie backed off, so that he wouldn't be caught in the aftermath of one of Giga's strongest close combat abilities. It was none other than the Gigaton Smash, which was imbued with the flames of a fire dragon. A second later, a cracking sound was heard, followed by a dying scream as blazing flames spread in the surroundings. Giga didn't take any chances and unleashed consecutive Gigaton Smash until the captain's head turned into a burning meat paste. No, spare me. Stop. I order you to stop. I am an Artemian. I won't die here. I can't die here. You lowly monsters. Damn you all. The cries fell on deaf ears as the monsters continued their rampage, not showing a shred of mercy. When the Wanderers caught up with the monster army, all they saw was the bloodied bodies of the Artemians being eaten by the monsters. Giga gave the rank 7 sovereign core to Hercules, while he and Blackie tore off some meat from the foe they had killed. They had no idea what the Artemians tasted like, so the two decided to have a taste. After chewing a few times, the skunk and the hound spat at the same time and looked at the dead body in disdain. This F***'s flesh tastes like that poisonous toad that we tried to eat last time, Blackie barked. Yes. Giga growled. Absolutely disgusting. After the two of them finished giving their criticisms about the taste of the Artemian captain, Giga gestured to the Wanderers to keep running. They still had plenty of distance to cover, and judging by their speed, it would take them at least half an hour more to reach the pillar of blue light in the distance. 13 had asked them to accompany the Wanderers and ensure that they were safe. The trolls and the ogres were inside Rocky's mobile fortress, ready to assist in case they needed backup. They weren't really made for long-distance marathons, So they were hitching a ride in the Magma Balboa, ready to assist their friends at a moment's notice. Although they weren't saying anything, all of them who had fought against Arundel could feel it in the air. Something very dangerous and deadly was looming in the heavens above. Feeling anxious, Giga urged the Wanderers to increase their pace so that he could return to his master's side before something outside of 13's calculations took place. Chapter 297, A Very Fine Vessel. Chapter 297, A Very Fine Vessel. I am never going to join this kind of mission again, the slave master, Norris, commented as he forcefully enslaved a rank 6 Artemian, which had been knocked unconscious by Adira and her team. Stop complaining and start enslaving. Adira, who was busy providing cover for the slave master, replied. Done, Norris shouted as he gave the fallen Artemian a slap on his face. Wake up and protect me at all costs. The Artemian tried to fight off the enslavement magic, but it was of no use. The enslavement seal Norris had used on the captured warrior wasn't the same seal he used on the monsters that he sold other people. It was a slave seal made by Norris Master, a throne who specialized in enslaving magic. Any monster rank 7 and below would not be able to break free from it. The other slave masters, who were also fighting on the island, had several ready-made seals like Norris. Their goal in this war was to capture as many high-ranking Artemians as possible and use them as their organization's personal slaves. Norris Master was also on the battlefield, happily collecting one slave after the other. He even wanted to thank Lady Auriel for inviting him to such a bountiful harvest, where he managed to acquire slaves that didn't belong in Solterra. The Order of Raziel didn't help 13 out of charity. All of them had their own reasons for coming. Only Lady Auriel was genuinely helping the 10-year-old because the Domini Mortis had chosen him to become her master. 13 had also been honest with her and warned her of the dangers that might happen as the lunar eclipse progressed. He also shared this information with the other branch leaders, who decided to join the fight in the Arcadia archipelago. They knew the risk involved, so they specially made contingency plans just in case the worst-case scenario happened. In fact, all of them would not hesitate to sprint toward the Gate of the Moonlight if things suddenly turned south, running off with the gains they acquired during the battle. 13 was paying close attention to the war, as well as the progress of the lunar eclipse in the heavens. When the eclipse finally reached the halfway mark, a bright light appeared hundreds of meters above the purple gate that belonged to the Artemians. Uncle Boo and Albion looked at that light, knowing what it signified. When the light receded, a transparent golden orb appeared, and inside it was a young lady who seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old. This teenage girl was none other than Callie. With her appearance, Albion instantly disappeared from where he stood. The unicorn teleported consecutively in order to reach the person whom he cared about the most. Uncle Boo also wanted to go, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to travel as fast as the unicorn. It might even drag them down if he accompanied Albion in his attempt to rescue Callie. 13's and Alessia's gazes turned solemn when the Moon Princess finally made her appearance. The 10-year-old knew that the Artemians had already met one of the conditions to conduct the ceremony, but it was not the one they expected. In order to make Callie appear and make the ceremony successful, they needed to offer blood sacrifices from powerful monsters. However, the monsters who had been offered as sacrifices weren't the monsters on the island, but the Artemians themselves. 13's strategy caught them completely by surprise. Although his allies suffered serious injuries, none of them had died, yet, because the preparations they made prevented the Artemians from getting an advantage over them. Simply put, the Artemians were ill-prepared for their current circumstances. They were used to being the hunters, not the ones being hunted by their foes. All of them thought that the only threat they would be facing was Albion and Uncle Boo, whom they had already battled many times in the past. They had prepared more than enough warriors to deal with the two beasts, but not enough manpower against the fierce welcome they received after they descended on the Arcadia archipelago. Callie, Albion shouted as he teleported dozens of meters away from the transparent golden orb that served as the Moon Princess prison. Hearing his voice, the young lady slowly opened her eyes. A sad smile appeared on her face the moment her gaze landed on the unicorn, whom she missed dearly. But, just as Albion was about to reach her, something blocked his path. This farce needs to end. Fewebnavuel.com. An Artemian with two gray angelic wings on his back, stated in a cold tone before punching the unicorn's face, sending Albion crashing towards the ground. The ongoing battles came to a brief pause when everyone sensed a powerful presence appear on the island. *T. Lady Aurelia cursed internally after seeing the newcomer on the battlefield. Xylen said that there was a small chance that this was going to happen, but it really did happen. The other branch managers immediately ordered their subordinates to regroup as they glanced at the High Archon, whose presence would affect the outcome of the battlefield. /N. High Archon is the counterpart of a Magian prince or princess. This only applies to monsters of the same rank. Well, you can treat this as a form of victory. After all, you succeeded in forcing our hand. Another High Archon stepped out of the purple gate with a sneer on his face. We weren't supposed to come here, but since we can't afford to let this ceremony fail, our king sent us to handle the rest. Just think of it as having bad luck. The only thing you can do now is hope that in your next life, you will not suffer the same fate. Even so, all of you should be honored, for I, Xylen, had personally come to kill all of you. No need to thank me, isn't that right, Your Excellency Xylen? Xylen made an exaggerated bow to the High Archon who had punched Albion away from the golden orb that served as the Moon Princess prison. Yes, Xylen, who served as the King of Artem's right-hand man, replied. Anyone who dares to defy our empire will face the consequences of their actions. The purple gate glowed once again, and with it, 4 rank 9 sovereigns appeared. Aramiel, who was the commander of the invading force, was also a rank 9 sovereign. With the addition of 2 High Archons and 4 more rank 9 powerhouses, the balance of the battle immediately tilted in the Artemians' favor. Xylen's gaze then landed on the beautiful young lady, whose body was glowing faintly in the distance. A very fine vessel, Xylen said with a smile. Maybe you will last more than a decade before you wither away like the other Moon Princess candidates who had come before you. After saying those words, the High Archon of Artem touched the golden orb and used his authority over it. Callie's body shuddered, and her eyes suddenly went blank. A moment later, she started to sing, a sad song that made Shasha, who was fighting with everything she had, suddenly fall into a trance. Her shadow clones all dispersed as her connection with them disappeared. Alessia, who noticed what had happened to her daughter, was suddenly pushed back by the Artemians, whom she was holding back earlier. Now that the deadly bombardment's effectiveness was reduced by half, they no longer had anything to fear because no one would be able to stop the inevitable. Shasha's body slowly rose up from the ground, as if she were being pulled toward the singing girl, who would soon take over her body and use it as her new vessel. Chapter 298 Perfect Timing. Chapter 298 Perfect Timing, I Won't Let You. Uncle Boo roared through telepathy and flew toward Shasha. Using his telekinesis, the beholder forcefully took the young lady away and flew toward the direction of the Gate of the Moonlight. Right now, it was impossible for him to get close to Callie. However, he believed that if he took Shasha away, there was a chance that the powerhouses of the Artemian Empire would change their target to him, buying Albion a bit of time to save Callie and escape. Just as he intended, the Artemians prioritized targeting him. Xylen and the 4 rank 9 sovereigns that accompanied him were now flying after the fleeing beholder. Rank 9 Artemians and above had the ability to fly, making them look like deities in the eyes of their people. Only the High Archon, Xylen, stayed back. His priority was to keep Callie safe and prevent the unicorn from attempting to whisk her away right under his noose. Master, what are we going to do? Taiga asked. They're after Shasha. Brother, is there anything I can do to help? Kane inquired. As long as it will save Shasha, I'll do anything. The 2 of you can't do anything. 13 replied as he glanced in the direction where Uncle Boo had fled. If you want to do something, make sure that you stay alive because this is far from over. Glancing at the lunar eclipse, 13 knew that even if Uncle Boo flew as fast as he could, the Artemians would still be able to catch up to him. Xylen, what now? Alessia asked anxiously. Don't worry, Mother, 13 answered. I'll keep Shasha safe. I promised her, so I will do just that. For the time being, take Taiga and Kane away from here. I won't go, Master. Taiga insisted. I know you have a plan, so I'm willing to help you even if it's dangerous. Me too, brother, Kane stated. I won't leave until she's safe. 13 shook his head. The two of you will only just get in the way. If you really want to help save Xia, go with Mother and help her with what she is about to do. Hearing the firmness in his tone, Taiga and Cain glanced at each other with resignation. Xylen, just answer me this, Alessia said softly. Xia will be safe, right? She will come back home, right? 13 nodded. Yes, she will come back safe, Mother. I promise. After her son's assurance, Alessia ordered 2 of her clones to grab hold of Taiga and Cain so that she could carry out the next phase of Xylen's plan. When his mother was no longer in sight, 13's face turned solemn because the current situation had exceeded his expectations. He had taken into account the appearance of a high archon, which was as strong as a Magian prince. However, he didn't expect that there would be 2 of them, not to mention that they had also brought 4 rank 9 sovereigns with them as well. The moment these powerhouses arrived, the Order of Raziel made their retreat. They agreed to help out of their own interests, but fighting against these powerful monsters wasn't something they signed up for. They understood that the enemy would prioritize the ceremony, so they planned to use this opportunity to make their escape. During their stay on the second island, they had dug countless underground tunnels, which they planned to use as their escape routes when something beyond their control transpired. Suddenly, a shadow rose up behind 13 and grabbed him without warning. Xylen, let's go, Adira stated. We need to escape here. It's a lost cause already. Perfect timing, Lady Adira, 13 said. I will need your help to do something. The drow suddenly felt a cold shiver run down her spine when she saw the 10-year-old's expression. The last time you asked me to do something, I had the biggest scare of my life, Adira commented. You're not planning on doing anything dangerous, right? Of course not, 13 smiled. I just want you to bring me as close to that golden orb in the sky as possible. The drow pinched the bridge of her nose because she already knew that the boy was planning to take on a suicidal mission once again. Xylen, do you think we can escape the senses of that thing? Adira pointed at Zazriel, who was hovering beside the golden orb. That's a high archon, the same rank as Arundel. Are you insane? I'm very sane, 13 replied calmly. Trust me, Lady Adira. There is nothing more sane than me on this battlefield right now. Tiona, who was coiled on the boy's neck, nodded her head in agreement. The high archons will be distracted later, so they won't have the leeway to pay attention to ants like us, 13 explained. If you really think that it's too dangerous, you can just leave me behind. Adira clicked her tongue before carrying the boy in a princess carry. I just need to get as close to that thing as possible, right? Adira asked. 13 nodded. Yes. I better not die here, Xylen, Adira complained. If I do, I'll be haunting you for eternity. 13 didn't reply because he knew that this was indeed a risky move. But there was no other way to do it. He only had one chance, and if he failed, not only would he lose his sister, but he would also probably lose his life as well. Uncle Boo, who had secured Xia, was flying as fast as he could, but his pursuers were faster than him, and it was only a matter of time before they finally caught up. The only reason why they weren't attacking him directly was due to the fact that they might accidentally kill the Moon Princess candidate who was in his possession. Uncle Boo knew this very much, so he had the advantage. As long as Xia was with him, his enemies would think twice before they moved in for the kill. But just as he was thinking along these lines, 2 of the tentacles on his head were cut off, making him grimace in pain. This small window of opportunity wasn't missed by Calaziel, who was a high archon like Zazriel. With a speed that was as fast as the speed of sound, the high archon arrived right beside Uncle Boo and severed the tentacle that held Xia in place. After that, he punched the beholder's face, making Uncle Boo screech in pain as he crashed toward the ground. I have secured the Moon Princess vessel, Calaziel said to his subordinates as he looked at the young lady in his hand. Let us return, Ard. Something fast and powerful hit the side of his face, making him lose his grip on Xia, who was now falling to the ground. But a few seconds later, a blur appeared and caught the falling teenager before landing on a mountain a distance away. Who are you? Calaziel spat a mouthful of blood as he looked hatefully at the monster who suddenly attacked him out of nowhere. Me, a demi-human bat asked with a smile. Just a death bat who happened to just fly over this island. It seemed that something interesting was happening, so I decided to take a look and join in the fun. Kamesat smiled evilly, making Calaziel's face distort into anger. The High Archon knew that he was dealing with a creature whose strength was about the same level as his, and this was a situation he never expected to experience on a small island that was in the middle of nowhere. Chapter 299 Farming Apocalypse Points, Part 1. Chapter 299 Farming Apocalypse Points, Part 1. Kamisats glanced at the rank 9 sovereigns, who were right beside the High Archon, with a greedy look. Xylen had promised him that if he agreed to help him, not only would the Deathbat gain a rank 9 sovereign as a subordinate, but he would also be able to accumulate some apocalypse points. This was an opportunity that Kamisats wouldn't dare to miss, for it benefited him in more ways than one. "Give that girl to us, or else," one of the rank 9 sovereigns demanded. "Oh, you want this girl?" Kamisats chuckled as he glanced at the beautiful teenage girl in his arms. "What can you give me in return?" "Your life," the rank 9 sovereign sneered. He wasn't worried about talking down on the creature who was more powerful than him because he had the High Archon, Calaziel, with him. "I'm so scared," Kamisats chuckled. "I guess you don't want her then." After saying those words, Kamisats turned into a blur as he flew away at a speed that was 3 times faster than the speed of sound. He had created a barrier to protect Shasha from any side effects of his extreme speed, keeping her safe in his arms. Kamisats was so fast that, in the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away from where he was earlier. This caught Calaziel and his subordinates off guard. Upon realization, they roared in anger and tried to pursue the fleeing Kamisats, who was flying in the opposite direction of the Gate of the Moonlight. Xylen, who was guarding Kali, was alarmed by Kamisats' astounding speed. In that brief moment, he understood that if Kamisats wanted to flee with the vessel of their moon princess, no one among them would be able to catch them. But, to his surprise and relief, Kamisats stopped at the edge of the second island and looked at Xylen with a smug look on his face. "I'll ask you one last time," Kamisats said with a devilish smirk. "What can you give me in return for this girl?" "You only have one chance, buddy, so make sure you say the words I want to hear." Xylen reined in his emotions, for this was the first time that a lowly creature dared to threaten him. But since this was an important occasion, he decided to yield for the sake of their mission's success. Calaziel and his subordinates had also arrived at the scene, but none of them dared to make a move because the Deathbat had shown them that if he wished to leave, none of them had the power to stop him. "What do you want in exchange for that girl?" Xylen asked. "I want those 4 rank 9 sovereigns to become my subordinates," Kamisats replied. "This is the first time I've encountered your race, so I've decided to take a few of your people and make them my retainers." Calaziel's subordinates all glared at the arrogant Deathbat, but none of them dared to voice their complaints. If this deal fell through, and the Deathbat escaped with the Moon Princess vessel, their king would personally smash their heads into pieces. Xylen and Calaziel exchanged a glance with each other and nodded their heads at the same time. "Very well, we agree with this condition," Xylen stated. "But what is our insurance that you will not renege on our agreement?" "I am an upright and righteous Deathbat," Kamisats said with a smirk. "I have never lied in my life, and I am a very fair person. Since this is a proper trade, I will not renege on my promise. Of course, if you doubt me, there is nothing I can do about it. I'll just head home and make this girl my maid or something. So what will it be? Deal or no deal?" The Artemians understood that the one who held the power in this negotiation was none other than the Deathbat, but they didn't really care. Rank 9 sovereigns weren't easy to subjugate, and even if they pledged their loyalty to the Deathbat right now, they could always renege on the agreement later if they wished. "How do we make our exchange?" Xylen inquired. "Now you're talking." Kamisats laughed out loud because he hit the jackpot. "Since you guys can fly away anytime you want, I need to make sure that you won't run away. That's what we're going to fix first. I will create a portal, and those 4 will enter it without any complaint. Once they have all passed through the portal, I will give you this girl as promised." Calaziel glanced at the lunar eclipse and knew that they couldn't afford to delay the ceremony. Because of this, he made a gesture for his subordinates to calmly enter the portal that the Deathbat had created. "Don't worry," Calaziel said through telepathy. "I will come to find all of you. The 4 of you will become the pillars of our empire, so make sure to escape as soon as you confirm that the ceremony has ended." The 4 sovereigns nodded and walked toward the portal while glaring at Kamisats. They didn't know what lay on the other side of the portal, but they were confident that with 4 of them working together, no one would be able to stop them. Once the last sovereign had safely passed through the gate, the smile on Kamisat's face deepened before casually tossing Shasha to Kalaziel to complete the deal. I don't know what you're going to do with that girl, but since you honored your part of the deal, I will also honor mine, Kamisat stated. See, I am an upright and righteous death bat. I've never lied in my entire life. Kalaziel gave the death bat one last glance before flying toward the golden orb with Shasha. Shasha was awake, but she was still in a trance. The High Archon opened his hand, allowing the teenage girl to hover in front of him. Without a second thought, she reached out toward the golden orb, slowly passing through it. Zazriel and Kalaziel both sighed in relief because they had succeeded in their mission. The golden orb was a divine artifact that could withstand any attack, no matter how strong it was. It would take over a dozen Magian princes and princesses to break it, and even then, it would take them half an hour to do so. Once done, the 2 High Archons nodded at each other before parting ways and heading to each of the pyramids. There they would conduct the ceremony, which would make Kali and Shasha merge into one entity. Kamisat watched this scene with amusement. If he wanted to escape, he would have already done it, and no one would be able to stop him. But this was such a good opportunity to gain 4 rank 9 sovereigns without too much effort on his part. The portal that he had created led directly to the treasury of the Apocalypse, where Metatron was waiting. Camerasipa had led him to the artifact that allowed him to temporarily create a bridge that would take the Artemians to one of its saved locations, allowing him to trap them in a place where they wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. 100 Apocalypse points received. Kamisat wanted to laugh out loud, but he refrained from doing so. His gaze then landed on the spot directly under the golden orb in the sky. He didn't know what Xylen was planning, but no matter what it was, he wanted to be there and see for himself just how the 10-year-old would be able to turn this situation around. Chapter 300 Farming Apocalypse Points, Part 2. Chapter 300 Farming Apocalypse Points, Part 2. Alessia's face turned extremely pale when she saw her daughter trapped inside the golden orb alongside a girl named Kali. The 2 of them were facing each other, and both of them seemed to be in a trance. Suddenly, a beam of purple light and a beam of golden light emerged from the tips of the 2 pyramids, both aimed at the golden orb in the distance. The pyramids served as the bridge that allowed Kali to merge with her new vessel, without suffering from the backlash of forcefully taking over a body that didn't have the bloodline of the royal family of Chandria. At the same time, the blood of the Artemians, as well as the monsters that they had killed, rose up from the ground and also flew in the direction of the golden orb. The blood was so thick that it covered the golden orb entirely, blocking anyone from seeing anything from within. A moment later, the sound of 2 girls singing reverberated in the surroundings. It was a sad yet beautiful melody, signaling the beginning of the ritual that the Artemians wished to see. Within the golden orb, Shasha and Kali reached out to each other. The moment their hands touched, both of them performed a dance. It was the dance of the moonlight, making their bodies glow faintly as the powers they possessed mingled with each other. The king of Artem, who was seated on his throne, was able to see what was happening inside the golden orb. A faint smile hung on his face because he knew that when the day came to a close, he would have the power he needed to make the breakthrough to the celestial rank. This was the same rank as the 7 celestials and the 7 fiends of Solterra, making him one of those who would stand at the apex of the world. As the singing and dancing came to a close, Kali reached out to cup Shasha's face. The ceremony always ended with a kiss on the lips. Then, after that, the merger would begin. Shasha's body would become Kali's new vessel. Her body would transform to become the exact replica of the Moon Princess, never to be seen again. "I'm sorry," Kali said softly as she moved closer to Shasha. Tears streamed down the side of her face because she knew that after she kissed the beautiful girl in front of her, Shasha would cease to exist. Kali was not in control of her body and was simply moving due to the power of the ritual. Shasha never responded to her words, still stuck in a trance. Her lips slightly parted as she waited for Kali to take her first and last kiss. "I'm sorry," Kali repeated when her lips were only a few inches from Shasha's own. "Forgive me." At that moment, words that she never thought she would hear reach her ears. "I forgive you." 2 lips connected, and with it, The sound of a tolling bell reverberated in the surroundings. Xylen and Calasiel smiled victoriously. Ecstatic, they had accomplished their mission. All the Artemians began cheering and shouted, "Praise the king," repeatedly. Alessia, Tyga, and Cain looked at the bloodied orb in the distance with pale expressions on their faces. Although they couldn't see anything, the reactions of the Artemians made them feel as if something very important to them had been taken away. Kamisats arched an eyebrow as he crossed his arms over his chest. He couldn't really see what was happening in the bloodied orb, but regardless of the result, he had already gained massively in this mission. Anything more would just be a bonus for him. After the bell tolled 13 times, it finally came to a stop. Colorful lights danced around the bloodied orb, signaling that the merger was about to finish. Suddenly, a cracking sound reverberated in the surroundings, making the seriously injured Uncle Boo and Albion tear up. Having witnessed the same scene multiple times, they already knew what it signified. The beholder wailed as he forced himself to fly toward the person he cared for. Blood trailed across the sky as he endured the pain from his injuries and the heartbreak, knowing that this would be the last time that he would see Callie again. Albion slowly propped himself up from the ground. If Xylen hadn't held back, he would have already died then and there. But the High Archon didn't kill Albion right away because of one reason. He wanted to see him despair as he watched the person he loved and cared for disappear right in front of his eyes. It was at this moment that the first batch of the Wanderers reached the gate of the moonlight. Some of them looked back to see what was happening, but since there was still a chance that the monsters would catch up to them, the majority of them chose to enter the gate. Herman, Rayon, Lambert, Phoebe, Rio, and Miriam stayed and looked in the distance, wanting to see everything until the very last moment. 13 had kept his promise that he would allow them to return to Pangaea, and miraculously, aside from suffering some injuries, none of the Wanderers died. Amidst the cheering of the Artemians, Uncle Boo's pain-filled wails could still be heard, making the team leaders of the Wanderers understand the outcome of the battle. Does this mean that Shasha has? Rayon didn't have the strength to finish the rest of his words because this was something that he didn't want to happen. Truth be told, he felt relieved when his sister, Rio, didn't become the Moon Princess candidate. But that didn't mean that he didn't feel pity for Shasha. He wished that it could have been some nameless wanderer who was chosen as the vessel of the Moon Princess. That way, even if they were to be sacrificed, the majority of them would be able to survive. Death was a normal thing among wanderers, especially for those who had been spirited away for the first time. They had already prepared themselves for the worst, so knowing that they would be able to survive this ordeal made them happy. Still, the result didn't sit well with them, making them wonder if there was something that they could have done to change the outcome. Suddenly, all sounds disappeared from the island as a ripple of power spread outward. Everyone's gaze landed on the colorful sphere in the sky, which was glowing brighter with each passing second. Then it happened. The orb shattered, allowing everyone to see the outcome of the ritual. Xylen's and Calasiel's eyes widened in shock as they stared at the figure hovering in the sky in disbelief. Kamisats, on the other hand, laughed out loud as he looked at the 10-year-old who was holding a young lady in his arms in a princess carry. 13's eyes glowed faintly in a greenish color as he looked down at the young lady, whose skin had started to wrinkle as her age slowly caught up to her. Albion appeared right beside them and tapped 13's shoulder, teleporting him to the ground safely. "Take care of her," 13 said as he passed Callie to the unicorn who had taken his demi-human form. "She's very fragile, and she can die from the slightest impact, so take her somewhere far away from this place." "What happened?" Albion asked as he held Callie tenderly, treating her as the most precious treasure. "I'll tell you later," 13 replied. "Go now? They're coming. We don't want her dying now, do we?" Albion no longer asked and teleported away from the battlefield. Xylen and Calasiel roared in anger as they flew toward 13 with bloodshot eyes. Both of them were so confident that no one would be able to destroy the golden orb and infiltrate it under their watch. However, someone was able to do it, and now they didn't know if the ceremony had succeeded or not. 13, on the other hand, glanced in the direction of the death bat, who was looking down on him with an amused look on his face. "Hello? A little help here," 13 said. "I'm about to get pinched to death by 2 high archons. Aren't you going to help?" Kamisats laughed before descending from the sky to scoop up the 10-year-old, who had successfully pissed off all the Artemians in the Arcadia archipelago. Chapter 301 Farming Apocalypse Points, Part 3. Chapter 301 Farming Apocalypse Points, Part 3. I think you pissed them off, Xylen. Kamisats commented upon hearing both Zazriel and Kalaziel roar in anger. They even left their respective pyramids and flew to the second island in order to turn the hateful human boy into meat paste. All part of the plan. 13 replied as he looked at the purple gate, which was now spawning hundreds of Artemians, who were all looking at the boy with bloodshot eyes. I'm very tempted to leave you here just to see how they will torture you. Kamisats chuckled. But we can't have that now, can we? Especially since we've gone this far. Can you take on one of them? 13 inquired. I'll face that guy Zazriel, Kamisats answered. He's the strongest here. You're just in the initial stages of a Magian Prince, and you want to fight a peak high Archon? 13 stared at the death bat in disbelief. You sure about that? Do we have a choice? Kamisats asked back. No, see. The death bat glanced at the Artemians, who were all headed in his direction. If looks could kill, 13 and Kamisats would have already died 1,000 times over. But instead of running away, Kamisats stayed in place as if waiting for something. When their enemies were only dozens of meters away from them, the 10-year-old and the death bat heard a screech resounding in the heavens. A red phoenix suddenly descended from the sky, and behind her, countless flying monsters followed suit, raring and ready to fight the Artemians, who were all out for blood. The red phoenix spread her wings wide, and dozens of fireballs rained down on the army on the ground. Zazriel and Kalaziel took the brunt of the barrage, preventing their people from dying en masse. But some weren't as lucky and got hit by the fireballs, making them scream in pain, desperation, and horror as their flesh instantly melted from the heat of the flames. The smell of burning flesh spread in the surroundings, triggering the Artemians into unleashing all their long-range attacks at the Red Phoenix, whose strength matched their high Archons. While this was happening, the Purple Gate was spitting more Artemians to the battlefield, surpassing the 5,000 warriors quota they planned, which should have been enough to make the Arcadia archipelago their stronghold. The number continued to rise until it surpassed 10,000, a force enough to destroy a few human kingdoms. Kamisats, what do you see? 13 asked as he looked down on the army that seemed to increase by the second. A bunch of apocalypse points, Kamisats replied. I hope they send more, though. This won't be enough. The two of you seem to be having a lot of fun, the Red Phoenix commented as she transformed into the Magian Princess of Prophecy, Camersipa. By the way, Kamisats, are you not going to call your army? Camersipa had brought countless flying monsters, as well as aquatic monsters, who were all currently in the sea and only waiting for her order to attack. I was just about to do that. Don't rush me, Kamisats replied before whistling long and hard. Soon, the sound of flapping wings reached everyone's ears. Manticores, cockatrices, and wyverns, as well as countless bats, answered his call and swarmed toward the island. Drop me off, 13 said. I'll assist the two of you in any way I can. Kamisats knew that 13 would be useless in a fight of this magnitude. They had brought their armies in preparation for this day, but the deciding factor in order to win this battle was the fall of Zazriel and Kalaziel, who were the highest commanding officers of the Artemian army. The death bat flew toward the gate of the moonlight, covering the distance in just a few seconds. He then placed 13 beside the gate before flying back toward the battlefield, which had started to become a bloodbath. Why are all of you still here? 13 asked Rayon and the others, who were standing in front of the gate of the moonlight and watching the battle from afar. Hurry up and go. You might get caught up in this battle or get hit by a random attack. Staying here will only endanger your lives. Your mission is over, so go and leave while you still can. After saying those words, the ground under the 10-year-old's feet gave way, making 13 fall into Rocky's wide-open mouth. The Artemians were targeting him, so he couldn't show himself out in the open. The only way to escape their detection was to dive deep underground. Unlike what happened to Rocky in the past, the Artemians had no methods of firing a laser beam that could reach him deep underground. The Moonwalkers was a race who had strong physical strength, and their forte was close combat. While they did have some ranged attacks, they still had a limitation, which 13, Kamisats, and Camersipa were exploiting right now. The only subordinates they brought to this battle were those who could either fly or unleash a barrage from a long distance away. Only Kamisats and Camarasipa would fight in close combat. The rest of their subordinates would only use ranged attacks to whittle down the enemy forces. 13 had devised this strategy, understanding that there was nothing more irritating than an enemy who could hit you but couldn't be hit back. This was also the logic he had in mind when he chose the cheap shot savant as one of his core martial skills. "Are you ready to die, Artemian?" Kamisats roared, his image turning into a blur as he flew 3 times faster than the speed of sound. Camarasipa, on the other hand, transformed into her phoenix form once again and started to engage Calaziel in battle. She deliberately used wide-range attacks, knowing that even if her opponent was able to dodge it, his subordinates would not be as lucky as him. Also, there was another factor that was limiting the Artemians from being able to fight with their full strength. It was the atmosphere and gravity of Solterra. The gravity of Solterra was higher than their home planet, Artem. Because of this, they needed to exert more effort into moving their bodies properly. It wasn't easy to adjust to a new gravity in just a short time, so they were still having trouble adjusting to their current condition. The only ones who had been able to adjust without any problems were rank 7 monsters and above. On the contrary, those with lower rank felt as if their bodies were as heavy as lead, reducing their effectiveness in battle. While the Artemians were having a hard time defending against the attacks of their enemies, a swarm of bats flew in their direction. These bats then merged into one and formed a vampire lord. He was Kamisat's right-hand man, Damien, and the only rank 9 sovereign in his army. "Such a waste of blood," Damien commented as he lifted his hand, turning the blood into a whip, which he lashed out at the Artemians, slicing their bodies in half. Freewebnovel.com. High above the clouds, a giant rock made a nose dive toward the ground. When it was only a few dozen meters away from the Artemians, it flapped its wings, creating a sonic boom as it flew past the enemy formation, shredding them with a sonic blast. All the rank 9 sovereigns whom the Artemians had brought had been sent to the treasury of the apocalypse earlier. So the only rank 9 monster left within the Artemian army was the commander, Eremiel, who was currently fighting against the Leventis family. Because of the absence of high-ranking monsters that could match them, Damien and the 3 rank 9 sovereigns that belonged to Camarasipa's army started a massacre. This made the other Artemians, who arrived to reinforce their people, regret their decision to come to Solterra. They could only watch helplessly as the vampire lord, Rock, Harpy Empress, and the giant turtle, who was shooting high-pressure water cannons that could slice through armor, annihilated those who were unlucky enough to face them in battle. Chapter 302, I thought you planned to fight me one-on-one. Chapter 302, I thought you planned to fight me one-on-one. Although Zazriel and Calaziel wanted to help their people, they deemed that it would be more dangerous to let the Magian Prince and the Magian Princess attack them from behind. Because of this, both decided to kill their opponents as fast as possible. That way, they could save as much of their people as possible from the rank 9 monsters, who were taking advantage of their absence. It was just like Kamisat said earlier. In their eyes, the Artemian army were all just apocalypse points. Points that they were going to farm until they ran out. 13, who was inside Rocky's mobile fortress, was looking at the battlefield through Black's eyes. The Nightmare Blackhound was watching the battle from the top of a hill. Through this point of view, 13 was able to pinpoint the weakest link in the Artemian army, which he planned to take advantage of. Camarasipa, who was fighting against Calaziel, smiled as she looked at her opponent. "Someone wanted me to pass you a message," Camarasipa stated. "For the past decades, you Artemians have killed countless wanderers for your entertainment. Now, it's time for all of you to pay your debts. None of you will leave this place alive." Calaziel snorted as he summoned his sword to fight against the smiling lady in front of him. "Is that the message from that lowly human boy who ruined our preparations?" Calaziel asked. "Yes," Camarasipa replied. "A lowly human boy who said that he will piss on your head once it has been severed from your body." "Very funny," Calaziel commented. "I guess I'll cut your head off first before I go look for him. The one who won't be leaving this place alive is you." Camarasipa didn't say anything and simply kept the smile on her face. She was really not suited for fighting since her specialty was commanding her forces from the rear. Even so, she still chose to face off against Calaziel. She believed in her gut instinct, and it was telling her that if she left this high archon alone, the balance of power would once again shift in the invader's favor. This was something that 13, Kamasats, and Camarasipa didn't want to happen. While the Magian Princess and the High Archon were about to start their battle, a loud explosion erupted in the distance, and Arthur skidded over a dozen meters from where he stood. The old man's face was solemn, but his eyes didn't show any signs of fear. Arthur had long wanted to become a monarch. So, even if he had to risk his life, he must defeat the foe in front of him. That's one tough shield you have there, Arameal stated. But it will not be enough to save your life. Arthur didn't reply. After all, he didn't come to the Arcadia archipelago to chat. He only came to kill the foe in front of him and absorb the Artemian's core, allowing him to make his breakthrough. The two gazed at each other for a few seconds before Arthur took a step forward, creating a crater under his foot. He then disappeared from where he stood and reappeared right in front of Arameal, ready to strike. Fool! Arameal sneered as he also slashed forward. He planned to destroy his opponent's weapon with his strike and then slice his opponent in half. He didn't believe that a throne would be strong enough to defeat him in battle. But, just as the two swords were about to make contact, dozens of spears emerged from the ground around Arameal's body and stabbed him from every direction. This made the rank 9 commander pause for a brief second, making him lose the momentum of his strike. The sound of two metals clashing against each other spread in the surroundings. Arameal was forced to take a single step back due to the force behind Arthur's strike. But, a second later, he felt a stinging pain behind his right knee, making him look down behind him. There, he saw a lady with long black hair, holding two short swords in each hand. Before the rank 9 commander could do anything, the black-haired lady swiftly retreated and distanced herself from the enemy whom she had stabbed. The rank 9 commander was 4 meters tall, so the only part Callista could hit was the back of Arameal's knee. Still, the most she was able to do to Arameal's skin was to draw a little bit of his blood. However, that was enough for Callista. Arameal narrowed his eyes on the lady who attacked him from behind before raising his hand to block a boulder that was sent flying in his direction. Hans loosened his tie as he also prepared to go all out against the rank 9 commander. "I thought you planned to fight me one-on-one," Arameal asked as he looked at Arthur in disdain. "I don't remember saying such a thing," Arthur replied. "The only thing I said is that it is high time that I become a monarch. I never said anything about fighting you one-on-one." Arameal didn't say anything and simply did a backhand slash with his sword, targeting Callista, who had managed to sneak an attack at him earlier. The black-haired lady nimbly jumped and rolled to her right side, evading Arameal's attack that was meant to take her life. Arthur once again charged in Arameal's direction. Canceling his shield, he held his great sword with both hands. Arameal, who was holding his own sword with one hand, initially decided to block Arthur's blow and make sure that the other insects facing him wouldn't be able to land a sneak attack on his body. Although faint, the stinging behind his right knee was becoming more pronounced, making him feel that the injury he received wasn't that simple. But his decision would soon prove to be a mistake. Arthur was planning to use the strongest attack of his Heaven's Blade martial skill, which was a divine ranked martial technique that he acquired by wielding the two mythical weapons that Gerald and Xylen had crafted especially for him. Heaven's Wrath. Arthur roared as the great sword in his hand glowed in a golden light. Just as he was about to seriously block Arthur's blow, the ground under his feet shifted, making him lose his balance. Arthur's slash created a deep and massive fissure on the ground that extended to hundreds of meters. When the light receded, a severed arm fell on the ground, followed by a pained scream from Arameal, who had just had his dominant arm cut off from his body. 13, who had orchestrated Rocky's attack, sneered as Rocky briefly emerged from the ground in order to swallow the severed arm before diving into the ground once more. Rocky's attack was flawless. His master had timed it perfectly, leaving no room for errors. Since 13 was worried about the Leventus family, he decided to assist them first in battle so that Arthur would get an upper hand against his enemy. However, he also knew that even with one of his arms severed, a rank 9 sovereign would not be going down easily. This was also the reason why he asked Rocky to dive deeper, intending to ensure that they were out of Arameal's detection range. From beneath the ground, they would continue planning their next sneak attack that would deal a fatal blow to the commander of the Artemian army. Chapter 303 Systems Don't Go to Hell. Chapter 303 Systems Don't Go to Hell. Aramil didn't expect that Arthur's attack would chop off his right arm. It was all because of that sneak attack from under his feet that he hadn't seen coming. Not only was his arm cut off, but his weapon, which was also of the mythical rank, had dropped to the ground with it. Unfortunately for him, 13 didn't give him the opportunity to recover his arm or his weapon, swiftly pulling them all into Rocky's mobile fortress. After realizing that his opponent was capable of killing him, Aramil was forced to make an important choice: stay and fight, or flee to live another day. Although it would take a long period of time, he was confident that his arm could be regrown using the technology that his people possessed. The weapon he lost could also be replaced, so making the decision was easier for him. Without even saying a word, Aramil opened his wings to fly away. But before he could take off from the ground, Cranky emerged behind him and grabbed one of his wings, ripping it apart. The devil-horned honey badger had developed an insane stealth ability that prevented anyone from detecting it as long as it was in the ground. As a rank 8 mutant sovereign, his strength was also stronger than most rank 8 sovereigns, allowing Cranky to deal serious injuries to rank 9 monsters and below that were unlucky enough to be sneak attacked by him. 13 had called out to the devil-horned honey badger when he and Rocky were headed in the Leventus family's direction in order to assist them in battle. Cranky, who had also fought alongside the boy during the battle against Arundel, didn't hesitate and accepted his request for help. After Aramil had his wings torn off from his body, escaping through the sky was no longer an option. The Artemian grunted in pain before launching a backhand attack at the devil-horned honey badger. But Cranky already expected this to happen, so after tearing off one of Aramil's wings, he didn't hesitate to dig underground to escape the commander's counterattack. Although Arthur didn't expect that he would receive additional help from a monster, he didn't miss the opportunity given to him and took the initiative to attack. Knowing that his life was truly on the line, the commander of the Artemian army did the only thing that he could do, and that was to run away. He wasn't a fool. Aramil understood that he didn't stand a chance at winning when there were 2 bastards sneak attacking him from the ground. Also, Arthur's sword was extremely deadly, and he had already experienced it firsthand. But he was only able to take 5 steps when the ground in front of him collapsed. Cranky created a trap for the Artemian earlier and hid at the bottom of the sinkhole he created. But Aramil was already expecting something like this to happen. The moment he felt that the ground under his feet was about to give way, he jumped as high as he could. Cranky watched as his prey jumped over the hole he created, making him screech. However, before the Artemian commander could rejoice, the ground where he was about to land opened up, making him roar in anger. "Do you really think I'd let you escape?" 13 sneered. Just now, he calculated the exact place where Aramil was going to land and asked Rocky to create a sinkhole in that location. Unable to fly and correct his landing, Aramil fell into the 3-meter-deep hole, with only his shoulders and head jutting out of the ground. Michael pierced the ground in front of him with his spear, allowing him to create countless spears to attack the fallen commander, trapping him in place. The tip of Rocky's tail coiled around one of Aramil's feet, preventing him from freeing himself from the hole. With only one hand to support his body, the Artemian commander wasn't able to exert enough force to pull himself out of 13's trap. A few seconds later, Cranky grabbed hold of Aramil's remaining arm and pulled it deeper into the ground, sealing his fate. Aramil could only watch in horror as Arthur's sword was about to slash his neck. He was unresigned and in disbelief. Who knew that someone as powerful as him would die in the hands of the lowly creatures whom he despised so much? Arthur poured all of his strength in his sword swing, his eyes filled with determination. Now that the path to being monarch was in front of him, he would not let it escape no matter what. "Stop!" Aramil shouted as his last attempt to preserve his life. But Arthur showed no mercy and went for the kill. Aramil saw his world spin around him before coming to a complete stop. Then he saw a body without a head, with blood spurting up on the severed neck like a fountain, dyeing its surroundings with blood. As the light in his eyes slowly dimmed, Aramil remembered something from 10 years ago. The Moon Princess candidate, whom he had personally captured to sacrifice to Kali, told him something that made him snort back then. "A wanderer will avenge me, and when that time comes, you will die a dog's death." The Artemian commander treated the teenage girl's last words as the ramblings of a weakling who didn't have the power to resist her fate. But, as his last vestige of life was about to escape him, a young boy appeared in front of him and looked down on him in disdain. "I have come to avenge the wanderers whom you thought were weaklings," 13 stated. "You will not be the first nor the last Artemian to die on this island. The island soaked with the blood of the thousands of children that you and your people killed. You can go to hell knowing that you will not go there alone. I'll make sure that your people will accompany you there as well." 13 didn't stop there and even spat on Arameel's face because of the rage he felt after absorbing all of Callie's memories. He saw the last moments of the candidates of the Moon Princess, as well as the dying screams of countless wanderers whom the Artemian commander had killed just for fun. "I'll see you in hell." Arameel used the last bit of his life force to say those words to 13 before the light on his eyes disappeared completely. Even in death, his eyes were open and looking at the boy who had trampled on his honor and dignity. "You'll see me in hell?" The corner of 13's lips curled up as if he heard the biggest joke of his life. The boy then crouched down and whispered something in the dead Artemian's ear. "Systems don't go to hell," 13 said coldly. "You can wait there for eternity for all I care. Tiona, go and eat this clown." The black snake nodded and slithered through the Artemian's ear and activated her predation ability. At that moment, he heard Cranky's screech, which made the boy look behind him. There, the devil-horned honey badger screeched at Arthur, who had beaten him in getting the core of the Artemian commander. 13 didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Cranky was really a bona fide glutton who wouldn't hesitate to attack even his allies if they took his food. Chapter 304, A Wake-Up Call, Part 1. Chapter 304, A Wake-Up Call, Part 1. Out of anger, Cranky tried to smack Arthur away, but the old man summoned his shield and tanked Cranky's attack. Before things escalated any further, 13 stood in between the two to stop them from fighting. "Cranky, there are still many cores here to be eaten," 13 stated. "The more you waste your time here, the fewer cores you'll get." Cranky glanced at the Artemians, who were dying by the dozens with each passing second. Kamisat's and Camerasipa's commanders were doing a one-sided massacre, mass killing their enemies like they were trash mobs. The barbarians, tigerkins, ogres, and trolls were also busy killing and collecting the cores of the monsters whom they had killed. Cranky no longer hesitated and dug underground in order to get his share of the buffet consisting of Artemians, who couldn't muster any resistance against their opponents. To make matters worse for the Artemians, the Order of Raziel, who escaped earlier, returned after realizing that the monsters that came out of nowhere were on their side. They were the epitome of opportunistic bastards, and they fought tooth and nail to make sure that they would gain a profit from this expedition. Meanwhile, in the distance, a loud booming sound was heard as Kamisat's body crashed into the ground, forming a crater. Zazriel, who was the strongest High Archon on the island, stood like an invincible pillar that no one could break. Kamisat's wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and propped himself up from the ground. "I think I'm biting off more than I can chew right now." Kamisat's narrowed his eyes because none of his attacks worked on his opponent. He was confident in his speed, and he had decent strength, which made him believe that he could overcome the difference in ranks. However, his opponent was no ordinary opponent. Zazriel was covered from head to toe with legendary ranked equipment, which was made by the best blacksmiths of Artem. "Is that all that you got, you puny little bat?" Zazriel asked in disdain. "You were spouting a bunch of nonsense about defeating me a while ago, but you can't even land a blow on my body." "Shut up, you cheater," Kamisat's replied. "Take off that armor if you dare. Let's see if this puny little bat can't hurt you." Zazriel snorted before launching 2 rotating discs at the death bat, who didn't hesitate to fly away to avoid the spinning discs that could easily cut off his body parts if he wasn't careful. Kamisat's was tempted to ask his allies for help, but since he didn't want them to look down at him, he gritted his teeth and unleashed a supersonic attack at his opponent. The ground under Zazriel's feet shattered, but he remained unscathed. Even sound wave attacks don't work on his armor, Kamisat's thought. What a cheater! Zazriel was the second strongest being in Artem, next only to his king. His fighting prowess, which had been refined through countless battles against the people of Chandria, was the real deal. but it doesn't change the fact that the main reason why he could move unhindered on the battlefield was all thanks to his legendary ranked armor, which many believe to be pseudo-divine equipment. Any attacks that were aimed at Xylen would bounce off on the armor, negating their effects. Using his extreme speed, Kamisatsu had tried to attack Xylen in his blind spots. But even when his attacks landed, the armor his opponent was equipped with repelled his blows. It was as if Kamisatsu was trying to punch the hardest diamond, and was only getting hurt in the process. Because of this, he tried to use other attacks in his arsenal, but none of them worked against Xylen. Even his sonic attacks, which could cause serious internal injuries to his opponents, while wearing their armor, were negated by the ability of the High Archon's defensive equipment. "Feel free to run away, weakling," Xylen taunted the Death Bat as he walked in Kamisatsu's direction. "I admit that I cannot catch you because you are extremely fast. But that's your only merit. You're just fast." Xylen then scanned the battlefield and saw Camerasipa's battle against his comrade, Xylen. Currently, Xylen had the upper hand and seemed to be overpowering the Magian Princess during their exchanges. Camerasipa was an all-rounder. She had average strength, defense, speed, and fighting abilities. The Magian Princess didn't excel at anything, which was why she was currently being pushed back every time she exchanged a blow with her opponent. Seeing this, Xylen decided to assist Xylen in dealing with his opponent so that both of them could work together to reverse their army's current situation. Opening his wings, the High Archon flew toward Camerasipa from her blind spot. Since the Magian Princess was busy fighting against Xylen, she didn't have time to spare for Xylen, who was planning to go for the kill. "I won't let you." Kamisatsu roared as he dove down from the sky and attacked Xylen repeatedly. However, the invisible barrier that emanated from the High Archon's body repelled his attacks easily. Xylen didn't even bother to look in his direction because his gaze had locked on the Magian Princess. Kamisatsu knew that if Camerasipa was killed, it would be entirely his fault. Although he didn't care about her much in the past, she was now part of the Trinity of the Apocalypse, which he had founded. Also, the artifact that allowed the Death Bat to form a portal that led to the treasury of the Apocalypse belonged to Camerasipa. She had lent it to Kamisatsu so that the latter could gain some rank 9 subordinates, which he was seriously lacking. Camerasipa decided to invest in the Death Bat because the stronger Kamisatsu became, the better it would be for their alliance. He had crawled his way to reach his current rank, so he never thought that he would need the help of others. But despite his arrogance, Kamisatsu understood that there were some things that he couldn't do on his own. This was why he decided to cease all hostilities towards 13 and, instead, formed an alliance with him. The original plan was for only the two of them to form a team, but for some reason, Camerasipa wanted to join as well. Since having her was a great boost in their strength and flexibility, Kamisatsu agreed and discussed many forms of cooperation with the Magian Princess, who had unlocked the most treasures in the treasury of the Apocalypse. "Camerasipa, behind you!" Kamisatsu roared as he continued to attack Xylen from any direction, not caring that his fists had already turned bloody from his repeated attacks. The Magian Princess glanced behind her back and hastily covered her body in what seemed like full crimson plate armor. Xylen's speed suddenly increased, as he and Xylen exchanged glances with each other. The two of them were going to pincer attack the Magian Princess so that one of their opponents would be eliminated faster. Just when the two of them thought that their target would be unable to escape no matter what, a high-pressure water cannon slammed on Xylen's body and pushed him away from the Magian Princess. Camerasipa then crossed both of her arms over her chest and activated her armor's ability, which had the power to create a crimson dome to protect her from any attacks. Xylen clicked his tongue because Xylen was unable to push through with their synchronized attack. But he decided to go through with it and punched forward, breaking Camerasipa's defensive dome, which sent her flying thousands of meters away, only stopping when her body smashed into the mountain in the distance. Kamisatsu anxiously looked in his comrade's direction. He was only able to sigh in relief after Camerasipa emerged from the hole in the mountain, looking unscathed. Truth be told, Camerasipa didn't have any blind spots. Everything that happened was just part of her act. She allowed Xylen to send her flying because she deemed that this was the optimal way to overcome the difference in power. Also, she was able to get a brief glance at the future, allowing her to see an opportunity to overcome Zazriel's cheat-like armor, which couldn't be bypassed using normal means. Camerasipa didn't mind if they failed to defeat the two high archons in this battle. She and 13 both agreed that as long as the lower-ranking Artemians were all killed, this mission was a success. All they wanted to do was make sure the Artemian army would suffer as many losses as possible so that the number of apocalypse points they had would increase by leaps and bounds. But Kamisats was different. He hated losing. He was a loser in the past, so he always strived to not feel the same feeling of helplessness again. There's a small chance that you will be able to overcome this hurdle, Kamisats, Camerasipa mused. And once you do, you will become stronger than ever before. Before the battle started, Camerasipa had done a divination session. She had seen that in this battle, 13 and Kamisats would grow more powerful, but there were several risks involved. The Magian princess liked to take calculated risks, and this was one of them. As to whether her two allies would be able to grow in this battle, it all depended on their conviction. Chapter 305, A Wake-Up Call, Part 2. Chapter 305, A Wake-Up Call, Part 2. Gramps, I know that you're excited to become a monarch, but don't consume that core now, 13 said. Wait for me to return to Solterra. If you do, I promise that you will be even stronger than a monarch in the central government. How long must I wait? Ather frowned. Clearly, he didn't want to wait for long. Becoming a monarch was the main goal that he had set in his lifetime, and he was only one step away from achieving it. However, he didn't dare to casually brush off his no-good grandson's words, especially after everything that he had witnessed during this battle. Wait until I return, 13 answered. I promise that it will not take me more than a week to return to Pangaea. Of course, if you don't want to wait, then you can just absorb that and get it over with. But I assure you that you will regret doing it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lady Callista rested her head on her husband's shoulder and nodded her head. Trust Xylen, Lady Callista stated. He only wants the best for the family. Also, you're just going to wait for a week at most. It's not like you need to wait for a year, you know? Arthur reluctantly nodded his head before storing the core inside his storage ring. What do we do now, Xylen? Michael asked after fixing his glasses. Should we just continue to kill these monsters and harvest their monster parts? Yes and no, 13 replied. I want Gramps to stay with Mother and Shasha to protect them just in case rank 7 sovereigns and above targets them. The rest can continue to farm cores and monster parts. But stay away from the high archons. We don't want any accidents to happen, right? The members of the Leventis family nodded in understanding and divided themselves into two teams. Arthur went to where Alessia and Shasha were hiding with Taiga, Kane, and Adira. Now that the battlefield had descended into complete pandemonium, there was a chance that they would be targeted by the Artemians if they were seen by them. 13 knew that as long as the high archons were defeated, the rest of the Artemian army would no longer stand a chance against the combined might of the allies he had asked to help him fight this war. On the contrary, if Kamisats and Camerasipa were to be defeated, the situation would be the opposite. The ones who would be one-sidedly slaughtered would be the boy and his allies. Just as 13 was thinking along these lines, a loud explosion reached his ears, making him look in the north. His connection with Blackie, who was observing the battle from a good vantage point, allowed him to see the sorry state of the death bat, whose body was covered in wounds. *T. That armor is really a cheat, Kamisats ranted as he forced himself to stand up. How can I possibly land a blow on his body while he's wearing that? He already unleashed everything he had in his arsenal, but none of them worked. With every exchange, the only one receiving damage was him. There was even a time when Zazriel managed to land a solid blow on his chest, which made him feel as if he was dying. The death bat then glanced in the distance and saw that Camerasipa and her opponent, Calaziel, were in a stalemate. Seeing that both of them were unable to gain advantage over the other, Kamisats realized that he wouldn't be getting any reinforcements anytime soon. His right-hand man, Damien, offered to help him, but Kamisats rejected his proposal and ordered him to continue decimating the Artemian army. He knew that even with the Vampire Lord's help, the situation wouldn't change. In fact, it might further deteriorate. Kamisats was confident that he would be able to dodge any attack that Zazriel threw at him. But the same couldn't be said for Damien. The Vampire Lord was only a rank 9 sovereign, and a single blow from Zazriel was enough to threaten his life. With this thought in mind, Kamasats didn't dare send his only rank 9 subordinate to face an opponent whom even he, a Magian prince, was having a hard time fighting. "What's wrong?" Zazriel sneered. "Did you run out of steam?" "No," Kamasats replied. "I'm just having fun watching your people die. I even saw that commander of yours kick the bucket a minute ago." Zazriel frowned before glancing in the direction where Eremiel was fighting earlier. When he saw the commander's headless body, the High Archon's face contorted in anger. "I'll kill you," Zazriel roared before lunging at Kamasats, who deftly attacked with his superior speed. "You don't need to do that," Kamasats replied. "I die every time I try to smack your face. How about you take off that armor of yours and fight me fair and square?" The only answer that the Deathbat received was a blazing slash, which he dodged quite easily. The slash traveled in a straight line, annihilating the allies and foes who were in its path. Zazriel's single blow created a 2-mile-long fissure that was dozens of meters deep, making Kamasats whistle. "You Artemians sure are strong physically. But it's useless if you can't hit your targets," Kamasats taunted. "Can't you do something bet?" The Deathbat wasn't able to finish what he was about to say because he suddenly felt dizzy, making him stagger from where he was standing. He wasn't aware that Zazriel's attack earlier was only a smoke screen to hide his original plan. Just like Kamasats, the High Archon had an ability that emitted high-frequency waves, but it would only work when fused with a powerful sword strike. The force behind Zazriel's attack also carried the supersonic waves, which was something that Kamasats wasn't prepared for. The Magian Prince's ears were very sensitive. Any high-frequency attacks were deadly to him, for they caused him to momentarily lose his sense of balance and mental clarity. That moment of weakness was exploited by Zazriel, and he punched Kamasats in the stomach, making the latter bend his body like a shrimp. The sword in the High Archon's hand had disappeared. Zazriel used his fists to unleash a flurry of blows, which the Deathbat was unable to dodge in his current state. Each punch sent a shockwave through the surroundings, dealing serious injuries to the Magian Prince who relied on his speed to dodge any attack that was aimed in his direction. Seeing that her ally was being one-sidedly pummeled by the High Archon, Camarasipa decided to save Kamasats. But Kalaziel blocked her path and, with his deadly sword strikes, forced the Magian Princess to go on the defensive. A cracking sound resounded in the surroundings as Zazriel stomped on Kamasats' knee, breaking the Deathbat's bones. The High Archon then grabbed his opponent's neck and raised him high in the air with one hand. "Any last words?" Zazriel asked in an arrogant tone. But after seeing that his opponent had already lost consciousness, he raised his free hand and prepared to take the life of the Deathbat, who never stood a chance against him in the first place. Chapter 306, A Wake-Up Call, Part 3. Chapter 306, A Wake-Up Call, Part 3. Kamasats, good job killing that monster. Now, give me that core in your hand before I hit you. It had always been like that. Bottom feeders like you should know their place. Do you think that this world has a place for the weak? I agree. This world was a place where the strong ruled, and where the weak had no choice but to either bow their heads in submission or roll over to the side and die. What's the point in trying hard when you know that you'll still fail in the end? Because no one knows if that ending was final. If there was a small chance that a different ending could be seen at the end of this suffering, then wouldn't all the sacrifices I made be worth it? Kamasats, run. A beautiful lady with long red hair said weakly. He's coming, and he's coming for the both of us. Then let him come, I said coldly. If we are going to die anyway, then we might die together. No, you will not die here. You will escape. You will become strong. And then, you will avenge me. I won't leave you. I'd rather follow you to the afterlife than spend eternity alone. Silly Kamasats, the beautiful lady smiled bitterly. You know that I won't really die, right? I'll just disappear for a century or two before I pop out again like a mushroom. You, on the other hand, will not be so lucky. So run. Run not only for your sake, but for my sake as well. It had been many years since I last saw her. Had it already been a century? I couldn't recall. Everything was a blur, but after that fateful day, I did one thing and one thing only. I did what I had to do to become strong. From a rank 2 monster, I slowly rose through the ranks, using every dirty trick that I could think of to overpower monsters who were stronger than me. Day after day, night after night. It didn't matter if I felt pain, hunger, fear, or anxiety. My goal was to only live long enough to be able to see her again. At least, that was what I believed back then. However, the anger that I had bottled up was growing stronger with each passing day. Unfortunately, the one whom I wanted to kill the most was a Magian prince. I was just a rank 3 monster. Although I feared death, there was one thing that I feared more. That one thing was the thought that I wouldn't see her again. Every time she revived, the Magian prince, who gained the title, the Devourer, would come at her again and eat her just to make her regret her decision of going against his orders. It was an impossible task. Suicidal, even. But even so, I dedicated my life to reaching that one goal of killing Xylen the Devourer. It didn't matter even if I died in the process. As long as I gained the power to beat him, I would not hesitate to sell my soul to whoever would grant me my wish. I like your eyes. Tell me, is there someone you would like to kill? A voice that came out of nowhere whispered in my ears. Yes, I answered back then without any hesitation. Then, would you like to have the power to kill that person? A being, who stood at the apex of the world, asked while sipping a cup of tea in the middle of nowhere as if it was the most normal thing in the world. I do. Once more, I answered with determination. Then take it. The man who found me lying in the woods, covered with my own blood, said with amusement. He took a black vial from his pocket and poured its contents into my mouth. The chances of you dying is 90%, the man, who looked like an ordinary human, stated. So, whether you live, die, or gain the power you wish to have, it will all depend on your luck. So, tell me, do you feel lucky right now? That question, which I could still clearly remember even now, would often appear in my dreams. The potion was an experimental concoction made by one of the most elusive celestials in Solterra. He goes by the name Dantanian, the celestial who had many faces. No one knew what he or she really looked like. Even the other celestials and the 7 fiends didn't know Dantanian's true identity. Perhaps, even Dantanian himself had forgotten what he really looked like after the many faces he had worn and discarded on a whim. As the potion took effect on my body, my flesh tore apart, and my bones broke without warning. My body was being molded into something that I was not familiar with. It was pure torture. Muscles and blood vessels were torn up, while bones broke and reformed once again. This agonizing incident lasted for an entire day before a red bat emerged from a pool of blood. When I regained my senses, Dantanian was no longer there. If not for the fact that my surroundings were covered in blood, which I knew belonged to me, I would have thought that everything I had experienced was just a dream. But it wasn't a dream. On that day, a mutant monster was born, and I would soon be known as Kamisats the Untamed. With my new powers, I fought monsters who were 2 ranks higher than me. Days, weeks, months, years. They passed so swiftly like the changing of the seasons, and after a long period of time, I found an opportunity to kill the person whom I wanted to kill. Xylen the Devourer had decided to wage war on another Magian prince, and they engaged in a very fierce battle. His opponent wasn't a pushover, and after nearly half a day of fighting, Xylen decided to escape after receiving a serious injury. After years of life and death battles, I managed to raise my rank to become a rank 8 sovereign. My opponent was 2 ranks higher than me, but he was seriously injured. I knew that if I didn't act then, my only chance to kill him would slip away. So, I laid out an ambush and went for the kill when I was certain that he wouldn't be able to evade my attack. Slip away. So, I laid out an ambush and went for the kill when I was certain at that time I could already travel at the speed of sound using short bursts. Freewebnovel.com. So, with everything in my arsenal, I took a leap of faith and took my enemy's life in a single decisive blow, aimed at his only weakness. His heart. I can still recall the taste of his heart as I devoured it back then. It was the most delicious thing I had tasted in my lifetime. But, to my surprise, Xylen the Devourer held another secret that I wasn't aware of. He was part of a secret organization called the Order of the Apocalypse. And after killing him, I became its newest member. I couldn't help but laugh after remembering that incident, so I did just that. I laughed. I laughed so hard that laughing made my sides hurt. But, as I was laughing my heart out, a voice filled with annoyance reached my ears. Kamisats, you bastard. This is no time for a flashback. Get a grip. A flashback? What is this person saying? What flashback? Have you become brain dead after getting your ass handed to you? If that's the case, you don't have to think of anything else. Just punch forward. Use your strongest punch. A punch? Sure, I could do that. Using all the strength that I could muster, I pulled back my arm and unleashed the strongest punch that had taken the life of Eraton, who had mercilessly killed the woman I loved. Vortex blow. Just like the voice said, I punched forward with everything I had. It was then that I felt that I hit something, and it felt good hitting it. Suddenly, the place where I punched, cracked, and soon, the world around me shattered, making me remember where I was and what I was doing. The hateful Artemian, who was wearing cheat armor, loosened his grip on my neck after receiving my strongest attack. Smelling, sensing, and in a way, tasting the scent of the blood that had emerged from his mouth after my punch connected made my eyes widen in shock. I had tried every attack that I could think of, but none of them worked. But now, for some reason, my blow connected and it made my enemy bleed because of it. I didn't have a mirror, but I could feel that a devilish smile had appeared on my face. But, before I could rejoice, the familiar voice once again reached my ears. What are you waiting for? Continue punching, doofus. My eyes glanced briefly at the 10-year-old clinging to Zazriel's leg like a monkey before I roared to unleash a flurry of blows on my opponent's face, leaving him no room to react. My punches, which were 3 times faster than the speed of sound, connected with the bastard's face, fueling up my confidence that I now had the ability to defeat him. Die, you bastard! I roared hatefully as my fists turned crimson, augmenting the strength of my punches to the next level. Aura! 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 It didn't matter if my opponent was strong. It didn't matter if he had better equipment than me. I am Kamisatz the Untamed, and with my fists, I'll carve my path in the world. I will make those who look down on me suffer the same fate as this Artemian, who would come to regret that he didn't kill me sooner. Chapter 307 Do You Believe in Happy Endings? Part 1. Chapter 307 Do You Believe in Happy Endings? Part 1. Zazriel thought that nothing could harm him in Solterra as long as he was wearing the legendary armor that had been crafted by the blacksmiths of Artem. This armor had taken more than a year to complete due to the complicated runes that were embedded in the crafting process. It made the High Archon impervious to almost all kinds of attacks from beings that were the same rank as him. This was why he didn't bother to dodge Kamisatz's punch, because he thought that it would only backfire on the death bat. But he was wrong. Kamisatz's punch connected, which caught him completely off guard. Because of this, he wasn't able to react in time because it took him a while to digest what just happened. When he finally regained his composure, it was already too late. Kamisatz's punches rained on him without mercy. They were fast, accurate, deadly, and most of all, traveled at 3 times the speed of sound. Simply put, Zazriel couldn't dodge, block, or deflect the attacks because they were simply too fast for him to do anything. Aura! 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 Kamisatz didn't know why the punches he had unleashed earlier didn't work, while his current punches were dealing heavy damage to his opponent. But he knew that now was not the right time to think about why his punches were suddenly connecting. So he focused all of his strength to punch Zazriel's face to oblivion while he still could. The moment the Deathbat's punches connected, 13 jumped off from hugging the High Archon's calf and allowed Rocky to take him as far away from the battlefield as he could, while they still had the time to escape. 13 had the power to neutralize the ability of any item that he touched because of his item ban. Even if he used a throwing weapon like a throwing knife, throwing axe, darts, needles, and arrows, any ability they possessed would not activate for a period of time. Once the item left 13's hands, its ability would remain deactivated until a full minute had passed. Only after a minute would the abilities of the items return, allowing them to function normally. A minute might be a short time, but for Kamisatz, who was the fastest on the island, would be able to deal a lot of damage to Zazriel, who had lost the defensive ability of his armor. End the battle in 1 minute, Kamisatz. 13 said through telepathy. If you don't, you'll be dead. All the members of the Order of Apocalypse could talk to each other via telepathy as long as they were within 1,000 meters of each other. This was the bonus effect of the Ring of the Apocalypse that 13 had obtained, which was proof that he was now an official member of the Secret Order. After hearing what the boy had to say, Kamisats no longer hesitated and further increased the speed of his punches. The only thing he targeted was Zazriel's face, and no matter what the High Archon did, Kamisats' punches would always connect, stacking up the damage that he received earlier. He tried to counterattack numerous times, but his blows were easily dodged by the Death Bat, whose fists never stopped hitting his face. When Zazriel covered his face, Kamisats would appear behind him and smack the back of his head repeatedly, targeting the place that was just above the neck area. The High Archon roared in anger, with the intention of blasting the Death Bat away with his wide-area attack, but Kamisats held firm and endured the blue flames that expanded from Zazriel's body. This was a matter of life and death, so Kamisats allowed himself to get injured as he continued his one-sided barrage, sending blood flying in every direction. Xylen, who noticed that his comrade had lost the advantage, decided to reinforce Zazriel, but he was blocked by Camersipa, who prevented him from advancing further. "What's the rush?" Camersipa asked in a teasing tone. "Why don't you just wait? After my allies are done with your friend, you're going to be next." Xylen tried to use brute force in order to break free from Camersipa, but the Magian princess wasn't a pushover. While she did not specialize in fighting, her equipment made up for her weaknesses. Each layer of the Treasury of the Apocalypse had a special item that would only be given as a bonus to the first one that unlocked that layer. Camersipa was the first among the Order of the Apocalypse to unlock the first up to the 6th layer, allowing her to gain 6 items that allowed her to stand toe-to-toe with those who specialized in close combat. These items were the winged boots that doubled her speed, full body armor that tripled her defensive abilities, a bracelet that could transform into a shield, further increasing her defensive abilities, a small dagger that could pierce through any armor, dealing wounds that wouldn't heal unless Camersipa lifted the curse that the dagger embedded in that being's body, a circlet that allowed her to see anything around her for up to 20 miles, which prevented her from having any blind spot. Last, but not the least, was a crystal ball that she used when performing her divinations. Since she was the only one who had received these items, Camersipa kept it a secret from the others, and also asked Metatron to not say anything about the bonus rewards for unlocking the treasury. With these items in her possession, Camersipa was able to keep Xylen at bay, making the latter feel anxious the more time passed by. When the 1-minute time limit was almost over, Rocky once again emerged behind Zazriel and opened his mouth. This allowed 13 to tap Zazriel's calf a second time before they once again made their escape. By this point, Zazriel was already beaten and battered and was already on his last legs. "I cannot fall here," Zazriel said through gritted teeth. "I cannot fall here. Shut your trap and clench your teeth." Kamisats roared as his fists connected with the side of the High Archon's face, breaking his teeth in the process. The Death Bat's fists were already bleeding, but he didn't stop punching. Half a minute later, he appeared behind Zazriel, grabbed his head, and sank his fangs on the High Archon's neck, drinking his blood. He drank deeply, and he drank fast because 13 urged him that after a minute had passed, Zazriel's armor would regain its abilities. Already heavily injured by the Death Bat's attack, Zazriel tried to resist by punching Kamisats' head, but the latter refused to budge and kept his fangs embedded in his enemy's neck. Soon, Zazriel lost the strength to even lift his arms because of the damage that had accumulated over time, including the massive loss of blood. His body became skinny, and his skin wrinkly as the Death Bat continued to feast on his blood. FreeObnull.com, when the 1-minute mark ended, the ability of the armor didn't activate because it required Zazriel's continuous supply of energy to flow into it. Since he thought that his armor no longer worked, the High Archon thought that resistance was already futile. He didn't expect that it would only take a single instant for the Death Bat situation to be reversed. Instead of killing Kamisats, the one who was dying was none other than him, and it made him regret playing around with his prey, instead of killing him as fast as he could. Chapter 308, Do You Believe in Happy Endings? Part 2. Chapter 308, Do You Believe in Happy Endings? Part 2. Your blood tastes like sh*t, Kamisat said as he used his arms to wrap around Zazriel's wrinkled face. But, thanks for the apocalypse points. Without even giving his opponent to say his last words, Kamisat decisively twisted the High Archon's neck, breaking it. After severe blood loss, Xylen was already weakened to the point that he could no longer offer any resistance. His lifeless body then collapsed on the ground, making the death bat raise his hands high up in the air in a victory pose before roaring with all of his might. The Artemians then glanced in his direction and were horrified when they saw that one of their high archons had been killed. Some of them began to retreat towards the purple gate in a desperate attempt to go home, but to their surprise, the gate could no longer be seen, making them panic. It had been there just a few seconds ago, but now it was nowhere to be found. Sensing that their opponents had lost their will to fight, the Order of Raziel focused their attention on enslaving as many Artemians as possible. They knew that there might not be another opportunity to gain a monster that didn't belong to their world. The business-minded individuals were already thinking of auctioning some of the captured Artemians, which they believed would get a high bid on the black market. After roaring with all of his might, Kamisats remembered that he should loot Xylen's body, especially the armor which had given him a hard time earlier. However, when his gaze landed on the dead Artemian, the latter was already naked. Kamisats' jaw almost dropped when he saw the 10-year-old boy trying to take off one of the rings from Xylen's finger. 13, you bastard. Kamisats grabbed the hateful boy, who had managed to store Xylen's ring into his storage space before the death bat picked him up like a kitten. Why did you take my spoils? Your spoils? 13 asked with a confused expression. What spoils? Did you forget? You got your ass handed to you earlier. If not for me, you would have been dead a long time ago, you know? Kamisats wasn't able to refute the boy's words because it was true. However, he was still the one that dealt the killing blow to his enemy, so he believed that he should at least get the armor for his troubles. 13, my dear friend, my partner in crime, my buddy, don't do this to me, man. Kamisats decided to take a step back and negotiate with the boy. Don't do me dirty, man. Don't do me dirty. We are best buds, right? The corner of 13's lips twitched because of the shameless way that the death bat was using to butter him up. But this worked perfectly for him. A legendary ranked armor might be good, but he was unable to wield such an item at this point in time. Of course, he could also give the armor to his family or his grandparents to make them stronger. But he decided not to do that. Kamisats proved to be a reliable ally, so he decided that he could loan the armor to him under Metatron's special contract. That way, he could borrow the armor if there was an emergency and let his grandfather, Arthur, equip it in battle. With this setup, not only would it make Kamisats happy, it also opened up the possibility of future collaboration as well. After telling the death bat that he would loan the armor to him later, the Magian Prince became happy because he believed that his negotiation skills managed to convince the boy to allow him to use the armor for himself. There are still Artemians left. 13 pointed at Xylen, who seemed to have already lost the will to fight. Deal with him first. Okay. Kamisats didn't hesitate and tag-teamed with Camarasipa to bring the High Archon to his knees. But when the death bat was about to deal the killing blow, Camarasipa stopped him and offered Xylen a choice. Become my subordinate, and I will allow you to live, Camarasipa declared. Otherwise, I will give you a dog's death. So what will you choose? Xylen, who didn't want to die, agreed to Camarasipa's request, making Kamisats extremely jealous. He thought that he already managed to close the gap of power between him and Camarasipa after he acquired the rank 9 sovereigns, who were now being brainwashed by Metatron in the treasury of the Apocalypse. Now, the Magian Princess of Prophecy had acquired a High Archon, who was just as strong as her as a subordinate, which made the death bat's liver itch in envy. Camarasipa then created the contract of the Apocalypse, which would bind Xylen to her service for eternity. Of course, Kamisats and 13 asked the Magian Princess to add a few quotes in the contract, stating that Xylen was not allowed to attack 13 and Kamisats, even if Camarasipa ordered him to. The Magian Princess found this development quite amusing, but she decided to accept her ally's proposal so that there wouldn't be any hard feelings between them. The Artemians, who now numbered less than 200, surrendered after Xylen was subjugated. 13 didn't bother to oversee how the other factions treated all of the Artemians who surrendered, because he had a more pressing issue to deal with. After asking Rocky to take him to Uncle Boo and Albion, the 10-year-old saw an extremely heartbreaking scene. The Beholder and the Unicorn, who had both taken their human forms, wept bitterly as they held the wrinkled body of the dying moon princess. Callie was in Albion's embrace, while Uncle Boo held her hand, while bawling his eyes out. Both could tell that their beloved only had a few minutes left to live, and yet, despite the pain she was feeling, she held onto the two monsters' hands, who loved her very much with a smile on her face. "Thank you, Xylen," Callie said softly. "Now, I do not have to hurt anyone any longer. I am finally free." Uncle Boo's wailing intensified, while Albion's tears fell like rain. The two of them were willing to give up their lives just to save Callie, and yet, they still failed in the end. Looking at this sad scene, 13 crouched down and very lightly patted Callie's head, as if telling her that she did well. Callie, who thought that she was being praised, smiled sweetly, as a single tear slid down the side of her face. She could tell that death was about to claim her, because her vision was starting to dim. The Moon Princess could barely see the three beside her, because her vision was failing her. "Hold me a little tighter, Boo." "Albion," Callie said softly. "It's getting dark, and I'm feeling a bit scared." The two monsters did as she asked and hugged her gently, not wanting to crush her weak and frail body. While the victors were cheering because they had won the battle, there were two monsters who wept bitterly because the body of the girl they loved was starting to grow cold. 13 bit his lips and closed his eyes. "I invoke Article 13 of the contract," 13 declared. Suddenly, time came to a complete stop, followed by a long and deep sigh that came from behind the 10-year-old. 13, you shouldn't casually invoke the agreement, especially when there is nothing that needs to be discussed, Laplace Demon complained. "You already know the rules, right? We have an agreement, especially when there is nothing that needs to be discussed," Laplace Demon complained. "You already know the rules, right?" "Hey, Laplace Demon," 13 said to stop the demi-human rabbit from finishing whatever he was going to say. "Do you believe in happy endings?" "I don't," Laplace Demon replied in a heartbeat. "I don't believe in them either." 13 nodded in agreement. "But, right now, we can make a happy ending. So, can I ask you for a favor?" The right-hand man of the one pursed his lips. "And why should I do that?" Laplace Demon asked with his arms crossed over his chest. "Because you and the one are not truly omnipotent." 13 looked at the sad scene in front of him that was frozen in time. Uncle Boo and Albion were hugging Callie, whose face had already become extremely pale. He was certain that the moment Laplace Demon returned time to normal, the Moon Princess would die in less than a minute. "There are things that you cannot do because of certain restrictions placed upon the two of you," 13 added. "And, in order to handle the things that you cannot do, you will need someone to do it for you. So how about it? Do me one favor, and I'll do you a favor as well. It doesn't matter what favor you ask of me, as long as it will not go past my bottom line. Even if it's not you, we can always choose other wanderers to do the things that we want to do," Laplace Demon countered. "I'm sure that they will be more than happy to do something for us." 13 crouched down to hold Callie's wrinkled hand, a hand that had done her best to fight against her fate, but still lost in the end. "Well, that may be true, but I doubt that you'll find someone more competent than me to do the job," 13 stated. "In the future, you will look back on this day and regret the fact that you didn't accept my offer when I asked it of you." Laplace Demon didn't answer right away because he knew that he couldn't rule out the fact that 13 was right. Just as he was pondering on what to do, a voice reached his ear. "Agree to his condition," the one said. "But warn him that this will be just a one-time thing." Laplace Demon nodded and passed his employer's message to 13. "Tell us what you have in mind," Laplace Demon stated. "We will at least listen to your proposal." 13 sighed internally because he now had a chance to save the pitiful girl whose life was hanging in the balance. Now that the two omnipotent beings of Solterra were willing to listen to his request, he told them what he wanted to happen. After listening to his words, the Laplace Demon and the one looked at the 10-year-old as if he was mad. "So, will you grant me this favor?" 13 asked after he finished his explanation. The Laplace Demon sighed before waving his hand. A moment later, Shasha and Alessia appeared beside Chapter 309 Do You Believe in Happy Endings? Part 3. Chapter 309 Do You Believe in Happy Endings? Part 3. "Xylen, what's going on?" Alessia asked her son while subtly eyeing the Laplace Demon anxiously. "Frankly, no wanderer would like to meet the right-hand man of the one," for his appearance didn't always mean good news. Most of the time, meeting him meant tragedy. The usual reason why he'd summon wanderers into his space was to give them missions that they didn't have the option to refuse. These missions were extremely difficult, and most of the time, those who were chosen would perish in their attempt to clear it. No one really knew what these missions were, but one thing was certain. Meeting the Laplace demon was something that most wanderers didn't want to experience in their lifetime. "Mother, Shasha, please listen to me," 13 said. "I want to save this girl, and for that, I will need both of your help." As if waiting for that moment, the Laplace demon snapped his finger, and a dimensional gate appeared on 13's right side, showing a person on the other side of it. Xylen. Gerald looked at his son from the other side of the gate in surprise. He was currently preparing to craft something in his workshop when the dimensional gate appeared, giving him a fright. But, a moment later, his eyes widened in shock when he also saw Alessia and his daughter, Shasha, standing beside his son, who was looking at him with a solemn expression. "Pops, I need your help," 13 stated. "Come here for a while." Gerald didn't even hesitate and quickly stepped forward to cross the dimensional gate, where his family was waiting for him. Once he crossed to the other side, his gaze hardened upon seeing Laplace Demon, who was standing a few meters away from him with his arms crossed over his chest. "We don't have much time, so I'll explain everything in a nutshell." 13 then started to tell his family what he planned to do, making his parents and his sister look at him in disbelief. "So, are you willing to help me?" 13 asked. Alessia and Gerald glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. "We're willing." The 10-year-old sighed internally because he managed to cross the biggest hurdle. If Alessia and Gerald refused, he would have to think of another way to put an end to this tragic story. "Please unfreeze time for Uncle Boo and Albion," 13 said softly. Laplace Demon nodded, and the two monsters had been freed from the frozen time. As if nothing had changed, the two monsters still continued to cry, with Uncle Boo wailing as if his time didn't freeze in the first place. Seeing this, Alessia clenched her fists. Just with how they were crying, she could tell how much these two beings cared for the girl, whose wrinkled body looked like it belonged to an old woman about to breathe her last. For Dupsium, Uncle Boo and Albion were so engrossed in their sadness that they weren't aware that the time of others had come to a stop. They simply wept bitterly and held Callie for as long as they could before her life escaped their grasp. "Uncle Boo, Albion, do you wish to save Callie?" 13 asked, making the two monsters look in his direction with tears still streaming from their eyes. "Yes, I'll do anything. Just please, save her," Uncle Boo replied. "No matter the price, I will give it to you," Albion stated. "Please, save Callie." "Very well. I will ask for both of your lives in order to save her," 13 declared. "Are you willing? Will taking my life really save her?" Uncle Boo asked. "If yes, then go ahead. I was born from her dream, so I am willing to return to being one of her dreams as long as she gets to live." "I am also prepared," Albion stated. "As long as you promise me that you will save her, you can take my life." It was only then that the two monsters noticed the presence of other people, including the Laplace demon. They didn't really know who he was, but their gut instinct was telling them that he was someone that they mustn't offend no matter what. Both of them also noticed that the world around them had turned gray in color and that all the monsters in the distance, including those who were flying in the sky, weren't moving. "Listen, this is what we are going to do," 13 said as he explained to the two monsters what they needed to do. Uncle Boo and Albion listened without saying a word until the boy had finished telling them everything. When 13 was done talking, both of them glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. "Do it." Uncle Boo wiped the tears in his eyes before holding Callie's hand. Albion looked at 13 with a determined glance before bowing his head. "Thank you." He was proud and arrogant and had never bowed his head to anyone. But this time, he did just that because this was the only way he could show how grateful he was. "Laplace Demon, everyone is ready," 13 said. "Let's start." Laplace Demon nodded before walking behind Gerald and Alessia. He then raised his palms as he did what 13 had asked of him. Alessia and Gerald both glowed faintly, and a golden orb of light floated out of their bodies. These two golden lights then merged into one, glowing faintly like a flickering candle in the darkness. "It's time," 13 said. "Shasha, do it." Shasha nodded and took out her sword. Uncle Boo stood up and nodded his head at the teenage girl, who was about to take his life. Lowering his resistance to the fullest, Uncle Boo closed his eyes and only hoped that Shasha would make it quick. Shasha coated her blade with the power of the moonlight and pierced Uncle Boo's chest in one swift and deadly blow. A purple mist escaped Uncle Boo's body and flew toward the flickering golden flame. The flame then greedily absorbed the life force of the beholder, making its flame grow brighter with each passing second. Albion then gently laid Callie on the ground before standing still. He didn't say any word, for there was no need to say anything. Just like what Shasha did to Uncle Boo, Shasha also pierced the unicorn's chest with her sword. Albion's life force also flew toward the golden flame, burning brightly. Laplace Demon waited until Uncle Boo's and Albion's life force had been fully absorbed by the golden flame before he made his move. He touched Callie's head, and a few seconds later, a blue orb of light emerged from her forehead and slowly floated toward the golden flame, merging with it. When that was done, Laplace Demon pointed his fingers at 13's and Callie's chests, piercing a hole into them. The 10-year-old's blood flowed toward the golden flame, while Callie's blood flowed toward 13's body. This process lasted for half a minute before both of their blood stopped flowing. The younger boy swayed at where he stood, but Shasha was quick enough to catch him. With his sister supporting her, 13 regained his balance. He looked at the golden flame, whose brightness was slowly receding. Suddenly, from within that golden light, the cry of a baby was heard. When the light fully disappeared, a newborn baby girl floated towards Alessia, and the latter held her gently in her embrace. "It's done," Laplace Demon declared before looking at the crying baby girl, who had been born through unnatural means. He didn't know what kind of fate awaited her in the future, but one thing was certain. She was no longer the Moon Princess, and she would no longer be forced to dance in the palms of the King of Artem, who was still fuming because he didn't get the chance to descend in Solterra and crush the boy who had gotten in his way. Chapter 3, 10 You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Chapter 3, 10 You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Mother, father, please return to Pangaea for now, 13 said weakly. Alessia and Gerald both nodded their heads and entered the dimensional gate directly linked to their home. As soon as 13's parents passed through it, Laplace Demon closed the gate and then pointed at Callie's corpse, summoning a fire that incinerated it until nothing was left. "We will talk later," Laplace Demon said to 13 via telepathy. "We need to discuss the clause of our contract." 13 nodded in understanding, knowing that what the demon said was right. He invoked the clause of the contract without any basis for it, which resulted in this current situation. Faster than an eye could blink, the demon disappeared in front of them, and time flowed back to normal. Uncle Boo's and Albion's bodies reverted into their natural forms and laid lifeless on the ground. "Rocky, take them," 13 ordered. The magma Balboa then emerged from the ground and swallowed the corpses of the two rank 8 sovereigns. "What now, Xylen?" Shasha asked as she supported her brother's body. "Now, we just wrap things up," 13 replied. "You will pass through the gate of the moonlight and return to Pangaea. You'll come with me, right?" Shasha asked. Her brother had already been in Solterra for 3 years, so she wanted him to return with her to Pangaea at the same time. "I will be back in a few days," 13 replied. "There are still things that I need to finish here. I need to return Taiga to his home, as well as deal with the aftermath. Overall, that will take me about a few days to finalize. But, once I'm done, I promise that I will be back without fail." Shasha nodded in understanding because her brother always kept his word. If he said that he would return in a few days, he would return in a few days, and not in a few years. An hour later. "You really did it," Rayon, who had stayed behind despite 13's warning, said as he looked at the younger boy, who was seated on top of Giga. "Ha. Of course he did," Kane said with a smug smile on his face. "That's my brother-in-law. I can't wait to brag about this adventure to my family." "Who are you calling brother-in-law?" 13 glared at the teenage boy. "Taiga, toss that idiot through the gate of the moonlight." "With pleasure." Taiga, who had long been itching to smack his love rival, didn't hesitate to follow 13's orders and grappled the annoying teenage boy. "You bastard, let me go." Kane, who was overpowered by the Tigerkin, could only shout and curse as Taiga lifted him up. "Go to hell." Taiga roared as he threw Kane towards the gate of the moonlight, which made Rayon, Rio, Herman, Phoebe, Miriam, and Lambert smirk. They had to admit, this free dog show was quite amusing. Go, 13 said to Shasha. Make sure to tell everyone that I'll be back in a few days and that they shouldn't worry about me. Okay. Shasha nodded before hugging her brother and planting a kiss on his cheek. I'll see you soon. ReadNovel.com. After bidding her farewell, Shasha ran toward the gate of the moonlight without looking back. Only when his sister had finally passed through the gate did 13 breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. See you later, Xylen, Rio said. And thank you for everything. I'll tell my friends what happened here, Lambert stated. I'm sure they will feel envious because I met you during my first mission in Solterra. I'll tell Rihanna that I met you. Phoebe smiled sweetly. I'm sure she'll be happy to hear news about you. Herman pressed his closed fist on his chest and gave 13 a slight bow. If we ever see each other in the future, I'll make sure to return this favor. As will I, Rayon promised. You have my word. Very well, 13 replied. All of you owe me a favor. I won't be shy and will ask you to return it in the future. Now go. There's no telling when that gate will close. You don't want to get stranded here, right? After hearing 13's reminder, the teenagers no longer hesitated and passed through the gate. Truth be told, the gate of the moonlight wouldn't disappear until sunrise, so there was plenty of time left before it vanished completely, never to be seen again. The good thing about this gate was that 13 no longer needed to ferry everyone back to their respective territories using Rocky's mobile fortress, just like how he brought his reinforcements to the island. The only armies that he didn't bring with him were Kamesat's and Camarasipa's armies. The Majan Prince and Majan Princess had their own means of travel and brought their forces alongside them. And for that, 13 was very thankful. After all, it saved a lot of time. Xylen, aren't you going home yet? Lady Callista asked as she approached her grandson. By the way, where is Alessia? I don't see her anywhere. Arthur was right beside her when she disappeared. Where did she go? Mother is already back in Pangaea, Grandma, 13 replied. So, you and the rest should go back too. You can use this gate to return home. You should have told me that earlier, Arthur said in annoyance. Gramps, make sure to wait for me, okay? 13 said with a smile, ignoring the old man's glare. If you don't, you'll regret it for life. Arthur scoffed, but he didn't say anything else. Will this gate really take us back to Pangaea? Michael asked as he adjusted the glasses on his face. Are you sure? I'm sure, 13 replied. The younger boy had asked Laplace Demon earlier if it was possible for everyone, aside from the Wanderers, to use the Gate of the Moonlight. The demon confirmed that they could indeed use it without a problem. So, aside from Taiga and his subordinates, who had followed 13 on his adventures, everyone else would return to their homeland. Just as Arthur was about to ask another question, Kamesat's descended beside the younger boy, making Arthur, Lady Callista, Michael, and Hans all take a fighting stance. Xylen, where are the goods? Kamesat's rubbed his palms excitedly. You said that you would give it to me after the cleanup was finished. Now, give them to me. You're too impatient, 13 frowned. It's not like I'll just run away, you know? I wouldn't put it past you to do that. Kamesat's smirked as he eyed the Wanderers, who were looking at him with a wary gaze. I mean, I might be a happy-go-lucky guy, but if you do me dirty, I can still turn these Wanderers into breakfast, you know? 13 arched an eyebrow as he looked at the death bat, who had a devilish smile plastered on his face. Later, 13 said firmly, You and Camarasipa already have the highest gains in this mission, and you still think that I will run away? Are you kidding me? Who do you think convinced her to lend you that artifact, so that you could get some new subordinates? The 10-year-old looked at the death bat in contempt, which made the latter chuckle and lightly pat 13's shoulder. I'm just joking, Kamesat's replied. Aren't we best friends for life? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. It's that simple, right? 13 ignored the death bat's chummy attitude and glanced at the members of the Leventis family. Keep everything that you saw and heard here on the island a secret, 13 stated in a serious tone. If you don't, things will become complicated in Pangaea. Lady Callista, Arthur, Michael, and Hans nodded in understanding. Rocky, let's go, 13 ordered. Rocky then swallowed up 13 and Giga before submerging itself to the ground like a fish in water. Kamesat's smirked before flying toward the place where Camarasipa was waiting for him. Arthur, Lady Callista glanced at her husband worriedly. Let's not talk about it here, Arthur replied. We should return to Pangaea first. Arthur held Lady Callista's hand and walked toward the gate with her. Hans followed after them, while Michael stayed behind. The retainers of the Leventis family were still not finished collecting their spoils of war. Frankly, they gained a lot from this expedition in more ways than one. My nephew sure is capable, Michael thought as he adjusted his glasses. But why do I have a feeling that the future doesn't look too bright? The second-in-command of the Leventis family couldn't shake the feeling that 13 would start causing trouble after he returned to Pangaea. Michael hoped that he was just overthinking things. He soon brushed the thought off and went back to supervising his people and forming connections with the Order of Raziel, who was very influential in the human kingdoms of Solterra. Chapter 3:11 A New Beginning. Chapter 3:11 A New Beginning. Sleeping peacefully on top of the bed was a newborn baby girl. On her left side, a beholder, who was the size of an adult's hands, slept beside her. On her right, a unicorn, who was the size of an adult corgi dog, was also sleeping. These two monsters were none other than Boo and Albion, who had become Shasha's avatars. Their ranks had regressed to that of a rank 1 monster, but they acquired the Evolver ability, which would allow them to increase their ranks from scratch. Both monsters had retained their memories, and their job was to protect and keep the sleeping baby safe from anything that would harm her. Unlike the two of them, the baby no longer had memories of her past life. 13 wanted the pitiful girl to have a fresh start at life, without the burdens that she once carried. All the pain, suffering, loneliness, despair, and guilt when she was still alive was cleansed away, leaving her in a blank state. Boo and Albion wished for this to happen as well because they didn't want the girl they loved to be tied down by her past. She was born from Alessia's egg, Gerald's seed, Boo's and Albion's life force, and lastly, 13's blood. After Alessia and Gerald discussed the baby's name, they decided to give her the name Rhiannon Leventis, and her nickname was Rhea. A new name for a new life. A life on which they hoped would be a happy one for her. During that time, when Callie was just about to kiss Shasha and take over her body, 13 used his ability, which he had gained after completing one of his 13 trials, to swap places with his sister. He had waited until the golden orb was covered with blood, which prevented anyone from seeing what was happening inside of it. After he and Callie kissed, the spell which would merge Callie with the body of the Moon Princess candidate was dispelled because it only worked on girls. Because of this, her body deteriorated at a rapid pace, which also put an end to the King of Artem's ambition to use the Moon Princess powers to become a celestial. Suddenly, the door of the room opened and a little girl, who was around 7 years old, entered the room. She was none other than Remy, and she had come to look at her little sister, who had now become a part of their family. Boo and Albion opened their eyes to look at the newcomer. Shasha had already introduced Remy to them, so they allowed her to come near Rhea, who was sound asleep. Remy didn't touch her little sister because she didn't want to wake her up. A minute later, Shasha, who was looking for Remy, entered the room and sat beside her on the bed. From now on, you are now her big sister, Shasha said as she hugged Remy from behind. Take good care of her, okay? Remy nodded. I'll take care of Rhea. Good girl. Alessia and Gerald were also outside the door and looked at their 2 daughters with smiles on their faces. Now that their family had one more member, both of them decided to work harder to ensure that their sons and daughters would have a home to return to after their journey in Solterra. Freewebbled somewhere in Solterra. Thank you for everything that you have done for me for the past 3 years, 13 said to his subordinates, who had accompanied him in his journey. I will be away from Solterra for a while, and I might not return here for 3 to 4 years. So, I want to ask all of you, what do you wish to do? If you wish to return to the Valbera archipelago, I will take you back before I leave. Me? Tiger raised his hand. I want to go where Shasha is. Okay, I'll be sending you back to the Valbera archipelago after I'm done here, 13 replied before looking at the ogres and the trolls. Can we not accompany you, Master? T1 asked. I want to follow, Master. O1 stated. Me too, O2 declared. The other trolls also made their wishes known to follow 13, which made the 10-year-old ponder if it was possible for them to come with him. Tiona, Giga, Rocky, Blackie, and Hercules were now his beast companions. He could take them back to Pangaea with him if they wished to come with him. If Rocky decided to follow 13, the ogres and trolls could just enter his mobile fortress and carry them to Pangaea. Of course, using this logic, it was also possible for Taiga to accompany them back, but 13 didn't want the Tigerkin anywhere near his sister. "Do you want to come with me, Rocky?" 13 asked the Magma Balboa because if Rocky didn't want to join him, then it was impossible for the boy to take the others with him. The Magma Balboa nodded his head without hesitation, telling the boy his intention of following him. Seeing that Rocky wished to stay with him, 13 then glanced at the two Pocopocos, who were perched on Giga's back. "VocalSaga, you have stayed with me longer than our agreement. For that I am very thankful," 13 said. "Are you going back to your homeland like you told me back then?" "Yes," VocalSaga replied. "It has been a while since I've seen my kind, so I want to return." Poca also wished to see her parents, so she planned to return with me. "Good." 13 nodded. "Poca, thank you for accompanying us. Without you, things might have been a tad more difficult because we can only count on VocalSaga for scouting missions." "I had fun," Poca said in a cheerful tone. "I didn't expect that my adventure beyond the mainland would involve joining battles against Magian princes, as well as high archons. This is a story that will make the other Pocopocos take that step to travel towards the unknown, allowing our race to gain more knowledge and wisdom, which we will pass to our future generations." "But worry not, Xylen," VocalSaga commented. "I asked the wind spirits to inform me if you ever return. Wherever I may be, I will come to you no matter where you are. I'm looking forward to our new adventure." The Pocopoco had a glint of excitement in his eyes as he talked about their future adventure, making Giga, Rocky, Blackie, Hercules, the ogres, and the trolls smile. All of them had braved the dangers together, and their bonds had become strong over time. Although they didn't know when they would meet again, they were certain that it was only a matter of time before all of them reunited and explore the beautiful, yet dangerous world of Solterra, where their bonds of friendship had been tested over time. Chapter 312, I Miss Them Already. Chapter 312, I Miss Them Already? "Master, I also want to go with you," Taiga insisted. He had been trying his best to make the younger boy accept his proposal because he wanted to be close to Shasha. The Tigerkin was afraid that in his absence, his annoying love rival, Kane, would progress with his relationship with Shasha. However, 13 ignored him. The boy didn't want to take responsibility for the consequences of bringing the Tigerkin to Pangaea. He also didn't know if the Laplace demon would allow Taiga to step into another world because it was a place where someone like him wasn't supposed to go. The other monsters were different because people had already gotten used to avatars and such. If a Tigerkin like Taiga were to appear, those with certain fetishes might kidnap him and experiment on his body. In short, 13 didn't want to deal with that mess, so he had no intention of bringing the persistent Tigerkin to Pangaea. Of course, there were wanderers who also owned beastkin avatars. But, unlike them, Taiga was not an avatar. He was still technically a denizen of Solterra, and there had been no precedents when someone from there managed to cross to Pangaea without getting intercepted by Laplace Demon and the One. After talking to his subordinates, 13 then glanced at Adira, who was quietly listening to the side with her arms crossed over her chest. The other branches of the Order of Rizel had already entered the Gate of the Moonlight and returned to their respective domains. There was still some time before sunrise, so 13 decided to stay behind to discuss his plans with his subordinates. Besides, he didn't really need to enter the Gate of the Moonlight because he could travel using his portable teleporter to the places where he had planted a waypoint. But, just as he was about to talk with the drow, two beings landed a few meters away from them, which made the drow and 13 subordinates raise their guards at the same time. "So, you'll be going home, eh, 13? Commissats asked. "Or should I be calling you Xylen Leventis? Ah, what a pain. If I only knew your identity beforehand, I wouldn't have pushed through with forming a team with you. Do you regret it?" 13 asked with genuine curiosity. "Hell no," Commissats chuckled. "Have you seen how much apocalypse we gained in this expedition? It is more than enough to unlock the second layer. It would have taken me at least a decade to gain so many points. Also, I now have 4 rank 9 sovereigns as my subordinate. Haha, I'm no longer the weakest in the order. Technically speaking, I'm not really the weakest. You are the weakest, right?" The death bat happily patted 13's head, making Tiona angrily hiss at the Magian Prince. He might be the weakest, but do you dare to hunt him down? Camersipa asked with a smile. Why would I do that? Kamisats shrugged. This alliance of ours benefit me more than having this kid kick the bucket. Only fools think of short-term gains. 13. Although you will not be in Solterra for a few years, make sure to go to the order from time to time, Camersipa stated. I still have a few proposals that I want to ask of you. What's this? Kamisats arched an eyebrow. Are the two of you cheating on me? Do you want to keep me in the dark? This is no good. I should also be part of this discussion. Camersipa smirked. Suit yourself. Well then, I'll go back to my domain. If there is an opportunity, feel free to visit me. 13. I'll make sure to give you the best hospitality. After saying those words, Camersipa transformed into a phoenix and flew towards her army. As much as I'd like to invite you to my domain, it is not a good time for a visit, Kamisat stated. I am currently in a power struggle with my neighbors, so having those rank 9 sovereigns around will make them hesitate to attack me. Also, since Camersipa is now technically my ally, I can also ask for her help if I'm really in a pinch. The Deathbat then crouched down and stared at the human boy's eyes. I didn't think that I'd ally myself with a wanderer, but I can now understand why the other Magian princes and princesses decided to form mutual relationships with them. You guys might be weak, but your way of thinking is impressive. Well then, it's time for me to go. Like what Camersipa said, drop by in the order from time to time. Since we accumulated so many points, we can take it easy for a decade even if we don't do any missions. But where's the fun in that? I hope that you will ask for our help if you got other juicy missions like this. See you around. 13. Make sure to not accidentally die out there. I'd hate it if our Trinity will suddenly lose one of its members. After saying everything he had to say, Kamisats disappeared in a blur and returned to where his army was. Only after a minute had passed did Adira and 13's subordinates manage to regain their calm. I've thought I've seen a lot of things, but I never expected to see a Magian prince and a Magian princess act chummy with you, Xylen, Adira commented. By the way, why did they keep calling you 13? It's just a number, 13 replied as he thought of the death bat, who had the words cannon fodder written on his forehead. One of the reasons why 13 decided to join the Trinity was due to Kamisats. Since he was once the system of cannon fodders, he could tell if the being in front of him was a cannon fodder or not. This was why even though the death bat was annoying at first, 13 still talked to him, albeit briefly in the past. Lady Adira, thank you for everything. 13 shook hands with the drow who always helped him when he was in trouble. I'll see you in 3 to 4 years. Stay safe, Xylen, Adira replied. We will be waiting for your return. Rocky then swallowed everyone, with the exception of 13 and Adira inside his mobile fortress. The 10-year-old then used his teleportation ability to head towards the Valbera archipelago, so that Taiga could reunite with his family, whether he liked it or not. Visago and Poca, who had remained in the Arcadia archipelago, took to the skies and headed towards the mainland. Their journey was faster if they flew from the Arcadia archipelago, so they didn't go with the others. Both of them had fun in their adventures with Xylen, and the two of them were looking forward to the next time they would meet him. It was fun, right? Visago asked. Yes, Poca replied. I missed them already. After 13 arrived at the Valbera archipelago, he suddenly heard a voice that came from the sky. Thank you for saving my daughter. A charming voice that seemed to belong to an exceptional lady reached 13's ears. But, my husband, the King of Artem, will not let things end here. Especially after you have taken the bloodline of the royal family of Chandria. He will definitely scheme to catch you and make you pay for what you have done. Tell him to fall in line. 13 replied with contempt. There are many who are after my life, so adding him to the list is not that big of a deal. The members of the Order of the Apocalypse were always looking for any information regarding him, so that they could inform their friends and acquaintances of his whereabouts. This was why 13 had kept an extremely low profile, preventing the Magian princes and princesses from knowing his true identity. With Camersipa's help, he had gained a layer of protection, preventing anyone from using clairvoyance or divination to know about his identity. You are brave, the voice said, but you will still take responsibility for your actions of taking our bloodline. This is why, from this day onwards, we will bestow upon you a name, and that will be Endymion. 13 suddenly felt his body warm up, as the bloodline of the royal family of Chandria stirred inside him. You have acquired the royal bloodline of Chandria. Squinting eyes face. From this moment onwards, the people of Chandria will call you Endymion. Squinting eyes face. During the nights of the full moon, your strength, speed, stamina, and thinking prowess will double. Squinting eyes face. During the nights of the full moon, the effect of your skills and other abilities will also double. Squinting eyes face. During the nights of the full moon, your restriction item ban will lose its effectiveness. Squinting eyes face. You have gained the title Moon's Beloved. Squinting eyes face. Moon's Beloved freewebnovel.cm. If you bathe in the moonlight, you will gain a regeneration ability which will slowly heal any injuries you receive with time. This ability will work even with serious injuries, but not with fatal injuries. 13 didn't expect that he would gain this kind of benefits by absorbing Callie's bloodline. The only reason why he did it was to replenish the blood that he would lose after transferring it to Callie's new body. Be safe, Endymion. I pray that you will continue to protect my daughter, which is something that I was unable to do when she was still alive. After saying those words, the voice finally disappeared. Don't worry, 13 said internally. Your daughter is now part of my family. I will do everything in my power to let her live a happy life, which fate had denied to her. From high above the heavens, the Laplace demon, and the One, looked at the 10-year-old with a solemn gaze. Now that 13 was about to become a rookie, they wondered what kind of changes would happen to the boy, who had absorbed the core of a Magian prince, which would soon make him the strongest rookie that the world had ever seen. Chapter 3:13 Mission Completion and Rewards. Chapter 3:13 Mission Completion and Rewards. The next time we meet, I hope that you'll be more mature and stronger, 13 said as he looked at the pouting Taiga, who was currently looking back at him with a face filled with injustice. They had just returned to the Valbera archipelago and were standing beside the hero's monument, which was created in honor of 13 and his subordinates, as well as those who had fallen in the battle against Arundel the Destroyer. Do you promise to come pick me up when you return? Taiga asked. I promise, 13 replied in a heartbeat. How can I possibly leave you behind? There was no way that the 10-year-old would leave the hero he trained behind. After all, Taiga would become his meat shield against other heroes and villains, whom he would encounter in the future. The Tigerkin immediately felt better after receiving the younger boy's promise. Although following the boy, whom he recognized as his master, had many ups and downs, he had improved thanks to the latter and had also gotten to know him better over the 3 years that they had been together. He knew that whenever Xylen made a promise, he would keep it without fail. This was why the boy's mere promise to pick him up when he returned to Solterra made him very happy. I'll be waiting, okay? Taiga said with a smile. 13 nodded before shifting his gaze to the devil-horned honey badger, who was lying beside the hero's monument and observing 13 with a calm expression on his face. Cranky, the next time we meet, you better be a Magian prince already, okay? 13 said as he stroked the honey badger's fur. I need someone strong to help me, so work hard to reach that rank. Cranky pretended that he didn't hear the shameless boy's words and closed his eyes to take a nap. Even after eating so many cores from the Arcadia archipelago, the devil-horned honey badger fell a bit short of becoming a rank 9 monster. 13 had already thanked Arthas, the Tigerkin King, the Ogre King, as well as the Troll King for their help back in the Arcadia archipelago. Without them and the Order of Raziel, as well as Kamasat's and Camarasipa's armies, the process of accomplishing Shasha's mission might have ended in tragedy. The boy also understood that he only succeeded in helping his sister thanks to the gains he received from his 13 trials, as well as the benefits he acquired from the Order of the Apocalypse. The connections he had formed over the years also helped him a lot, granting him the privilege to ask for help, which was readily given to him as repayment for the deeds he performed in the past. 13 patted Cranky's head one last time before patting Taiga's shoulder. He was ready to go home, but before that, there were still 2 beings he had to meet. Opening his status page, 13 looked at the blinking notification, which signaled the end of his 3-year quest in Solterra. Congratulations. Squinting Eyes face. The 13 trials is finally completed. Squinting Eyes face. Do you wish to return to Pangaea? Squinting Eyes face. Yes/no. 13 didn't hesitate and clicked yes. But instead of teleporting back to Pangaea, He found himself in the celestial realm, where Laplace Demon and the One were waiting for him. Rookies who had just completed their mission would usually only hear a voice in their heads, congratulating them for their mission's completion. After that, a series of notifications listing their rewards would appear inside their heads. These new rookies wouldn't even get the chance to see the two omnipotent beings that governed Solterra and Pangea. Only 13 had the privilege to appear before them to discuss the rewards that he would gain after completing his trial. Truth be told, 13 already gained the rewards for the completion of his missions. However, the rewards he received from them were different from the rewards that he would gain after facing so many tribulations. Tribulations that he originally wasn't supposed to face since he still hadn't met the age requirement of going to Solterra. Many wanderers said that the One was the most unfair and fair god in existence. Unfair because it would send wanderers on missions that were sometimes impossible to complete. Little did many know that every wanderer sent to a particular location had the means to clear these missions. However, it wouldn't be easy. The One was using a tactic that was similar to how the body fought against diseases and infections. Instead of sending countless white blood cells to fight off the infection, the One used wanderers instead. If even a handful of those wanderers succeeded in fixing the problem, then they would be properly compensated for their troubles. This was why the One was called the most unfair and fair god in existence. The rewards one gained would always be equivalent to their contribution. When Laplace Demon saw 13, he sighed and waved his hand. Immediately, 13's status page appeared in front of them. Name, Xylen Leventis. Age, 10 years old. Race, human. Skills, none. Items, none. Avatars, none. Permanent debuff. Rank ban, skill ban, item ban, avatar ban. Unique abilities, universal language proficiency, destiny bond, rune magic, intermediate, beast companion telepathy, beast companion vision sharing, underwater breathing, auto-equip, armor, weapons, body swap. Beast companions, Tiona, Giga Chad, Blackie, Rocky, Hercules. The unique abilities that 13 possessed were all part of the rewards he gained from his 13 trials. These skills had bypassed his skill ban restriction, allowing the 10-year-old to use them in battle. In the past 3 years, Laplace Demon and the One had heavily restricted 13's use of rune magic because, in his hands, it became an extremely potent ability that could break the balance of the world. Since that was the case, they had made an agreement with the boy, which allowed him to use rune magic on special occasions only. But now, that restriction would be lifted. After becoming a rookie, 13 would be allowed to fully use his rune magic as per the agreement that he had with Laplace Demon and the One. We will now discuss the rewards that you will receive for helping the Wanderers complete their missions, Laplace Demon stated with a solemn expression on his face. 13, on the other hand, smiled faintly because he was looking forward to the rewards he would gain after completing his 3-year journey in Solterra. Chapter 314, The Arrival of the Legendary Rookie, Part 1. Chapter 314, The Arrival of the Legendary Rookie, Part 1. First, let's discuss the rewards you have gained for completing your final trial. Laplace Demon stated as rows of text appeared in front of the 10-year-old, displaying the details of his final trial. Unique Quest. Quest Category, Chain Quest. Quest Name, The 13 Trials, Final Trial. Prevent the Moon Princess from getting corrupted. Reward, your Destiny Bond skill will gain an upgrade. You will be able to summon your beast companions in Pangea. You will be allowed to impart martial skills, as well as rune equipment, to 3 people outside of your family. You will finally be able to return to Pangea. Your Destiny Bond has now been upgraded, allowing you to pinpoint the exact location of the people whom you have formed strong bonds with, Laplace Demon said. This ability is not limited to distance. As long as you are in the same world, a string of fate will connect you and these people. 13 almost scowled in reflex when he heard the word fate because this was a word that he hated hearing the most. However, he knew that getting angry right now would not be wise, so he remained calm and listened to Laplace Demon's explanation. The number of people whom you can bestow with martial skills will increase to 6 people outside of your family instead of 3. They will also be allowed to use rune equipment even if they are not part of your family. 13 liked these changes because they increased the number of people who would become the pillars that supported him. Just like the skills you acquired from your trials, which we have approved of, We are also going to give you the option to select 3 skills of your choice, which will not be affected by the restrictions placed on you by the system god. You may choose from this list of skills, which I have compiled as part of your rewards for assisting wanderers in their missions. A list of over 100 skills appeared in front of the 10-year-old, which made him frown. The majority of the skills on the list were low-tier abilities, like Create Light and Magic Compass. However, there were several mid-tier abilities and a handful of high-ranked abilities. After careful consideration, 13 chose 3 skills that benefited his battle style the most. The first one was Air Steps. Just like the name implied, it allowed the boy to create footholds in the air, allowing him more flexibility in battle. The next skill he chose was Dark Vision. This was something that 13 always wanted to have, because having the ability to see in the dark went a long way during night raids and other similar activities. The last skill he chose was Mage Hand. It was an ability that allowed 13 to create a magical hand, which he could use to perform certain tasks for him. The skills he chose weren't really exceptional, nor did they stand out, but having them gave 13 a lot of choices on the battlefield. These rewards are not enough to compensate you for the things that you have accomplished, the one stated. So, I will give you an opportunity. Name one reward, and as long as it is equivalent to your achievements, I will grant it. However, you cannot ask me to remove any of your restrictions. 13 was surprised by the god's sudden declaration. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to say the first thing that came to his mind. Allow me to have a patron god, 13 said firmly. A patron god? Laplace Demon frowned, but didn't say a word to reject 13's request. It was not his place to say anything because it was the one who had asked the 10-year-old for the reward he wanted. However, the demon and the god suddenly realized 13's real intention for asking to have the blessings of a patron god. Is he perhaps planning to choose me as his patron god, so I can remove his restrictions? The one thought. This guy is really ambitious. What a very smart move, Laplace Demon mused. If he chooses the one as his patron god, he would be able to gain a massive advantage in Solterra. As expected of a system, he's smart. After a few minutes of silence, the one spoke once more, making 13 smile. Freewebnovel.com. I will allow you to choose a patron god, the one said. The god was certain that 13 was going to choose him and had even prepared his speech for the boy. Thank you for granting my request. 13 bowed respectfully. Then who are you going to choose? Laplace Demon asked with a smile. He and the one were already planning to tell the boy that he had made the right choice in choosing the one as his patron god. However, 13's next words were like cold water poured over their heads. The god whom I plan to become my patron is none other than the Skip God. Skip God. Laplace Demon blinked once and twice before shifting his gaze to the one, who was equally surprised by the boy's declaration. Are you referring to the new generation god, Skip God? The one asked. The god that was born because people wanted to skip a few things like those long dialogues in games. Yes. 13 nodded. I want him to become my patron god. Are you sure? The one asked. I'm sure, 13 replied. You can still change your mind, Laplace Demon commented. 13 shook his head. I don't plan to change my mind. Last chance. I'm good. Seeing that he wouldn't budge in his decision, the one sighed and promised 13 that he would talk to the Skip God later. Are you now ready to go home? Laplace Demon asked. Yes, 13 replied. So, please, don't pull me to Solterra for the next 3 to 4 years. I plan to have a long vacation. Very well, the one promised. You deserve that much rest. Somewhere in the Aldebaran continent. The wanderers who succeeded in completing their missions in Solterra appeared in the grand waypoints located in several places on the continent. There were only 5 of them in Aldebaran, and this particular waypoint was placed in a city called Wayside City. It was a city under the jurisdiction of the central government, and also the place where the majority of rookies appeared after their first mission in Solterra. Dark clouds were swirling above the grand waypoint, accompanied by thunder and lightning. This abnormal weather phenomenon alarmed the soldiers and the elite members of the monarch clans and prestigious families who were stationed in the grand waypoint. Take the rookies and other low-ranked wanderers to the evacuation area. The commander, who was in charge of keeping the peace and order in the waypoint, shouted. Ask the representatives of the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families, to be on high alert as well. Yes, sir. A soldier saluted as he called a few people from the command center to execute his commander's orders. Soon, something that they had never seen before manifested before their eyes. Countless lightning bolts descended upon the waypoint, creating booming sounds in the heavens. This continued for nearly half a minute before the soldiers stationed outside noticed a person standing in the location where the lightning bolts were descending. A minute later, the heavenly bombardment ended, making everyone's gazes focus on the scene in front of them. In the center of the waypoint stood a human boy with a black snake coiled around his neck. From the celestial realm, Laplace Demon asked the one a question that had been on his mind for a long time. Do you feel like the system God had laid down this plan in order for 13 to gain some benefits through us? Laplace Demon asked. I'm starting to think that instead of creating hard missions to deliberately kill him, he's actually strengthening him and allowing him to acquire skills in the process. It doesn't matter, the one answered. Whether we are being used by the system God to give the black sheep of his family the ability to grow doesn't change the fact that 13 helped us a lot. That is all that matters. Laplace Demon nodded but still couldn't shake away the feeling that this was all part of the system God's plan. But, for now, he decided to put these thoughts to the side, for they still had plenty of things to do for the sake of their goal. Meanwhile, in the Grand Waypoint, 13 was surrounded by countless elites who were looking at him with cold gazes. Their firearms were all pointed toward the boy because they didn't know if he was really a human or a monster wearing human skin. But instead of being intimidated, 13 only smiled as he looked at the commander of the central government, who had personally come to the scene to ascertain the situation. Who are you? The commander asked. What are you? Don't worry, Commander, 13 replied. I'm human just like you. As for my name, I believe that you have already heard of me. But just in case some of you don't know who I am, allow me to introduce myself. 13 smiled with confidence before using his thumb to point at his face. I am Xylen Leventus, 13 declared. Also, I plan to join the central government. Are you guys perhaps looking for new recruits? If so, can I join? The commander of the base almost choked on his saliva after hearing the boy's name. The name Xylen Leventus had been circulating among the circle of wanderers for the past 3 years. Many believed that this was just some nonsense propaganda of the Leventus family to gain some clout. But after seeing the legendary rookie in the flesh, the commander didn't hesitate to extend his hand and shake the boy's hand. I am Colonel Warren Green, Warren said as he shook the boy's hands firmly. Welcome back to Pangea, Xylen Leventus. He was naturally elated to hear that a promising rookie wanted to join their ranks in the central government. Warren could already see his promotion waving in front of him as he looked at the 10-year-old with a big smile on his face. Meanwhile, news of Xylen's appearance started to spread far and wide in the networks of the monarch clans and the prestigious families. All of them wanted to learn as much as they could about the boy, who was said to have defeated a Magian prince when he was just 7 years old. 13 smiled as he allowed the colonel to shake his hand. Although he was certain that his grandfather, Arthur Leventus, would blow his top in Chapter 315, The Arrival of the Legendary Rookie, Part 2. Chapter 315, The Arrival of the Legendary Rookie, Part 2. When 13 arrived, those who were present in the gateway immediately became ecstatic. Right now, the name Xylen Leventus was a very hot topic among wanderers, even surpassing the popularity of the so-called prodigies of the current generation. Colonel, is this the device that transmits the information of a wanderer? 13 asked after he was led inside the headquarters of the newly arrived wanderers in Wayside City. Yes, it is, Warren replied. But this is for public use. I advise the young master to use our private appraising device so that your information will be protected. The device that was present in the headquarters was a means for the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families, to check the information of the wanderers who wished to become their retainers. If the wanderers showed considerable skills and talent, they would be scouted and trained under their family's banner. The central government followed the same principle. However, Warren didn't wish for the other families to know anything about Xylen's information. Unfortunately for him, the 10-year-old had other plans in mind. It's fine, 13 stated. I'll use this instead. Without even waiting for Warren's reply, 13 walked towards the device and pressed his right hand on what seemed like a crystal ball, which would scan his body to record his current data. This artifact was similar to the first gateways that appeared in Pangea. It was a technology that was sent by the one to let wanderers show off their talents to others. But there was one condition of using it. The wanderer must wish for his information to be viewed freely. If someone were to force a wanderer to show his stats, the device wouldn't work because that was a rule that was set by Laplace Demon to prevent others from abusing this technology. The moment 13 placed his hand on the crystal ball, a projection appeared on the giant screen, which could be seen by everyone in the headquarters. The agents of the monarch clans, prestigious clans, central government, and other influential factions and families all looked at it with great expectations. They wanted to see just how powerful 13 was, and they planned to send this information to the heads of their families and organizations. Name: Xylen Leventis. Age: 10 years old. Race: human. Rank: rookie. Skills: none. Items: none. Avatars: none. Permanent debuff: rank ban, skill ban, item ban, avatar ban. Unique abilities: universal language proficiency. Beast companion: Tiona. At first, everyone thought that there was an error in the device because the data that appeared wasn't what they were expecting. However, after Warren asked Xylen to try it a second time, the same results appeared, which created a buzz in the surroundings. What everyone didn't know was that the information that was appearing in the projection was incomplete. Before leaving the celestial world, 13 asked Laplace Demon to tweak his status page so that certain skills and abilities wouldn't be detected by the appraisal tool that was used in Pangea. Of course, Laplace Demon was more than happy to agree to 13's request because he believed that the boy would get too much attention when he returned. Because of this, he tweaked the 10-year-old's stats and made sure that the only thing that the appraisal tool would see were the stats that 13 wanted them to see. As you can see, Colonel, it seems that I can't pass the rookie rank, 13 said calmly. Can I still join the central government? It's fine, Warren replied. We don't discriminate against those who want to be our soldiers. Although he tried hard to hide it, there was still a tinge of disappointment in his voice after seeing 13's data. The promotion that was waving at him earlier seemed to have run away somewhere, making the colonel sigh internally. Follow me for now, Warren said. If you really wish to become a part of the central government, we need to follow the proper procedures. 13 nodded. Understood. As Warren took Xylen away to be interviewed, his data spread through the network of wanderers like wildfire. Leventis main residence. Father, there is news. Michael opened the door of Arthur's office without warning and looked very troubled. Did he now? Arthur asked back as he glanced at his son. It's about time he returned. Where is the little rascal right now? He's in Wayside City, Michael replied. But that is not the problem right now. Please look at this. Michael tapped on the artifact in his possession, which emitted a projection in front of his father. Lady Callista and Hans, who were also at the office, gazed at the projection calmly. However, a few seconds later, the calmness on their faces disappeared and was replaced by disbelief. Even Arthur, who didn't expect this sudden turn of events, couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. We have our agents in Wayside City, right? Arthur inquired. Order them to bring Xylen back here right now. Father, it is our agents who have sent us this information, Michael answered. Xylen plans to join the central government and purposefully use the appraising device meant for the public. What? He plans to join the central government? Arthur exclaimed. Did he get his head hit during the battle? What kind of nonsense is this? Tell our people to bring him here. Tell them to drag him if they have to. Understood, Father. Michael immediately opened the communication channel to talk to their people and gave them the order. While this was happening, several big shots in Pangea were also looking at 13's stats with mixed reactions. Some pitied him because they thought that the world had lost such a promising individual. Others rejoiced because they hated the fact that a mere 7-year-old was getting a lot of attention as of late. The heads of the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families on the other hand, felt relieved because they didn't want any talented individuals rising within the Leventis family. When Gerald was kicked out of the family and was targeted by the assassin organization, Death Wish, everyone thought that his wings had been clipped, making the prodigy of the Leventis family fall from grace. However, when Gerald made a comeback and massacred the assassins who were after his life, the prestige of Death Wish plummeted and their fame took a great hit. They thought that it was only a matter of time before Gerald regained his bearings and once again became the powerhouse of his generation. But, to make matters worse, his son, Xylen, had become a legendary figure among wanderers, especially those who were being sent to Solterra for the first time. They believed that since a 7-year-old was able to survive such a difficult mission, they could survive on their first missions as well. Now that the prodigy that they feared to rise among the younger generation was stuck in the rookie rank, all their worries disappeared because they had seen that he did not have the ability to pose a threat to anyone. Meanwhile, in the main headquarters of the central government, Rihanna, who was in the command room with her little sister and father, looked at the projection in front of her with shock and resentment. She couldn't believe that someone as capable as Xylen would no longer be able to advance in rank. The other restrictions that he received prevented him from becoming a true wanderer because he would not be able to use skills, items, and avatars, which were the core traits and abilities of being a wanderer. Rihanna, is that the same Xylen that you praise so highly? Rihanna's little sister, Kate, asked. Why yes, Rihanna replied. But there must be some kind of mistake. This is just impossible. This has never happened before. Rihanna's father continued to look at 13's stats with his hands clasped behind his back. He was reading the information about the rank ban, item ban, avatar ban, and skill ban, which had been revealed in 13's profile, with a calm expression on his face. Rihanna, do you know the 3 types of wanderers? Rihanna's father asked, while still looking at information in front of him. No, father, Rihanna replied. The man with gray hair nodded before looking at his 2 daughters calmly. There are 3 types of wanderers, Rihanna's father stated. The first one are the regular wanderers. They are the people who explore the world of Solterra, looking for a path to survive or a path to increase their strength. The next type of wanderer is called a pathfinder. These people are the leaders who guide other wanderers to reach a common goal or accomplish a task which needs many people to resolve. There are several pathfinders in the world, and you will encounter a lot of them in your journey in Solterra. Rihanna, who was listening silently earlier, spoke her thoughts out loud. Then that means that Xylen is a pathfinder, right? Rihanna stated. He is a great leader and able to lead the other wanderers to safety. Rihanna's father didn't affirm or deny Rihanna's words, and simply continued his explanation. The third type of wanderer is called a beyonder, Rihanna's father declared. They are the wanderers who exceed the norms and pave a path not only for pathfinders and wanderers, but for all the people they meet. I have only met one beyonder in my lifetime, and I met him 300 years ago during the great expedition that challenged the genocide level gate that appeared in our world. He played a crucial role in killing the leader of the jinns, but perished because he was betrayed by the people whom he thought were his allies. I have never seen another beyonder in my lifetime, but I have a feeling that this Xylen Leventis might be the next beyonder to appear in this world. Rihanna looked at her father with surprise because she wasn't aware that there were classifications between wanderers. Perhaps this boy's potential is too great that even the one felt threatened of his existence. Rihanna's father stated before taking out his communicator from his pocket and dialed a number. It's me, Rihanna's father said as soon as the connection was established. Approve the registration of Xylen Leventis and assign him as the head of the 69th. Chapter 316 Wait for the right moment to strike. Chapter 316 Wait for the right moment to strike. Just what were you thinking? Arthur glared at the 10-year-old, who was casually sipping a fruit juice without a care in the world. Why did you decide to join the central government? Are you mad? Grandma, Grandpa is bullying me. 13 shamelessly hugged his grandmother, Lady Callista, and pretended to be scared. Arthur, don't raise your voice at Xylen, Lady Callista said as she hugged her grandson. Can't you see that he is scared of you? Him? Scared of me? Nonsense. Arthur scoffed. Did you not see him talk to a Magian prince and Magian princess as if they are the best of friends? Do you really think someone like him, who fought against the Magian prince, Arundel the Destroyer, is scared of me? What a joke. Lady Callista ignored her husband's words and patted 13's head in order to calm him down. Michael shook his head before fixing his glasses, while Hans only smiled faintly because he found this scene quite amusing. 13, who had been dragged back by the agents of the Leventis family, all the way from Wayside City, enjoyed his grandma's pampering. It had been a while since he had truly let his guard down and simply enjoyed the moment because such luxuries weren't possible in the world of Solterra, where his life was constantly in danger. A few minutes later, Arthur finally calmed down and sat facing the boy and his wife. Tell me the real reason why you joined the central government, Arthur demanded. Were you afraid that I would cast you out just because you are unable to surpass the rookie rank? 13 raised his head to glance at his grandfather and blinked in confusion. Why would I worry about whether or not you would cast me out? 13 asked back in an innocent tone. Last time I checked, my father was kicked out of this family some time ago. So, I don't understand how you could cast me out when we're not even in the same family. 13 was very tempted to say that it was Arthur who should be worried that he cast him out because in the future, their family would become the main branch of the Leventis family, and Arthur's family would become their branch family. Of course, he didn't say this out in the open because he was certain that the old man would smack his head silly, which was something he didn't want to happen. Arthur, who had just been told facts about their current family relationship, didn't know how to react to 13's words because they were the truth. Xylen, be a good boy and tell Grandma the real reason, Lady Callista said while patting her grandson's head. I know you don't do things without thinking things through, so I know if you have some kind of agenda by joining the central government. 13 smiled before replying to his grandma. Grandma, right now, the world knows that my father has been kicked out of the Leventis family, 13 stated. And I'm sure that even if Gramps invited him back, Pops will reject his offer of reconciliation. Because of this, I need to have another backer that will use my fame and popularity for their own use. The central government is the perfect place for this because they are always actively looking for wanderers who want to join their ranks. Also, if I am in the central government, the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families will keep their eyes away from the Leventis family. Right now, we need to lie low, especially since I intend for all of you to break through to the next rank. Lady Callista, Michael, and Hans looked at the boy in disbelief. They thought that Xylen only wished to help Arthur become a monarch, but judging on how serious he sounded, it seemed that the boy also had plans to give them a boost in strength. What do you mean? Arthur looked at his no-good grandson with a solemn expression. Gramps, I'm sure that you are desperate to become a monarch, 13 stated. That's fine, but it will be in our best interest if we don't break the status quo of the 5 monarch clans and 10 prestigious families. I will help you become a monarch and let Grandma, Uncle Michael, and Hans become pseudo-thrones. But the Leventis family will remain one of the 10 prestigious families. Arthur, who immediately understood what 13 was hinting at, frowned. You don't want the monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families to start a crusade against us? Arthur inquired to confirm his assumption. Yes. 13 nodded. The balance of power must not be broken, at least for now. There are still a few things that I will need to do, and I can't afford to be assassinated before my wings have fully grown. Also, this will be beneficial for the Leventis family. The more our enemies do not see us as threats, the more they will suffer when we catch them unprepared. Now is not the time to make waves, Gramps. So, just endure for now, and wait for the right moment to strike. The Leventis family had many enemies, so the moment the monarch clans and the prestigious families felt threatened by their sudden rise in power, there would definitely be a confrontation, where their family would be greatly outnumbered. Arthur understood this, so he reluctantly nodded his head to inform his grandson that he understood. While I am forming connections in the central government, I want the Leventis family to focus on expansion and information gathering. In a few years, the dimensional gates in the Signy continent will open. This event will force the monarch clans, the 10 prestigious families, as well as the central government to send their manpower in an attempt to prevent it from getting overrun by djinns and magians. They know that we can't afford to yield any more ground to our enemies. The continent of Antares and Rigel have already fallen. If Signy were to suffer the same fate, it would only be a matter of time before Sirius and Aldebaran followed suit. So, let the djinn invasion be a smokescreen, so that we can have the time we need to complete our preparations. Once we are ready, I will not stop you from letting everyone know that there is a new monarch in town. Until then, we will keep a low profile. This is the best course of action that we can take. Don't let your desire for fame and recognition blind you from seeing the bigger picture. One mistake, and the Leventis family will collapse before it can even rise. Arthur, Callista, Michael, and Hans looked at the 10-year-old, who was currently the hottest topic of discussion in the world of Pangaea. Now that Arthur understood that Xylen had joined the central government for a reason, and not out of spite towards his family, he was finally able to calm down. How long should we lie low? Arthur asked. 13 smirked as he held his grandfather's gaze. As long as it takes, 13 replied without giving a definite time period. But I promise you this. Once I'm done with my preparations, there will be nothing in this world that we need to fear. 13 already had a plan in mind, and once this plan was fully executed, there would be no one in Solterra that could threaten him and his family ever again. Chapter 317 Project Athena. Chapter 317 Project Athena. Finally, it's done, 13 muttered as he looked at the nearly transparent dragon scale in front of him. He had just finished imbuing it with rune magic, and with that, all his hard work over the past 3 years was finally over. The teenage boy hummed a tune as he placed it inside a container. Once he was sure that the dozen dragon scales he had modified were secured in place, he started to inflate the special balloon, which he had prepared beforehand, until it was ready to go. As the balloon rose toward the sky, the sun peeked over the horizon and bathed the world in the light of a new day. 13 watched as the balloon's silhouette turned smaller and smaller until it was only a dot in the sky. Soon, this dot also vanished, making him sigh in relief. Tiona, who was coiled around his neck, nudged his cheek as if congratulating him for a job well done. Ever since he returned to Pangaea, 13 spent 3 years solidifying his foundations in preparation for the future. Due to his parents' intervention, the central government agreed to call him into service only after he reached the age of 13. As someone who had accidentally stumbled into Solterra when he was only 7 years old, the young man decided to agree to his family's request of not doing anything dangerous for 3 years. But now that he was officially 13 years old, it was time for him to take over his position as the head of the 69th Battalion of the central government. He only had 4 days left before he was required to punctually report to his post, and frankly, he was happy that he finished all of his preparations before then. Just as he was planning to take a break and have a simple breakfast, he heard a cute, familiar voice from behind him. Water. With tottering steps, a 3-year-old girl with short blonde hair and green eyes walked in his direction. Her arms were spread wide as if wishing to be picked up by her beloved brother. Behind her, Boo and Albion followed closely, making sure to help her just in case she tripped and fell over, which was something they didn't want to happen. "Good morning, Ria," 13 said with a smile before picking up the adorable girl and kissing her left cheek. "You woke up early today. You're a good girl." "Good girl." Ria giggled before hugging 13's neck and resting her head on his shoulder. Tiona had moved away to make the baby girl's sleep more comfortable, which had become a common occurrence. For some reason, Ria liked to sleep while being held by someone. It didn't really matter if it was her father, mother, brothers, or sisters. She always wanted to sleep with her family members, so Remy made it a point to always sleep with her at night. "Good morning, brother," Remy greeted 13, who had just entered the living room with the sleeping Ria in his arms. "Good morning, Remy," 13 replied. The little girl who followed him everywhere when she was still 2 years old was now an 8-year-old. Perhaps, due to their family's background and 13's teaching, Remy's intellect was quite advanced for her age. In order to prepare her for her eventual departure to Solterra, he had bestowed upon her a martial skill after he returned to Pangaea. She was only 5 years old at the time. The same age Xylen had been when 13 woke up in a hospital bed after his battle with the system god. At the tender age of 8, Remy's nutcracker kick had become so powerful that even rookies would feel their world shatter if her kick connected. "Let's have breakfast first," 13 said. "Christopher will pick us up in 2 hours." Remy nodded her head in understanding and followed her brother to the dining room. The smell of bacon and eggs greeted their noses as they arrived at the table. Alessia, who had just finished cooking breakfast for her family, couldn't help but smile after seeing her son and 2 daughters enter the room together. "The 2 of you eat first." Alessia took Ria from 13's hands and placed her on her custom chair, which was slightly higher than the others. It didn't take her a lot of effort to wake Ria up before she started feeding her with the cereal she liked to eat. Gerald arrived a few minutes later and joined his family in eating breakfast. Right now, Mikhail and Shasha were in Solterra, so only the 5 of them were present at home. 13 wasn't too worried about his siblings. He already gave each of them an additional divine-grade martial technique, which complemented the ones they already had. Also, he believed that Laplace Demon and the One wouldn't give his brother and sister another set of impossible missions. As long as they didn't face a level that was similar to Arundel and the Artemians, 13 was confident that both of them would return home safely. Xylen, did you finish your preparations? Gerald asked. Yes, Pops, 13 replied. But it will take anywhere between half a year to a year before Athena is properly calibrated. I still don't know if this Project Athena of yours works, but will it really prevent anyone from messing with us once it is properly calibrated? Gerald inquired. No comment, 13 answered with a devilish smile on his face. Project Athena, or Athena for short, was a long-range weapon that 13 had created using the dragon scales of the rank 9 Fire Dragon Sovereign. This weapon was currently floating in space and orbiting the world of Pangaea. The dragon scales, which 13 had just sent to space using a special balloon, was the last batch of dragon scales that would complete one of his strongest trump cards. It didn't matter what his rank was, how powerful his enemies were, or where they were located. As long as they were within Pangaea, he could activate Athena and give them a nasty surprise that would make them think twice before antagonizing him, his family, and the people under his wing. After eating breakfast, Remy took Rhea to their room in order to take a bath. 13 also went back to his room to take a shower and put on some fashionable clothes. Today, he would be taking Remy and Rhea to the amusement park, just as he promised. The two wished to spend some time with him, so he decided to take them somewhere fun. Also, he would be reporting to the central government in a few days, so this was the only time he could spare for his two cute sisters, who were feeling excited about this trip that they were going to take together. An hour later, 13 saw his two sisters walking down the stairs, wearing matching dresses. Both of them looked so adorable that Gerald didn't hesitate to shower both of them with kisses, making the girls giggle. Just then, the sound of a car horn reached their ears. "Young master, are you and the young missus ready to go?" Christopher asked as he opened the door of the car with a smile. "Yes, we are," 13 replied. "You're just in time, Christopher." Christopher was now 19 years old, but his body was still round, making 13 wonder if the training regimen that he was giving the teenage boy wasn't enough. However, he set these thoughts aside for the time being and helped his sisters fasten their seatbelts in the car before waving goodbye to their parents. Fluffy, Boo, and Albion also entered the back of the car because they would be joining their masters on this trip to the amusement park. After everyone was done bidding their goodbyes, Christopher drove the car and headed for the newly opened amusement park that belonged to the Leventis family. Chapter 318 Star Kingdom, Part 1. Chapter 318 Star Kingdom, Part 1. Wow, Rhea clapped her hands after getting out of the car. They were standing in front of the Star Kingdom, which was the name of the theme park of the Leventis family. The entrance of the theme park was quite impressive. There were even mascots greeting the children who had come with their families to enjoy the theme park. 13 held his two sisters' hands and walked to the gate with confident steps. Fluffy, Boo, and Albion trailed behind them, which earned them countless gazes from the kids and the parents that had come to the theme park. Only wanderers were capable of summoning avatars, so all of them thought that the monsters following the children belonged to the handsome teenage boy with short black hair and green eyes. Of course, 13 knew what they were thinking, but he didn't bother to correct their assumptions that the monsters following them didn't belong to him. "Tickets, please," the clerk manning the gate said with a smile. "Here you go." Remy handed the tickets that her brother had given her beforehand. The clerk then tied a small bracelet on each of their wrists and reminded them that if they planned to have their avatars accompany them inside the theme park, they would be held liable for any damages caused by them. 13 nodded in understanding and assured the clerk that his avatars would behave properly. Unfortunately, as much as the avatars were well behaved, there was a human who didn't plan on behaving. "Water. There. Rhea excitedly pointed at a mascot who was giving balloons to the children who would pass the gate. "Okay, calm down," 13 replied, feeling happy because he believed that he had chosen the right place to spend some fun time with his two sisters. "We'll get the balloon." "Balloon," Rhea said as she tugged at the pants of the mascot, asking for her balloon. The mascot, of course, handed a balloon to 13, who tied it on the 3-year-old's wrist so that it wouldn't fly away if she accidentally let go of its string. He did the same to Remy so that his other little sister wouldn't be left out. "Water, no balloon." Rhea tapped 13's wrist before looking up to look at his face. "Okay, give me one balloon too," 13, who had a soft spot for children, said to the mascot. The mascot, of course, gave him a green balloon, which Remy happily tied to his wrist. A few minutes later, the three of them headed to the petting area where the harmless rank 1 monsters were located. Rhea giggled as she petted the head of a fluffy white rabbit who caught her eye. Remy, on the other hand, approached a marmot that was busy eating a cookie and lightly rubbed its head and belly. Fluffy and Boo felt jealous, so they approached Remy and Rhea, wanting to be petted as well. Of course, the two girls who loved their two pets played along and gave them the attention they wanted. 13 then eyed the corgi-sized unicorn beside him and asked it a question. Jealous? 13 asked. Jealous of what? Albion replied using telepathy. Jealous of these low-class monsters? Oh, please. Do you really think that I need attention that badly? 13 glanced at the unicorn's tail, which was wagging left and right, and laughed internally. It was obvious that Albion also wanted to be petted by Rhea, who was now petting a small pink piglet. However, it was too proud and arrogant to lower itself and beg for the 3-year-old's attention. Rhea loved Boo and Albion and would always drag them with her wherever she planned to take a nap or play. Although all of her memories of the past had been erased completely, she still felt a strong attachment to them. While Albion was deep in thought about whether he should lower his pride or not, he and 13 noticed 2 pink-haired girls looking at 2 fluffy white rabbits, which seemed to be paralyzed with fear. Do you think these rabbits will taste good if we roast them? Cinnamon thinks that we should give it a try. The staff who overheard the 2 girls hurriedly went to tell them that the animals in the petting zoo were not meant to be eaten. The 2 girls then looked at the rabbits with disappointed looks on their faces, making 13 and Albion wonder if they were truly serious about eating them. Poor kids, Albion said. It seems that their parents are not feeding them properly. Suddenly, Rhea waddled toward the 2 girls. She took out 2 cookies from her snack pouch and handed them to the girls. Cookie. Rhea smiled as she looked up at the 2 girls who seemed to be a few years older than her sister, Remy. You're a good girl, the pink-haired girl said as she accepted the cookie that Rhea gave her. Cinnamon also thinks that you're a good girl. The girl named Cinnamon accepted the cookie given to her and started to nibble it. Still angry, Rhea inquired because she could tell that the 2 girls were still hungry. Yes, Cinnamon is hungry too. Rhea then walked towards 13 and grabbed his hand. freewebnoul.c sigmem water. Wangry, Rhea said as she pointed at the 2 pink-haired girls with a sad look on her face. Okay, let's treat them to something good. 13 crouched down to pat Rhea's head. Good girl. 13 then glanced at the 2 girls, who were looking at him with curious gazes. What are your names? 13 asked. I'm Maple. I'm Cinnamon. Both of you have cute names, 13 said. Do your parents love to eat? Mama loves to eat. Papa also likes to eat. Where are they? 13 inquired. Not here, Maple replied. Maple and Cinnamon secretly left the house. Cinnamon smiled. 13 didn't know if the 2 girls were joking or not, but he just smiled and nodded his head. He then reached out to touch his earpiece and asked his subordinates who were secretly following them to look for Maple's and Cinnamon's parents inside the park. The teenage boy was worried that the 2 girls had been separated from their parents by accident and had wandered into the petting area because the cute animals caught their eye. Okay, let's eat first, 13 declared, which made Maple and Cinnamon very happy. Mwapple, Cinna, come. Rhea grabbed hold of the 2 pink-haired girls' hands and pulled them toward the exit, as if she knew exactly where the restaurants that served food were located. 13 and Remy followed behind their sister, who seemed to have made some new friends in the park. While this was happening, 13's subordinates were trying to reverse search the faces of the 2 girls in their database so that they could find their parents. However, try as they might, they couldn't find any information about them. They even accessed the database of the theme park in order to get some information about the 2 girls. However, after a meticulous search, they came upon a surprising discovery. The 2 girls weren't wearing any bracelets on their wrists, which doubled as a tracking device. This tracking device was something that the staff of the theme park used in order to find lost children who had become separated from their parents while exploring the attractions of the theme park. However, there were no such bracelets in the 2 children's possession, which made them wonder how the 2 of them managed to get past the gate, which was guarded by masters and grandmasters, who were there to ensure the public's safety. Chapter 319 Star Kingdom, Part 2. I give this fried chicken 6 out of 10. Maple thinks that these burgers are 5 out of 10. This sweet and sour pork gets 7 out of 10. Maple gives this beef brisket 4 out of 10. The corner of 13's lips twitched as he listened to the two little food aficionados, who were surprisingly able to spare some time to comment as they devoured all the food that was being served to them by the waitresses. At this point, Boo and Albion were already wondering if the two little girls were actually monsters in disguise. But after checking the girls with their senses, they found out that they weren't monsters, but half-dwarfs. By the gods, how many days did these two girls not eat? Albion said with shock. Just where does the food go inside their little bodies? It had been nearly an hour since 13's group had entered the restaurant, and since then, the waitresses were going back and forth from the kitchen, bringing different types of dishes for the two gluttons to eat. Wow! Rhea happily clapped her hands, surprised with how her two new friends could eat so much. Remy, on the other hand, already felt full just by looking at Maple and Cinnamon, who seemed to be swallowing the food without even bothering to chew any of it. Suddenly, a man wearing a chef's hat approached 13 and bowed his head. "Young master, I'm afraid that if we keep this up, it will not be good for our business," the head chef said apologetically. "The other customers' orders are being delayed because we are giving priority to your orders." "At this rate, understood." 13 nodded. "This will be our last batch. Focus on preparing the orders of the other customers. Also, put the tab on my grandfather. He'll pay for everything." "Thank you, young master," the head chef bowed as if he had just received a royal pardon. But, just as he was about to go to the kitchen, he felt something tug at his hand. "You still have a long way to go, Mr. Chef," Maple said. "I hope that the next time we return, the food you prepare will improve." "Cinnamon thinks that you still have room to grow," Cinnamon commented. "So, we will let you off for now." "Thank you, young missus," the head chef stuttered before bowing his head towards the two girls. He then hurriedly returned to the kitchen because he still had many other customers to serve. "Are both of you full now?" 13 asked with a smile. "Mosquito meat is still meat," Maple replied. "It doesn't fill me up, but it's better than nothing." "Cinnamon thanks Big Brother for treating us to a meal," Cinnamon smiled. It's hard to find a good restaurant to eat because Maple and Cinnamon are always banned from eating at buffets. That unlimited barbecue restaurant we went to the other day wasn't really unlimited. They ran out of meat. Maple sighed. "They lied to us." "Cinnamon thinks that we should give those unlimited chicken wings a try next time," Maple suggested. After finishing the rest of the dishes, 13's group finally left the restaurant. Minutes later, posters of the two little gluttons were put up at the entrance like wanted posters which read, "These two are banned from entering this restaurant." Soon, the other restaurants in the theme park hung similar posters, making Maple and Cinnamon pout. "Big Brother, you are a good person. I like you. Cinnamon likes you too." "Thank you," 13 replied. "So, should we look for your parents? Maybe they are worried about you too." "Don't worry, this is not the first time we ran away from home," Maple said proudly. "Cinnamon and Maple are experts in running away." Cinnamon raised her hand. "Mama and Papa can't find us even if they try." The more 13 listened to the two girls, the more concerned he became. The reports from the staff of the theme park were also saying that even after checking the cameras, they didn't see the two girls enter through the gate of the theme park. It was as if they just appeared out of thin air. "Then, since you are already here, why don't the two of you join us?" 13 asked. He wasn't really comfortable leaving the two kids behind because they might get kidnapped or something similar. A few minutes later, "Yay!" Rhea laughed as she and Remy rode the grand carousel with Maple and Cinnamon. "Water." 13 waved at his sister, who was waving at him from on top of a pony. Boo hovered a few inches above Rhea's head, while Albion stayed beside 13 and watched the little girl have fun in the attraction. "Well then, are they demi-humans?" 13 asked the unicorn, who had used a simple spell to know the race of Rhea's two new friends. "They are dwarves," Albion replied. "Half-dwarves to be exact." "Half-dwarves." 13 arched an eyebrow. How did they manage to get here? Albion shrugged because he had no answer to this question. Demi-humans were rarely seen in Pangea, since they could only be found in the places that had been conquered by the Jinns and Magians. So the sudden appearance of Maple and Cinnamon was quite surprising, especially since they were half-dwarves. "Well, it doesn't matter," Albion commented. "Aside from being gluttons, the two of them seem harmless." 13 agreed with the unicorn because Maple and Cinnamon truly seemed harmless. The most important thing was they were genuinely having fun playing with Rhea. After the grand carousel, the group went to ride the different attractions together until late in the afternoon. Rhea, who was exhausted after riding one attraction after the other, had fallen asleep in 13's arms. "Do you want me to hold her, brother?" Remy asked. "It's fine, Remy," 13 replied. "It's about time to head to our next destination anyway." The boy then lightly tapped his earpiece and asked Christopher to prepare the car so that they could head to their next destination. Since he couldn't leave Maple and Cinnamon on their own, he decided to let the two tag along with them. Surprisingly, the two didn't decline his offer and happily climbed into the car, making 13 worry about their future. If they were this trusting with strangers, there might be bad people who might take advantage of their trust and innocence. "I'll figure it out later," 13 thought as the car started to move. They were headed to another event that had become a sort of special holiday in the Aldebaran continent, which was pioneered by the boy who had returned from Solterra 3 years ago. Chapter 320 Night of the Fireflies. Just an hour before sunset, they finally arrived at their destination. Countless people were already at the venue, the sight of which made Christopher smile. "It seems that more people have come this year, young master," Christopher said. "Even the other continents have started celebrating their own version of the Night of the Fireflies." 13 didn't reply and simply looked at the wide open field beside the lake. A stage could be seen in the distance, and it was also the place where he would be heading later. This venue belonged to the Remington clan. But after 13 had saved Harry in the Valbera archipelago, his relationship with the Monarch clan had been good. Because of this, they allowed him to use the property for this annual event, which now held great significance to the wanderers of Solterra and Pangaea. "Did the other families help with the security this year?" 13 inquired. "They did," Christopher answered. "In fact, they reached out 2 weeks ago and asked if there was something they could do to help." "Good." 13 nodded. After parking the car in the designated area, Christopher opened the door to allow 13, who was still holding Rhea, Remy, Maple, and Cinnamon, to disembark. "Big brother, what are we doing here?" Maple asked. "Why are there so many people?" Cinnamon inquired. "Are they going to cook food later?" "They won't be cooking any food, Cinnamon," 13 patiently answered. "Also, they are all here to wish their loved ones a safe journey and also pray for their safe return." Maple and Cinnamon, who somehow felt a little bit of sadness in 13's voice, decided to just follow behind him and stop asking questions. The moment he climbed up on the stage, countless people glanced in his direction, for he was the one they were all waiting for. The teenage boy had handed Rhea to Remy before he climbed the steps leading up to the stage. He stood at the center of the stage and began his speech by addressing everyone who had gathered today, as well as the people who would be participating in the same ceremony in other places throughout the continent. "Thank you all for coming here today," 13 said. "We have gathered once again to wish our loved ones a safe journey in Solterra, as well as their safe return to our side. Even if they are not under the same sky as us, their hearts and our hearts beat as one, for they are not alone in their journey." 13 paused and looked at the darkening sky, which was painted in shades of purple and orange. The sun had just set, and soon, the world would be covered in darkness. The night sky, which was once beautiful, had lost its splendor. Hundreds of years ago, people loved to gaze at the heavens and look at the stars that were twinkling in the sky. But now, looking at the night sky brought sadness instead of happiness. The shooting stars which everyone wanted to see in the past had now become an omen of death. For each shooting star that streaked across the sky in Pangaea, somewhere in Solterra, a wanderer's journey had come to an end. There were even nights when dozens or even hundreds of these shooting stars painted the night sky all at once, making those who saw them feel their hearts break inside their chest. For they didn't know if their loved ones were among those falling stars, whom they would never see again in their life. "Everyone, we can now begin the Night of the Fireflies," 13 declared. All the people then began to light up their paper lanterns. Each lantern had a wish written on it, but the majority of those wishes were for their loved one's safe return. 13 had started this event to honor not only the wanderers who were doing their missions in Solterra, but also the unnamed wanderers who would never have the chance to see their beloved ever again. As darkness started to set in, countless glowing lanterns illuminated the field as if they were a sea of stars. Rhea, who had woken up from her nap not long ago, lit her own lantern and held it firmly in her hands. The little girl, who was very happy a while ago, seemed a bit sad as she waited for her lantern to be filled with hot air, giving it the strength to fly into the sky. Maple and Cinnamon lit the lanterns they had been given and waited for 13's signal to release them. Just like everyone else, 13, as well as Christopher and Colbert, who were managing the venue while 13 was away, held a lantern in each hand. This event was being broadcast all over the Aldebaran continent, so that those who had lit their own flying lanterns could participate in real time. A few minutes later, when 13 deemed that the time was right, he made a declaration. No matter how fleeting and small the light we hold in our hands, know that we are not alone, 13 stated. To my fellow wanderers gathered here now, those who walk the same path as I do, remember that our journey has just begun. So, let us lend a light to our comrades in Solterra so that they may find their way back home, where everyone is waiting for them. 13 then raised his arms holding the lantern above his head and gently released it from his hand. His lantern slowly flew toward the sky, and soon, countless other lanterns flew alongside it. From every corner of the Aldebaran continent, similar scenes were happening. The sky was gradually being filled with flying lanterns, which looked like a sea of stars from the ground. 13 gazed at the heavens and closed his eyes, uttering a small prayer for all the cannon fodders in Solterra who were doing their best to survive. Somewhere in Solterra, Mikhail and Shasha, who were looking at the night sky, smiled at the same time. Dozens of flying lanterns appeared, making all the wanderers who were also with them feel something warm spread inside their chests. The reason why the Night of the Fireflies suddenly became popular in Pangaea was thanks to the wanderers in Solterra who claimed that they saw flying lanterns in the sky. This was something that never happened in Solterra before because there was no kingdom or empire that had this kind of tradition. What they didn't know was that 13 had especially asked Laplace Demon and the One to agree to this simple event, which he believed would grant the wanderers who were struggling courage and motivation to do better. For the Laplace Demon and the One, making the wanderers complete their missions was of the utmost importance. So they agreed to this annual event, transferring the flying lanterns that carried the messages of the people in Pangaea to their loved ones in Solterra. They even made it so that the flying lanterns would land near the person who was meant to receive it. In short, this event was like sending a letter to Solterra, allowing the wanderers to know that their families, friends, and loved ones were waiting for them back in Pangaea. As for the wanderers who could no longer receive the letters, their flying lanterns would remain in Pangaea. Rhea joined this year's Night of the Fireflies, Shasha said softly after seeing her little sister's scribble that said, "I love you." Mikwail and Shwasha. The two members of the Leventis family received 13's, Remy's, Rhea's, Gerald's, and Alessia's flying lanterns, wishing for their safe return. Soon, they heard the sounds of sobbing behind them as the other wanderers read the message that was written on the flying lanterns that were meant for them. To this day, they didn't know how such a miraculous thing happened, but they were happy that it did. This was also why the Night of the Fireflies had become an official holiday in the Aldebaran continent, which was being copied by the other wanderers in the other continents. Many believe that this miraculous event was just a coincidence or a passing whim by the One who governed the two worlds. Of course, there were others who believed that it was all thanks to Xylen Leventis, who might be a special wanderer that the One and the Laplace Demon acknowledged. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the teenage boy had become famous all over the world, making the central government very happy. They were using Xylen as propaganda material to recruit wanderers who were not affiliated with the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families. Because of this, they had given 13 special treatment, which he happily used to his advantage. Just as the flickering lights slowly disappeared in the sky, Maple and Cinnamon both looked at the corner of the stage at the same time. "Grandpa," Maple shouted as she and her sister ran towards their grandfather. "Cinnamon knew you were coming, Grandpa," Cinnamon said as she hugged the old man who was wearing an eye patch over his left eye. "Time to go home, Maple, Cinnamon," the old man said before kissing his two mischievous granddaughters on their foreheads before looking at the teenage boy, who was looking at him with a steady gaze. "Thank you for taking care of my grandkids," the old man said. "My name is James Von Ainsworth." "What is your name, young man?" "Xylen Leventis," 13 replied. "Well, then, Xylen, I'll see you around." James winked before patting Maple's and Cinnamon's heads. Say thank you to him, and say goodbye to your new friends. Maple and Cinnamon both nodded before looking at 13 and bowing their heads. Thank you, big brother, for the food. You're welcome, 13 replied. After saying their thanks, the two went to hug Rhea and kiss her cheek. Let's play again sometime, Rhea, Maple said. Cinnamon will bring food for you next time, Cinnamon stated. Rhea nodded. Bye-bye, Mwapple. Bye-bye, Cinnabon. Maple and Cinnamon also hugged Remy and thanked her for everything before going back to their grandfather with smiles on their faces. See you around, Xylen, James said as he held the hands of his granddaughters. If you ever see these two again, I hope that you will look after them for me. They might be mischievous, but both of them are very good girls. 13 nodded. Maple, Cinnamon, listen to your parents, and don't sneak out without asking for permission, okay? Yes. After waving goodbye, the two of them finally left with their grandfather, leaving 13 behind, who was looking at Chapter 321, The Recruitment for the 69th Battalion, Part 1. Chapter 321, The Recruitment for the 69th Battalion, Part 1. You look good in that uniform, Xylen, Alessia said as she looked at her son, who was going to the headquarters of the central government, which was located in the Aldebaran continent. After 3 years, he would finally report to his post, and, with it, the recruitment for his battalion would officially begin. The news had already spread far and wide, and those who wished to become part of the legendary Rookies Battalion headed to the venue where the central government would be conducting interviews for recruitment. Of course, these interviews would not only recruit members to the 69th Battalion, but to the other battalions as well. I'll be away for a while, Mother, but I'll come and visit during my days off, 13 replied. Continue to practice alchemy like you always do. Your progress has been steady so far. I believe that in a year, you will be able to craft gold-grade pills, which will be helpful for the growth of champions, thrones, and monarchs. Then, we can auction them all and rake in a lot of money. Alessia smiled as she patted her son's head, who had increased the coffers of their family, making them several times richer during the 3 years that he had been in Pangea. Suddenly, both of them heard a knocking on the door followed by the call of an adorable little girl. Water, Rhea shouted as knocked on her brother's room. Open. 13 didn't hesitate to open the door, and his little sister hurriedly grabbed onto his leg like a koala, not wanting to let him go. The little girl had cried 2 days ago after 13 told her that he would be away for several months. Rhea also cried when Mikhail and Shasha were summoned to Solterra on the night of the solstice. Because of this, she developed a habit of wanting to be with her family at all times, not wishing for them to leave. Unfortunately, they couldn't do that. Until they reached the Grandmaster rank, they would be unable to ignore the call to Solterra, which would always happen on the night of the solstice. Only 13 had been given a pass for the next 3 years because he had already spent 3 years in Solterra at the tender age of 7. In fact, if he didn't wish to return to Solterra for another 3 years, Laplace Demon, and the One, wouldn't utter a single complaint about it. Be a good girl and listen to Remy, Mother, and Father, okay? 13 said before picking up his sister and giving her a kiss on the cheek. Rhea nodded sadly before hugging 13's neck and resting her head on his shoulder. The teenage boy then walked out of his room, while carrying his little sister, who wished to stay with him for as long as she could. When he arrived in the living room, he saw Remy waiting for him as well. Be careful, brother, Remy said as she stood on tiptoe to kiss 13's cheek. Thank you, 13 replied before returning his sister's kiss. Look after Rhea for me, okay? She gets lonely very easily. Frubnov.com. Remy nodded in understanding because this was the truth. Fortunately, Rhea didn't resist and throw a tantrum when 13 handed her to Remy. Xylen, I don't really know the real reason why you plan to join the central government, but whatever it is, I'm sure that it will benefit our family, Gerald stated as he rested his hand on his son's shoulder. Just a piece of advice. I'm sure that the monarch clans and the prestigious families will use this as an opportunity to plant some spies in your battalion. I know, Pops, 13 replied. Also, I don't mind if they send their spies to watch over me. I will definitely put them all to good use. Although he was just a rookie, his influence in the world of Pangea couldn't be ignored. The monarch clans and the prestigious families were happy that he was not able to increase his rank because that meant he wouldn't become a powerhouse in the future. Although he was now in the central government, and leading a battalion of his own, they believed that he wouldn't make any large waves in the world. But, just to be sure, they decided to have their retainers and spies infiltrate his battalion so that they would be up to date about Xylen's movements. A few minutes later, 13 walked towards a helicopter that was parked on their property. Waiting for him was none other than Christopher and Colbert, who were going to become his captains. "Are you ready to leave, young master?" Christopher asked. 13 nodded before boarding his attack helicopter, which was gifted to him by Arthur himself. Colbert followed behind 13 and sat beside him inside the helicopter. The one who was going to drive it was none other than Christopher, who had trained in handling all types of vehicles, including planes and helicopters. Currently, 13 had 3 attack helicopters. One of them came from the Remington clan, which was their way of saying thanks for saving Harry, as well as a means of forming a strong connection with Xylen. The second helicopter was given to him by the central government because a certain black-haired beauty told them that Xylen was fascinated with attack helicopters. Soon, the helicopter lifted off from the ground and left the Leventis residence behind. "How many recruits have registers for my battalion?" 13 asked Colbert, who served him like a secretary of sorts. "According to the site where the Wanderers registered, there are over 5,000 of them," Colbert replied. 5,000. 13 frowned. "The field marshal said that I can only recruit 200 people. It seems that there were a lot of complaints in the military because this is the first time that someone as young as me has been allowed to have his own elite army." "That's not all, young master," Colbert commented. "I have received our military funds, and I don't think that it will be enough to maintain our army for an entire year. At most, it will only last for 3 to 4 months tops." "Oh." 13 arched an eyebrow because he found this quite amusing. It seems that the central government is divided into several factions as well. They are really doing their best to make things difficult for us. Colbert nodded in agreement. "Young master, what do you think we should do in order to solve the problem of our military funds?" "That's not really a problem, Colbert," 13 replied. "Just leave it to me. I'm sure that we can earn funds by recruiting the right people." Seeing that his young master was smiling evilly, Colbert couldn't help but smile evilly as well. Just a glance was enough to tell him that the teenage boy had a plan, and, frankly, he couldn't stop himself from looking forward to what kind of diabolical schemes Xylen had planned to earn money. It took them an hour before they arrived at their destination. 13 could already see a lot of people on the ground, who had traveled from all over the Aldebaran continent just to register for his team. Unfortunately, he only had very limited spots, so he couldn't invite them all. The moment his helicopter landed, several soldiers lined up to greet the youngest commanding officer of the central government. "Welcome to the Freedom Garrison, Lieutenant Colonel," the soldier saluted. "Everyone is already waiting for your arrival." 13 returned the soldier's salute and followed him to where the Wanderers, who wished to join his team, had gathered. Other high-ranking officers were there to meet the boy, who had been a very popular topic of discussion among the military officers. Now that he was here, they were looking forward to seeing if he was truly as competent as the rumors said, or if he was just a fraud, whose exploits had been exaggerated by the Leventis family to be used for propaganda. 13, who didn't know what these high-ranking officers were thinking, walked with confident steps. He had already come up with a plan to solve their funding issues, and he was sure that the moment he executed his plan, complete pandemonium would descend upon the Freedom Garrison, where thousands of hopeful recruits wished to become part of the legendary Rookies elite team. Watching this scene from a tall building were 2 old men. They were none other than the Field Marshal and the Grand Marshal of the central government. "I just hope that you made the right decision inviting this boy among our ranks," the Grand Marshal said as he observed 13 from on top of the building. "He was the one that came to us," the Field Marshal shrugged. "Also, I think it would be a shame if we didn't take him under our wing while we still had the chance. My daughter has said many good things about him." The Grand Marshal chuckled, but didn't make any further comments. He simply gazed at the young man, who piqued his interest and made him leave their main headquarters in the Sirius continent, just to get a glimpse on how he would handle the recruitment process, which he was certain would become a chaotic scene. Chapter 322: The Recruitment for the 69th Battalion, Part 2. Chapter 322: The Recruitment for the 69th Battalion, Part 2. "Everyone, thank you for coming here today," 13 said as he stood on an elevated platform, overlooking the countless wanderers who had answered the central government's recruitment call. Unfortunately, I am only allowed to recruit 200 people among all of you. 13's declaration was met with shouts of disappointment and booing. With only 200 slots available, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Seeing that everyone was eyeing each other as if they were each other's rivals, 13 decided to break the ice with an announcement. The recruitment process will be divided into 2 stages, 13 declared. The first 100 recruits will be tested for their adaptability. The next 100 will be tested for their deep pockets, deep passion for joining my team. Christopher and Colbert, who were standing behind 13, did their best to retain the calm expressions on their faces. They knew that their young master was up to something, and after hearing his declaration, both of them had an idea about what the teenage boy had in mind. I will tell this beforehand. Even if I wish to recruit all of you, it is currently not possible, 13 stated. So, if you are not chosen, don't lose hope. It just meant that something greater is waiting for all of you. 13 paused as he scanned the countless faces that were looking in his direction. Although I would like to start with the first stage of the recruitment, I've decided to jump to the second stage first, 13 said. So, without further delay, I will tell you the mechanics I will use to choose the first 100 recruits from my battalion. The field marshal, the grand marshal, the high-ranking officers, as well as the wanderers, all remained silent so that they could better hear the teenage boy's words. The first 100 slots will be up for bidding, 13 declared, which made everyone's eyes widen in shock. I know it's surprising, but the central government is stingy. They only gave us XXX gold coins for the upkeep of my battalion. Because of this, I have no choice but to resort to this method. Christopher, is that camera working? Are we currently live? Yes, young master, Christopher replied. We have been live since you started your speech. Very good. 13 nodded with a smile, not caring that the high-ranking officers in the background were looking at him with bloodshot eyes, wishing that they could rip him to shreds, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Although there were times when they felt that the budget given to them by their superiors was unfair, none of them complained out loud and did their best to make do with what they had. However, the teenage boy, who had just joined their ranks, not only said that the central government was stingy, he also decided to broadcast it live so that the people of the Aldebaran continent could watch it. The field marshal, who was Rihanna's father, averted his gaze and pretended that he didn't hear the boy's words. Where was I? Oh yeah. The central government is stingy, so I have no choice but to use this method in order to raise funds for my army, 13 smiled. So, let's start the bidding with 1,000 gold coins, with an increment of 500 gold coins per bid. Bidding starts now. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 25,000. 13 laughed internally because he knew that the whales would soon make their presence known. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before a firm and loud voice silenced everyone who was bidding for the first spot in 13th's army. 5 million. Christopher and Colbert looked at the young man, who seemed to be in his late teens and had short blonde hair and gray eyes. 5 million, 13 stated. Going once, going twice, sold to Mr. Alexis McKnight, the blonde teenage boy replied. Congratulations, Alexis. 13 clapped his hands together. I will assign you as the third captain of my battalion. But first, please transfer the funds to my account. My account number is XXXXXXXXX. Alexis nodded and didn't bat an eye as he typed 13's bank account number in his cell phone. A few seconds later, the younger boy received a notification telling him that he just received 5 million gold coins in his account. Come up the stage, Alexis, 13 said with a smile. Alexis nodded and climbed the stage and stood right beside Christopher, who served as 13's right-hand man. The high-ranking officers almost coughed out blood when they saw this scene. They had a lot of complaints that they wanted to hurl at the boy, but seeing that this was a live broadcast, they didn't dare to say anything. Meanwhile, Arthur, who was watching the live broadcast from his residence, couldn't help but facepalm. Lady Callista, who was seated by his side, giggled because she found her grandson's antics quite endearing. I almost pity the central government for taking Xylen in, Michael commented as he fixed the glasses on his face. Almost. Hans, on the other hand, could only shake his head helplessly. He believed that after this bidding war ended, the people of Pangaea, as well as the central government, would have a different impression of the boy, who was now filling up the slots of his small army. Freewebnovel.com, with each bid surpassing 1,000,000 gold coins at a time. The high-ranking officers, who were also short on funds, were seriously considering using 13th's methods for recruitment. However, after careful thought, they believed that Xylen was only able to make it work because he was popular enough. What they didn't know was that this was 13th's way of filtering out the people who had been sent by the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families to spy on him. Since they were desperate to become part of the 200 people that would join 13th's battalion, they decided that buying their way in was easier than competing with thousands of other wanderers for the available slots. After more than an hour of bidding, the first 100 recruits were finalized. Christopher and Colbert were looking at their young master with sparkling eyes because they managed to easily earn over 200 million gold coins. Even those who were watching the broadcast from their homes were looking at 13 with complicated looks on their faces. They didn't know if they should praise the teenage boy for his genius or praise him for being thick-skinned. Rihanna's father wanted to leave the scene, but the Grand Marshal's hand held his shoulder in a vice grip. "Where are you going?" The Grand Marshal chuckled. Rihanna's father wanted to leave the scene, but the Grand Marshal's hand held his shoulder in a vice grip. "Really think you can just walk away like this? Since this was your idea, you'd better stay until the end, understood?" The Field Marshal could only smile bitterly because he knew that there was no way out for him. In the end, he decided to have a private talk with Xylen after his recruitment was over. A second later, 13th's voice once again spread in the surroundings, announcing the start of the next stage of recruitment. "Are you all excited to hear the conditions for the next batch of recruits?" 13 asked with a smile. "Don't worry, I promise that this time, you will not need to spend anything." The wanderers all breathed a collective sigh of relief after hearing 13th's words. Some of them were dirt poor, so it was impossible for them to fight for a spot using their wealth. "This is the condition that you must clear in order to become part of the last 100 recruits that will join my battalion," 13 declared. "All of you will run until you reach the Star Kingdom, which is a theme park that belongs to the Leventis family. Those who use other methods of travel aside from running will be disqualified. The first 100 people who will reach the gates of Star Kingdom will become my subordinates. So all of you start running." When the wanderers heard 13th's declaration, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even if they ran with everything they had, they would only be able to reach Star Kingdom after running for half a day. At first, they thought that 13 was joking, but when the boy confirmed that he was serious, the wanderers started running. This made those who bought their way in, winning the bidding wars, sigh in relief because it meant that they did not have to suffer such a torturous recruitment process. Christopher and Colbert, on the other hand, knew that this test was the true test. They believed that many of the wanderers would quit within the first few hours of running. Only those who were determined enough to reach the goal that their young master had set would receive the rewards, which he had prepared for them. "Christopher, Colbert, start running as well," 13 ordered. "If you don't become part of the first 100 to reach the gate, I will make you undergo a hellish training regimen." Instead of being afraid, the two boys simply smirked and jumped off the stage in order to join the other wanderers. They had known their young master long enough to know that he wasn't joking, so they ran with the intention of showing everyone that they were Xylen Leventis' left and right hands, which would never lose to anyone. Alexis McKnight, who was now one of 13th's captain, narrowed his eyes when he saw Christopher and Colbert follow 13th's orders, despite the fact that they were already his officers. He could see no hesitation in their faces, and even felt that the two were competing with each other. For them to do such a thankless thing showed how loyal they were to the teenage boy who was standing in front of him. Meanwhile, the Grand Marshal arched an eyebrow when he saw the sudden change in the recruitment process. "This boy is truly unpredictable," the Grand Marshal thought. "I wonder just what is going on inside his head." The Field Marshal, who had been released from his father's vice grip, scratched his head because this was the weirdest recruitment that he had seen in his life. However, he was also looking forward to what kind of changes would happen in the central government after 13 and his recruits officially joined their ranks. A/N. Thanks to those who left reviews for this novel. You guys are the best. Wink wink. Chapter 323, I will turn a blind eye this once. Chapter 323, I will turn a blind eye this once when 13 announced that the bidding war would be held for the first 100 slots of his battalion. Many wanderers became disappointed, thinking that he was just using his popularity for a money-making scheme. They thought he was different from the arrogant scions of the monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families. Although many were disillusioned, there were still a lot who didn't lose hope, believing that they could still fight for the remaining 100 slots. So, the moment Xylen Leventis declared that the first 100 people to pass through the gates of the Star Kingdom would become part of his battalion, they didn't hesitate to give it their all and run as fast as they could. Rookies, adepts, apostles, elites, and a handful of initiates all started to run with one goal in mind: to reach the Star Kingdom, which would take them anywhere between 12 to 24 hours of nonstop running. Sir, with so many people participating in this event, there are bound to be cheaters. Alexis, who is now one of 13's captains, voiced his opinion. It's fine, Alexis, 13 replied. You don't have to worry about those cheaters. Sir Xylen is right. 13's fourth captain, whose name was Paul and had also bought his way through the bidding war, said with a smile. How can someone as amazing as Sir Xylen not consider something like this? You have so little faith in him, my man. Alexis clicked his tongue as he glared at the bootlicker, who currently had a smug smile plastered on his face. 13 ignored his two newest captains and looked at the 100 people who had paid their way to become part of his battalion. All of you here are allowed to return home to your families and tell them the good news that you are now officially part of my team, 13 declared. For those who don't wish to leave, please follow Alexis, so he can guide you to your accommodations. Although the living quarters of the central government require you to share a room with 3 other people, I'm sure that it will foster camaraderie among all of you. Alexis, please guide them to their new quarters. Just go to that building over there that has the number 69 posted on its entrance. Feel free to pick any room, as well as your roommates. Just don't go to the top floor because that is where my office is located. Yes, sir. Alexis saluted before making a gesture for everyone to follow him. When only 13 and Paul were left standing on the stage, several of the high-ranking officers approached the teenage boy with dissatisfied looks on their faces. However, when the teenage boy saw them, he immediately gave them a salute, which made some of the high-ranking officers' gaze soften a bit. But there were some who weren't moved by his actions. So, after returning his salute, they immediately gave him the initiation rites that they had agreed to beforehand. I don't know if the stories about you are true or not, a middle-aged colonel said. But here in the central government, everyone has to follow the orders of their superiors. It doesn't matter if you are a member of the monarch clans or the 10 prestigious families. You are now part of the organization that protects the entire world. Insubordination will not be tolerated, so Mr. Legendary Rookie, make sure to not flaunt your popularity here in the Freedom Garrison. Yes, sir, 13 replied, his voice loud and clear. The colonel was about to say a few more things, but he heard a voice behind him, which made his body stiffen. I see that you are already befriending our newest member. The Grand Marshal of the central government, Lawrence Seaton, said with a smile. Immediately, everyone stood in attention and saluted the highest-ranking officer in the central government. The middle-aged man with red hair and red eyes was the sole reason why the central government was able to stand tall despite the influence of the monarch clans in Pangaea. Just like the 5 monarchs, Lawrence was also one, and everyone believed that he was the strongest man in the world. Make sure that all of you get along, okay? A middle-aged man with gray hair and blue eyes added with a smile. I don't want to hear reports that my officers are bullying newcomers. This man's name was Tristan Summers. He was the field marshal and was only second in rank to Lawrence. Simply put, if Lawrence wasn't on site, everyone would take orders from him. The high-ranking officers nodded their heads and threw the antagonistic plans they had earlier to the wind. None of them expected that the number 1 and number 2 of the central government would make their appearance. With them around, no one dared to proceed with their plan of harassing the teenage boy assigned to lead the newly formed 69th Battalion. Still, it's not good to call the central government stingy, my boy. Lawrence patted 13's shoulder with a faint smile on his face. Since your grandfather and I once fought on the same battlefield together, I will turn a blind eye this once. Be more careful with your words and actions in the future because it will reflect the prestige of the central government. Of course, these words are not only meant for you, but also for everyone here. Do I make myself clear? Sir, yes, sir. Lawrence then crouched down a bit to whisper something in 13's ears. I don't know what you were planning when you decided to join the central government, but as long as you toe the line, I won't mind keeping a hands-off approach with your actions, Lawrence whispered. Just make sure that it doesn't go below my bottom line, okay? Yes, sir, 13 replied. Lawrence once again patted 13's shoulder before walking away with Tristan. The other high-ranking officers gave 13 a sidelong glance before following behind their superiors, who had come to the Freedom Garrison unannounced. Sir, do you think those smelly old guys will continue to make things difficult for us? Paul asked. Yes, 13 replied in a heartbeat. But they will not do anything overbearing right now. At most, they will ask their subordinates to taunt our people, instigating them for a fight so that they will face military discipline. Understood. Paul nodded. I will inform everyone to not get provoked so easily. 13 watched him go with a faint smile on his face. A mere glance was enough for him to know that Alexis and Paul were properly trained individuals. Even if they weren't the retainers of the monarch and prestigious families, they definitely still belonged to the influential families who also played a role in the development and politics of Pangaea. A few minutes later, 13 headed to his personal quarters inside the base. Right now, the ones running desperately toward the Star Kingdom were still hours away from their destination. Until then, he would first handle the matters that needed his attention and let those who were assigned to monitor the participants handle the rest. But, just as he was about to reach his destination, he saw a familiar-looking teenage girl standing in front of the door of his room. Xylen, it's great to see you again, the black-haired beauty said with a smile. Rihanna, 13 asked, still half in doubt. Compared to the 13-year-old girl whom he remembered, the young lady in front of him had grown in the right places and had a very sexy figure. Of course, it's me, Rihanna replied as she lightly patted 13's head. Good. You're still shorter than me. But, after a few years, you will surpass my height. 13 shook his head helplessly before walking toward the door of his room and opening it with his pass key. Rihanna followed him inside his room and gazed at its entirety. Well, it's the same size as my room, so I think it's fine, Rihanna muttered as she looked around. 13 then sat on the couch and gestured for the young lady to sit beside him. So why are you here? 13 asked. Don't tell me that you came all this way just to see me. Yes, I came all this way just to see you, Rihanna replied with a smile. Why? Not happy that I'm here. Just a little, 13 smirked. So now, tell me the real reason why you're here. Rihanna's smile widened after hearing the teenage boy's words. You never change, do you, Xylen? Rihanna asked, always thinking that there's a reason for everything that a person does. And you don't. 13 asked back. Well, maybe I do have an agenda for why I came here today. See, geez. You will not be popular with the ladies if you keep on acting like this, Rihanna pouted. 13 shook his head. I don't intend to be popular with the ladies. So, stop beating around the bush and start talking. What is the real reason why you're here? Okay, I'll talk. Rihanna, who knew that Xylen no longer wished to waste time, decided to come clean. My sister is in the 68th Battalion. Her name is Shauna. I want you to look out for her if you have the time. Shauna? 13 frowned. Are you referring to the girl who is part of the so-called hero party and has the title of Saintess? Yes, her, Rihanna nodded. The Saintess is my sister. Please, look after her if you are ever on the same battlefield, okay? 13 didn't say anything and only smiled faintly. Truth be told, one of the reasons why he decided to join the central government was to deal with the hero party, whom he believed to be the ones who would antagonize him in the future. Chapter 324 He is the boy who could make the impossible things possible. Chapter 324 He is the boy who could make the impossible things possible. Heroes, villains, cannon fodders, and extras. These were the 4 roles that the people in the multiverse played in their lives. Among them, the most popular of all was the hero party. Usually, this party consisted of a hero, a warrior, a mage, an archer, and lastly, a saintess, also known as the healer of the party during expeditions. 13 knew that he was a special existence, for he was a part cannon fodder and part villain. Because of this, there would definitely be a group of people who would face him sometime in the future. After all, that was simply how Lady Fate worked. The same Fate whom he had sworn to defeat in her own game. 13 couldn't win against a hero since they were protected by Fate. This was why he decided to raise a hero and a villain of his own. By doing so, He was hoping that his fated hero would be defeated by the Tigerkin hero whom he raised. But he knew that this was not enough. He needed to weaken the hero's fate, and for that to happen, he would have to target one of the key members of his party, and that was none other than the Saintess. The warrior, the mage, and the archer, all of whom accompanied the hero, played an important role in carrying him to the endgame. However, they could be replaced. The only one who would never be tossed to the side was the Saintess, for she was also protected to a certain extent by fate, since she had a role to play in the bigger picture. However, 13 didn't expect that the Saintess whom he had planned to target was Rihanna's sister. Because of this, he decided to tweak his plans a bit. Although he could be ruthless at times, Rihanna had been good to him, so he couldn't possibly return her kindness by crippling one of her family members. Understood. I will look after her. 13 nodded. But does she really need me? She is, after all, part of the hero party that the central government is grooming. Even you call them the hero party? Rihanna sighed before scratching the back of her head. My sister hates that term. Everyone is already calling her Saintess Shauna, so she is feeling pressured whenever she makes a public appearance. Well, that's what happens to all celebrities, 13 replied. It is the burden that we carry. Oh, so you don't deny that you are now a celebrity. Why would I? Did you see how I earned more than 200 million during my recruitment? Only a celebrity like me can achieve something like that. You look scummy right now, Xylen. Thank you for the praise. Rihanna smiled sweetly before ruffling 13's hair. I'm part of the 16th Battalion, so if you ever need help, just give me a call, Rihanna said as she took out the communicator, which was used by all the officers in the army. Here, register my number. 13 took out his own communicator and added Rihanna's number to his list of contacts. I'll go now, Rihanna stood up. But, before I go, let me tell you something. Everyone in the army wants to see how good you really are. It's not only the high-ranking officers who want to see if the stories about you are true or not. All the soldiers in the central government either see you as a rival or a stepping stone. Of course, there are some who genuinely respect you like me. But you need to be careful, Xylen. Jealousy can be a very scary thing. Thank you for those words of wisdom. 13 nodded. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. You better. Rihanna stuck her tongue out cutely before leaving the room with a spring in her step. Clearly, she was happy to have reunited with Xylen and tell him about her sister, who was feeling down because of the popularity that she was getting as of late. If someone who was more popular, like Xylen, were to become her friend, then she would definitely feel better. After all, no matter what she did, she wouldn't be more popular than the 13-year-old boy who had achieved legendary feats in the world of Solterra. Also, Rihanna praised 13 whenever there was an opportunity, to the point that Shauna was already sick and tired of hearing it. However, it also made the 16-year-old girl, who was being referred to as the Saintess, look forward to meeting Xylen as well. Rihanna warned her that although Xylen was younger, he was someone who shouldn't be judged by his age. She even jokingly said that if Shauna developed a crush on the boy, she would not hesitate to be her wingman and help her seal the deal. When the black-haired lady finally left the room, 13 made sure to lock the door properly. Since Christopher, Colbert, and the agents he hired from the Leventis family for this day were taking care of the race that he initiated, he had plenty of time to relax and organize his thoughts. In front of him, the projection of 5 people could be seen. They were the members of the hero party of the central government. 13 eyed the girl at the lower left of the group, who had long red hair and blue eyes. Are they really sisters? 13 pondered. According to the data he received, Shauna was an only child.